destroy Iran. The American war plan to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities starts in an unlikely place 3,000 miles away on this tiny speck of an island in the Indian Ocean called Diego Garcia. It's a little known base that's been used in every major armed conflict in the Middle East since the 1980s, proving that no matter when you were born, you're right on time to fight in the Middle East. This US base at Diego Garcia is located just south of the equator, and it's one of the most remote islands on the entire planet. This allows bombers to safely launch long-range.
Oh shit, Blase coming in with 8 months of subscriptions. Thank you very much, Blase. I appreciate that. Only 1 month away from my favorite sub badge, by the way. And by the way, my sub badge is totally recognizable. I don't care what you fucking haters say. Thanks for 8 months of support. Bye.
Range missions into the Persian Gulf, East Africa, and even Southeast Asia. And that's why during the initial warning order phase of the war, bombs, missiles, fuel, and cargo aircraft are surged into the theater over the course of a month. And this could explain why, for the first time in over 4 years, the US military just deployed B-2 stealth bombers to Diego Garcia in early April 2025. It's like my old
He's gonna be here in about 3 hours. Well, good luck. Hope you have fun. Hope he's not weird
imagery, there are currently
either.
6 bombers on the runway, which is about 30% of the entire fleet in one location. That's $12 billion worth of American force within just 10 square miles. And the crazy thing is, we already know this war plan has existed for nearly 2 decades, because the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Mike Mullen, publicly revealed it back in 2015, which means that this plan has just been sitting on a shelf somewhere in the annals of the Pentagon collecting dust, tempting every general since then with hard, sensual eye contact. Now the US government has resurrected the plan once again by giving Iran a deadline of less than 2 months to reach a diplomatic agreement on their nuclear program, or else. And if I put on my regular infantry thinking cap, we can see that this is all interconnected. Iran is funding Houthi terrorists who are bombing shipping lanes in the Red Sea, destabilizing the whole region and the world's economy, while the Houthis say that they're doing this in solidarity with the Palestinians who are getting bombed by Israel with, you guessed it, US support. You guys, it's a perpetual conflict machine. It's the geopolitical equivalent of the snake eating its own tail. And that's why I think it's important for us to analyze this air campaign against Iran's nuclear sites. What tactics would the US use in an attempt to destroy these facilities? What would the cost be? And for the love of God, is there a diplomatic solution that we could use to avoid all of this destructive possibility of war altogether? I'm your everyday infantryman, Chris Cappy. Let's find out. Wait a second, how crazy is it that you can just Google satellite images of the location of some of America's most valuable stealth bombers? Can you imagine the kind of information you could Google about a regular person? I searched myself and all kinds of personal information when it comes to them. Secure VPN, antivirus, and $5 million theft insurance protection, all included. Aura is offering you guys a special 14-day free trial to see if you like it. Just go to aura.com/CappyArmy. I'm not leaving my family defenseless, and neither should you guys. Diego Garcia has been called America's unsinkable aircraft carrier, but in many ways I think it's actually better than that. Because the dry horseshoe-shaped 14 miles long by 4 miles wide island is big enough for a giant 12,000-foot long runway capable of launching heavy strategic bombers unlike your carriers. It's also a beautiful exotic place to be stationed unlike your carriers. It's true that the US has already a bunch more closer air bases in the Middle East, but that would require pesky things like
Blase, are you
authorization.
are you excited about this visit, man? You seemed equally anxious and excited. I hope. Goddamn, bro. Have your parents always within earshot? Cause I ain't gonna lie. Hey, you a brave soul letting that man in your house. I don't cap to you.
Permission from the government in each area. Just like your carriers, though, that operate in the legal, dubious, free for all international waters, missions out of Diego Garcia are under full US control, which is something that resonates with every high ranking control freak of a general. However, it costs thousands of dollars to support these bombers each day when they're far away from their home base in Missouri. In return, the benefit from
Wait, you and this particular person have already been alone together? In which case, I guess the situation is really not nearly as. Yeah, okay, well. Now, if you've already been intoxicated around him, then never mind. Never mind at all. If I've ever been intoxicated around somebody, I pretty much trust you with my life at that point. And that's not true, but I'm a druggie. I love being intoxicated. So I usually warm up to people real quick if we goddamn have a drink or a smoke together or some shit, you feel me?
From a military point of view, is that it's less than half the journey to their targets, which allows these pilots to run multiple missions in a shorter time frame. What we're talking about is something coordinated by what's called the Air Tasking Order. The Air Tasking Order is a massive document that lists all air sorties that take place in the first 24 hours of a war. It matches each pilot to a priority target. It's like a pilot's to-do list, but for war. But I'm just a grunt of a ground pounder.
It's Pride Month. Okay, so peg him then, pussy.
U.S. Navy F-18
Or shut up.
pilot Vincent Callsign Jello from Fighter Pilot Podcast. He's flown from aircraft carriers on combat missions over Iraq, so he's an expert. Something I've been learning about is the Air Tasking Order. I'm wondering, is that something that you guys actually get?
Yes, the Air Tasking Order is the air shop's way of making their plan known to everyone in theater who is participating. I'm told in Desert Storm, the Air Tasking Order was as big as a New York Yellow Pages phone book, and every flight is in there. You'll have overall tasking, specific tasking, you'll have weapons, loadouts.
I printed an example of an air tasking order right here, actually. Why is my printer always low on ink? What the actual over? This is
I mean, shit, bro. If that's how you gonna celebrate Pride Month and have your guys feel celebrated, then by all means. I mean, you know, as long as you say no homo, you know, if people call you gay for that, bro, just be like, yo, I'm an ally. You feel me? Like, what are you talking about? Ain't nothing straighter than being an ally. I only fucked my bro because it was Pride Month.
Call signs, aircraft types, payloads, and mission coordination. Let's look at the key targets that American pilots are briefed on in this air tasking order. Iran has 5 nuclear facilities. Their locations are publicly known, and they're marked on this map that you're looking at.
I ain't know Curse was like that. My fault. I wasn't familiar with your game, soldier.
A straight line that runs directly north to south from the capital of Tehran to the port city of Bushehr. This air campaign would need to hit all of these nuclear sites in order to be successful. And on top of that, Iran has 3 nuclear...
Fuck, I was talking with my mic muted. I'm not going over it again. Anyways, I had a freak out moment because the scenery looked weird there. I didn't realize it was because I had low detail on. That weirded me the fuck out.
Nuclear research centers marked on the map in green, and 3 uranium mines marked in red. Each of these have deep underground facilities that in some cases stretch 300 feet deep, with 40 feet of reinforced concrete. And if I highlight the air tasking order on camera right now with my highlighter, it'll seem more like I know what I'm talking about. And if I color code the highlighting, I'll be self-reporting on my TISM. Highest priority for the attacks are the uranium enrichment sites, which is the real engine driving Iran's nuclear program. Their two biggest enrichment sites are located at Natanz and Fordo. Each of these have deep underground facilities that stretch 300 feet deep in some cases, with 40 feet of reinforced concrete. Each of these are protected by some of Iran's best air defense systems as well, which we'll get into later in more detail. What would you have to consider when it comes to suppression of enemy air defense missions in an environment like Iran, for instance?
The two biggest things you have to consider are the mission objectives and the level of risk. That is, what is it you want me to achieve and how badly? Because if it is taking out the entire defensive network and I better die trying, then that affects my mission planning versus, hey, to see if you can give them a bruise and don't get anyone killed.
But you'll notice some of the most important aspects of the air tasking order is choosing the correct strike package. This will be key to the mission's success. In this scenario, crews load up 3 of the B-2 bombers with a payload of 2 of the GBU-57 bunker busters each. Each of those roughly cost about $3 million. The second team of 3 stealth bombers are loaded with 80 of the JDAM 500-pound GBU-38s each. This is a typical combat payload, and this gives the fleet a combined payload of 246 munitions, weighing roughly 200,000 pounds and millions of dollars worth of American explosives just for the first wave of the attack. The bombers take off from Diego Garcia at 1800 hours and fly about 5 hours to their targets, where they'll arrive under the cover of darkness at 2300 hours. The whole way that they're flying there, they're pounding coffee just to stay alert for the 10-hour-long mission, and not the type of coffee they gave us in the Army either. No, this is the Primo Air Force B-2 brand. Good stuff. The first team drops the bunker busters on the 2 underground nuclear sites at Natanz and Fordo. B-2 pilot Mickelson gave a rare interview about its targeting system to give us insight into this, and he said, quote, "The synthetic aperture radar provides the pilots with a realistic display of the ground that they're able to use for targeting. What this means is that the 2 crews look at a glass cockpit that digitally displays a picture of the ground below for accurate targeting. The B-2 stealth bomber is the only aircraft in the entire fleet certified to drop that GBU-57 with a hog of a 30,000-pound bomb. It's like dropping 3 elephants made out of 80% metal and 20% explosives on the enemy. It can cut through at least 200 feet of earth. These are giant shovels flying at terminal velocity. But you guys, we're forgetting something. Mission planners need to keep in mind that it's not an infinity stockpile of these GBU-57s sitting around. By looking at past Air Force contracts, I was able to estimate that there are in the ballpark of between 20 and 30 of the GBU-57s produced in total. What that means is that taking out Iranian nuclear sites could cost half of America's arsenal of massive bunker busters, which already had Xi Jinping's name written all over them. The second team of bombers dropped their precision GBU-38 JDAMs on targets that are less dug in, like your research facilities and supply centers for nuclear material. Because while all of this is happening, U.S. forces would move their aircraft carrier piece in for the attack. The USS Truman, currently located west of Iran in the Red Sea, is loaded with over 60 fighters. They launched a squadron of F-18 and F-35 stealth fighters loaded with...
Oh my god, it opened on stream. I X'd that shit out so quick. Dude, I X'd that shit out so fast. Oh my god. I meant to click on open a new window. Okay. What the fuck is this? This is interesting. I ain't gonna cap. They need one of these, but like I could put a fleshlight on it. You know what I'm saying? I want to be able to feel like a bitch is throwing it back on me, bro. No cap. Maybe I'll stop giving these unworthy bitches the time of the day if I had one of them shits, to be honest. Those exist? Man, say less. I'm finna do some searching tonight. I just got paid today, man.
54 missiles that I wouldn't want to be on the business end of. Their mission is to suppress Iran's hundreds of ground-based air defense systems to open up a corridor for the second wave of attacks. But these carriers would be within range and would be a target for Iran's ballistic missiles.
Depending on what we assess Iran to have for anti-shipping, It could be something where we can afford to get closer if all they have are basic aircraft, or if they have long distance, high speed, sea skimming, anti ship.
I ain't gonna lie. If I knew what nah, Curtis, speaking of what you're talking about now, specifically about this one where it can connect to like another partner's toy or whatever the fuck. Um, bruh, I ain't gonna lie. I ended my probably one of the probably the best adult relationship I've had. It was only 2 years, but definitely the best adult relationship I had. I ended that one because the long distance was getting too much. However, it's funny because it was like 6 months after I ended it that I started looking up like, you know what I'm saying, ways for long distance to work. Cause I was like, damn, like, did I end it too early? You know what I'm saying, too soon, bruh. If I knew about some of these like compatible sex toys, you know what I'm saying, I could have bought me and her a kit, and I feel like that would have solved a lot. You feel me? So I'm just like, damn, could have tried it out. But anyways, real story. If you got a long distance relationship, hey, look for them couples sex toys. They make sex toys for long distance relationships, or you know what I'm saying, they could goddamn emulate movements and shit like that. Upgrade that phone sex if you're in that long distance. I'm telling you right now, them shits are lit. I've never used one, but I know about them, and the concept is fucking lit.
Missiles, then our standoff might have to be greater in order to protect those very valuable capital assets.
Another reason we know what this would look like is because in mid-April 2025, the US Air Force released interviews with the fighter pilots who defended against the Iranian ballistic missile attack against Israel in 2024. One pilot said the radar just lit up, and at that point, we were in an hours-long fight, just trying to destroy whatever we could. The radar identifies another one and another one, all attacking drones. Squadron Commander Lieutenant Colonel Murphy said, "It took about 45 minutes to fire all the missiles we had before we had to return after running out of ammunition. Interceptors wouldn't be able to shoot all munitions down themselves though, and in early April 2025, we got reports that I observed of an entire US Army Patriot Air Defense Battalion being moved from the Pacific to the Middle East. That's around 1,000 soldiers and tons of equipment, not a small undertaking at all, costing millions of dollars to pull off. Imagine one day you're sitting chilling on an island in the Pacific, waiting to shoot down from China, and then the next day you're sitting in the desert, waiting to shoot down from Iran." Because according to the head of US Indo-Pacific Command, it took over 70 flights from C-17s to accomplish this gigantic airlift, where they moved 32 Patriot interceptors into place. You guys, what I'm trying to say is the US military has spent an enormous amount of money to signal to Iran that they're serious about going through with this operation. These air defense assets on the ground would be augmented by aircraft carriers launching electronic warfare planes to attack Iran's air defense radars. This would shut them down and blind them for a brief window with a blast of interference. This jams the communications of Iran's leadership. Flying alongside them is what's called a Combat Air Patrol, the CAP, which is made up of F-22s, F-15EXs, and their job is to protect bombers and intercept retaliatory missiles midair. Welcome to your almost credible defense briefing on Iran's capability to intercept American fighter jets with their air superiority fighters. Iran has an estimated 40 of the old F-14s, 30 of the MiG-29s, as well as a bunch of Su-24s. These are all 1960s and 1970s era outdated jets, and in reality, about half of these fighters are going to be fully operational due to the fact that maintaining aircraft is an absolute nightmare. Should Iran choose to even scramble their jets, these MiGs are going to be armed with the old R-27 missile that has a max range of about 80 kilometers. Not the top of the line stuff, but it's still a threat in the same way that someone swinging their fists around in a room long enough might connect with your jaw. Are you taking off with a mix of air-to-air missiles and air-to-ground, or are you taking off with the payload on your aircraft very specifically planned out?
And you tell me, Angela, I need you to go hack this thing, and I've done my weaponeering, so I know what kinds of weapons I need and how many, and what impact angle and speed. Well, then I know that I can launch with that, both for where we are, the temperature, the winds we can expect on the aircraft carrier, that I can take off with that munitions.
This coordination of this entire air battle is done by the Joint Force Air Component Commander, who's responsible for creating that air tasking order with his battle staff. And the command and control is done by CENTCOM's Air Operations Center, which is located in Qatar. The big picture doctrine that the U.S. Air Force uses is centralized control, but decentralized execution. So a lot of authority is given to pilots on how they want to execute the mission. I was going to show you my work on this part, but then my printer had to die on me. It's 2025. How can we not get a printer to work, but we can send missiles thousands of miles across the earth? What the fuck over? Meanwhile, the two carrier strike groups have at least one submarine alongside with them that are armed with dozens of Tomahawk cruise missiles, vertical launch cells, and these precision weapons. The 8 Arleigh Burke destroyers spread out between the two groups provide an air defense radar coverage for the carriers. They act as a kind of coordinated, sort of interlocking web of missile defense. Once Iran's air defense is knocked out, assuming it is, it would pave the way for some of America's less stealthy jets to target the entrances to the nuclear facilities, blowing up exposed air vents and collapsing the tunnels. And that leads us to the next step. It requires that we look over here at the UK's RAF Fairford base. In February, American B-52s used Fairford base as a launching pad to fly a show of force mission right next to Iran's border across the Middle East. These slower flying, more vulnerable heavy bombers would be free to operate once Iran's air defense was reduced. In our scenario, they each drop about 70,000 pounds of ordnance over these nuclear sites. That's a combined 140,000 on top of the already 200,000 just straight donated to their nuclear program. I imagine right now there's someone out there watching this who helped plan the Iraq war saying, wait a second, we could have just sent bombers instead? We have to look at Iran's air defense network to understand the challenge that US pilots are up against. We actually have a pretty good idea of where Iran's EW radars and air defense network are deployed along the western border with Iraq to stop Israeli jets, and then as well on the southern border watching the water route to stop American B-2 bombers from Diego Garcia. Added together, we know that Iran has several hundred launchers of different varieties, from your S-300 to your Tor-1. However, their ability to intercept American stealth fighters is a whole nother story. One major part of the equation that has changed since the Gulf War and Iraq is the sophistication of Iran's missiles. They're more accurate and have greater max range than in past decades. What this means is, for the first time in history, the American bombers at Diego Garcia may actually face danger. This month, Iran threatened to attack Diego Garcia in a preemptive strike, even though preemptive strikes are supposed to be our thing. Most analysts agree Iranian missiles have a max range capped off at 2,000 kilometers, and even if they modified them to push them out to 3,000 kilometers, the accuracy at that distance would make it tough for them to hit Diego Garcia. Now, Iran's newest Shahed drone, the 136B, does have a range of 4,000 kilometers, sure, and it could actually hit the B-2 bombers at the Diego Garcia base, but people forget how slow those travel. It would take a literal 24 hours for them to reach the base, during which time America would intercept the awkwardly slow-flying drones. But that doesn't mean it's not a threat. A lucky hit would end up in a literal $2 billion B-2 bomber write-off for our government. American intelligence assessments have warned of preemptive Israeli strike against Iran's nuclear program. Then the Trump administration threatened there would be a coordinated bombing campaign if negotiations are unproductive within 2 months. So couple all of those quotes and information with the fact that the balance of power that I've seen in the region has shifted, I think, not in Iran's favor. Iran has seen their strongest allies get weakened. Assad was overthrown in Syria. Hezbollah's leadership was beeper bombed. Hamas's fighting capability was greatly reduced. The United States sees this moment in history, I think, as a window of opportunity where Iran has the least amount of leverage we've seen them have at any other point in over a decade now. But why might the United States act now? In part because of what's called breakout time. For years now, we've been hearing how Iran is only months away from a nuclear weapon. Then people get confused when you see a few months go by and Iran has no nuclear weapon. Seems like some generals are crying wolf, but they forgot to mention that Iran is only a few months away from a nuclear weapon if they actively choose to develop one. So far, they haven't chosen to develop one. Part of the reason we know this is because UN weapons inspectors are still allowed in Iran to verify this information. Researchers like Justin Bronk at the Royal United Services Institute believe a US bombing campaign would have its limits. He said, quote, ultimately short of regime change or occupation, it's pretty difficult to see how military strikes could destroy Iran's path to a nuclear weapon. It would be a case of essentially trying to impose a measure of military deterrence, impose cost, and push back breakout times back to where they were a few years ago. These airstrikes would damage their sites and make the breakout time longer, but full-blown regime change in Iran is likely not an option being suggested by the United States. Even if they desired to do an invasion, it would be physically unlikely due to the lack of locations from where a large American conventional ground assault could take place from. None of the countries surrounding Iran would allow it. It'd be extremely unpopular with the American people. An air campaign would be capable of destroying Iran's nuclear sites, sure, but this would not be a permanent solution. The genie cannot be put back in the bottle. Is that a racist analogy to use at this? This is why hopefully the final method to end any potential of Iran weaponizing a nuclear program is the one that is hopefully used, and that's the diplomatic one. The United States government uses their economic leverage as a method to gain concessions from Iran. But the major question here is, will Iran make concessions and stop enriching past roughly 4% in exchange for sanctions relief? The threat of a credible U.S. military response is one of the main pieces of leverage the United States has. The doubling down on the development of a nuclear weapon is one of the main pieces of leverage Iran has. It's my hope that a peaceful diplomatic solution is reached. But so far, we've yet to see either side buckle, and what that means is we might see this war plan put into action. For more content, you can go to our Patreon. There's a link in the description. A couple of videos are up there already. Oh boy, you guys, America just launched a massive crackdown against the cartel, not just at the border, but deep into the interior of the country in states you'd never expect. The front line has moved far north, with thousands of agents conducting arrests across Colorado, Utah, and even as far as heck in Montana, where fentanyl seizures have surged by 50%.
ICE conducted a multi-location enforcement operation in the Denver area.
We're also seeing this crackdown across state lines. In Houston, FBI agents confirmed they caught 2 suspected TDA associates with drugs and a gun this morning.
But now, federal agents are turning the turntables, hunting gangs like Tren de Aragua and MS-13 under a series of new, powerful sets of authorities that have been granted to them. Take a look at Executive Order 14157. Section 2 of it states, "It is the policy of the United States to ensure the total elimination of these organizations' presence in and their ability to threaten the territory." The key phrase there is totally eliminate. I saw those words used again and again throughout multiple different federal directives that I looked at. If you slam Control F on the keyboard, totally eliminate shows up 8 times in this 5-page document from the Attorney General. This aggressive, just savage new mandate, I think, signals a major shift from containment to full-scale eradication of the cartel on U.S. soil. The U.S. government is trying to basically 100% complete this drug war after they've already been playing it for the past 4 decades. But what new tactics are they using? How is the cartel responding to all this? And what extreme lengths are authorities willing to go? I'm your everyday infantryman, Chris Cappy. Let's find out. Piecing together this story wasn't easy because there were so many different sources I had to go through that had their own agenda. When I launched this new channel, I knew I had to work with Ground News because their platform is the best way for my team and I to stay objective with our reporting. Ground News is an app and a website that gathers all this news from all over the world and it puts it in one place, which has made researching these videos for me 1,000 times easier. Like this story, for example, about the Trump administration considering using drone strikes against Mexican drug cartels. It's a topic that mixes national security, international law, and foreign policy, so I have the context I need from multiple sides to know the full story. Thanks to Ground News, I can easily sort by political bias, location, or even government affiliation to break down this complex issue. It shows me that out of over 100+ outlets reporting on this story, 55% of them are high in factuality. The left-leaning outlet Latin Times quoted a former DEA agent who warned drone strikes would turn into another Vietnam. At the same time, the American Military News, an outlet that leans right, focused on how the cartel is already using drones to spy on US troops at the border. We're offering 40% off the same Vantage plan that we use here on my team. Just click the link in the description or go to ground.news/Cappy or scan this QR code. That's ground.news/Cappy for one of the biggest discounts that they've ever offered. They knocked the price down to only $5 a month. Give Ground News a shot. It's the best time to do so. You're getting a better understanding of the world and supporting the work that we do here at the same time. But what new methods are they using now that the name of the game is total elimination? First, they've given the Drug Enforcement Agency, the DEA, what's called Title VIII authority. What that means is they're now required to involve ICE when encountering individuals suspected of being in the country illegally, because Title VIII authority is part of an effort to deport gangs like Tren de Aragua, Jalisco, and Sinaloa cartels that are major targets. These new authorities, of course, have pros and cons.
I'm outside the ICE detention center in Newark, New Jersey. They just recently overfilled with too many prisoners.
We're following breaking news out of Newark, where faith leaders have blocked the entrance to Delaney Hall, which is the ICE facility.
So far in 2025, ICE has arrested 65,000 illegal immigrants with what they say are criminal records and thousands of cartel members.
And that's the problem that they're running into, is that they're running out of space in the prison. So they're sending them places to like Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay. They're sending them to El Salvador.
The U.S. government just ordered ICE to expand by 20,000 agents, which would double its current size. New budget outlines show massive increases in spending for them. You might be surprised to learn, ICE has an $8 billion annual budget. Compared to the DEA's is less than half of that.
And that's part of the reason why ICE has such a giant budget, is because they also run their own prisons.
This is the first detention center opened up under the new administration with 1,000 beds here. The reason why it's so important to their plan is because it's located close to the airport, and they're hoping to deport people straight from here. Then, the U.S. government invoked the Aliens Enemy Act, which allowed them to fast-track these deportations to mega jails in El Salvador. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, straight to jail. This is because by February 2025, ICE detention centers had already reached full capacity in the United States.
Tren de Aragua, which President Trump labeled an invading force on Saturday when he invoked the Alien Enemies Act. Hours later, he sent hundreds of migrants on deportation flights to El Salvador, including what the Trump administration alleges is 250 members of Tren de Aragua.
The U.S. government has set an ambitious goal of deporting 1 million immigrants each year. So why is the cartel taking this risk, trying to get drugs deeper and deeper into the American heartland? Take a look at this map here. It shows the 33 different high-intensity drug trafficking areas called HITA for short. What is a HITA? HITAs are regions in the United States that have been designated by the federal government as a serious drug trafficking threat. They get extra federal funding to coordinate different law enforcement efforts, so bringing together local police, sheriffs, the DEA, FBI, and even in some cases the National Guard and local tribal leaders. You likely live next to one of these HITA trafficking corridors without even knowing it. I know I do. I live in New Jersey, right along the I-95 trafficking route that connects the Newark airport and the New Jersey port system all together to New York City. It's just a drug trafficking dream come true for them. The cartels use these highways to transport illicit substances. From the Mexican border, for instance, to Montana. It's a long 1,300 mile or about a 2-day drive if you haul ass. It's risky for them to stay on that road that long, but fentanyl sells for 20 times the price in Montana than it does in Texas. Margins like that mean that you're looking at some of the most profitable smuggling routes in the entire world. Essentially, demand in these isolated towns is much higher than in the big cities, where there's more competition from rival gangs. The U.S. Attorney for Montana, Jesse Losovich, said, "People are surprised. You're as far north as you can get in the United States, and yet we have the cartels here. When drugs get to their destination, their end result, the gangs spreading this deep into the country, there's an estimated 450,000 Americans who've died from opioid overdoses in the last decade. So we know what's at stake here." Lovely old Colorado Springs has become an unlikely flashpoint because it lies along I-25, which is a crucial north-south corridor that connects Mexico to the United States and Canada. Like many of these locations we're talking about today, it's one of the most naturally beautiful cities in the American West, often described as where the plains meet the Rockies. The DEA conducted a massive raid on an illegal nightclub in the city. It led to the arrest of people with drugs tied to the Sinaloa cartel. They're discovering something counterintuitive in the interior of America. Special agent in charge of the DEA Rocky Mountain Division, Jonathan Pullen, said, quote, "I actually thought we would seize less. I thought with the border being tighter, we'd see smaller seizures. I was wrong. We have seized so much fentanyl this year. We think there may be some stockpiling happening on the U.S. side from the Mexican cartels, and that's why we're seeing such large amounts right now." To better understand this new nationwide crackdown, I spoke with former DEA agent Chris Feisel, who was stationed in Miami in the 1980s. He fought against the cartel there. He was stationed in Colombia and investigated the Cali cartel. Chris was even portrayed in the show Narcos.
As demand increases, obviously you're going to have more supply. Drug trafficking organizations are constantly changing, right? They're constantly probing. They're looking for weaknesses. They're looking for ways to circumvent. They've learned from the best, man. They'll get copies of the indictment. They'll see what happened in court.
Authorities first established the HIDTA program in 1988, and originally it was just the border states. In 1996, the government added the Rocky Mountain HIDTA division as the drug problem stretched further inland. This is where the interdiction teams get to work. And by interdiction, that basically means to disrupt, destroy, capture, or essentially cut off the cartel's capability to successfully operate. This is one of the main routes deeper into Middle America here. Patrolling this highway is Collin County Sheriff Jim Skinner. He said this is extraordinarily dangerous work. We've seen the cartels working in ways we've never seen before. And to that point, one of his deputies stopped the subject who was carrying 14 kilos of cocaine on the highway. Instead of being captured alive, the drug runner pulled out his pistol and started firing at the deputy. A full-on firefight broke out. The officer returned fire and killed the gang member. He narrowly avoided being killed himself. His bulletproof vest and gun holster were hit by return fire from the cartel member. So why do these cartel smugglers choose to shoot it out with authorities instead of being arrested?
Some of these people we've talked to, they think that they're getting ripped off, right? Things are happening so fast. When it comes time to take these people down, these guys panic. They think they're getting ripped off. Some of them are worried that if they lose the product, they're going to be responsible for it, and they're going to be on the hook with the drug trafficking organization.
To understand that better, I read a first-hand account titled Interceptors, The Untold Fight Against the Mexican Cartels, written by Matthew Thomas, who was on a SWAT interdiction team for 2 decades, tasked with finding cartel smugglers in the border state of Arizona. According to him, today's sicarios publicly execute not only their enemies, but also one another for failures. They cut off their own cartel members' heads and then hang the corpses from an overpass for all to see. Naturally, some of these smugglers fear reprisals for losing a massive haul of drugs that are worth millions of dollars, so they decide it's better to go down fighting than end up at the mercy of the gang leadership. They've seized over 40,000 firearms throughout HIDTA, which is an indication of the amount of armed traffickers that they face on the highways. Matthew Thomas, the former SWAT officer in Arizona, explains how interdiction is a lot different in the vast, open borders than on the choke points of the highways. So there are 6 ports at the international border in Arizona where there are hundreds of miles of open, remote desert. Once the cartel reaches a major city through Interstate 8, they hide their product in local houses that the cartel owns. Then they're transferred by another vehicle to a major city like Phoenix to what are called trap houses, where the product is distributed.
That when we would raid some of these stash houses where they were storing large amounts of money or cocaine, we would find these manuals, and it was basically entitled How to Run and Maintain a Stash House. And when you go through this manual, and it was very thick, it was like a corporate manual that when you go to work At IBM, they give you, okay, these are the rules and the policies. No loud parties. Cut your grass. Talk to your neighbors every day. Don't drive a flashy car. The stash houses were all rented, so if the DEA came and did a search warrant and seized the house, you couldn't seize it because you'd have to give it back to the rightful owner.
That's so creepy that they have like these lists of how to be a normal human and not appear like you're selling thousands of dollars of drugs in the suburbs.
Honestly, that shit tracks, bro. Every plug I had in San Diego, every person I worked with, distribute, like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody I worked with in San Diego, really normal people, bro. My acid plug, very normal ass nigga, bro. You know what I mean? But these people are moving.
Here, interdiction is a reconnaissance mission. Thomas and his team were armed with M4s, night vision goggles, body armor, and often so are the cartel. The cartels even have scouts that are positioned on high ground throughout the Arizona valleys and plateaus. The SWAT teams have their own long-range observation outposts that coordinate with helicopters and drones with thermal vision overhead. They look for suspicious vehicles coming up from the Mexican border, and once they find the smugglers, they interdict them by throwing flashbangs that are extremely loud and noisy, and then they use that distraction to arrest them. Something that surprised me was that cartels even run logistics like a paramilitary force. Resupply vehicles go through Arizona's desert roads like battlefield convoys. Inside these cartel resupply Logi trucks, they're stocked full of black duffel bags that are loaded with everything an operative might need for days off the grid. Food, batteries, alcohol, smokes, burner phones, radios, camping gear, fresh clothes, and of course, weapons and ammunition. These vehicles stop at key waypoints that are along the smuggling corridors, and they drop off care packages like Narco Amazon Prime for the cartel members that are going to be going through there later. And here's where it gets maddening. For years, law enforcement would catch these drivers red-handed that were driving these logistics trucks, but they couldn't do much about it because technically they weren't committing a clear crime. They weren't holding drugs, they weren't crossing the border illegally, they were just dropping bags off in the desert like one does on a Tuesday afternoon. But these guys, they're the lifeblood of the smuggling operations. Prosecutors felt that they didn't have enough to go after them though. So most got deported, no charges, no jail, just rinse and repeat, they'd be back later that year. But now, everything's shifting. Federal authorities are changing tactics. They're going after the supply chains themselves. That means hammering down on the logistics networks, the drop points, the runners, the scouts, not just the kingpins and the coyotes. And that's where the term interior enforcement comes up. It starts popping up all over with interdiction. I noticed this buzzword of interior arrests, interior enforcement. It shows up in DHS reports and press briefings. Law enforcement is pushing deeper into the interior of the country, into states like Utah, Colorado, and Montana that we've been talking about. If you want proof of any of this, look no further than what just happened on Friday, May 16, 2025. The Department of Homeland Security officially requested 20,000 Army National Guard soldiers, not for a foreign war, but for immigration enforcement right here at home. And they're not just reinforcing the border, they're going national. Border Patrol agents, which full-on have the word border in their name, are being pulled off the line in places like El Paso and being reassigned into cities and suburbs across America. It's a massive operational pivot to the heartland. But why? Because interior arrests are way harder than catching someone climbing over a fence. It takes more intelligence, more time, more bodies, more sources, and more manpower to conduct an interior operation. But ICE isn't the only federal agency getting new marching orders. Other parts of the national security apparatus are shifting focus too. The CIA, for example, is quietly stepping up its role in the drug war. According to a Washington Post article, they reported that the CIA Director John Ratcliffe is evaluating plans to share more intelligence with regional governments, train local narcotics units, and possibly conduct other covert actions. From where I am, increasingly it looks like the US government is waging counter-terrorism style operations inside their own borders against these gangs. And that's what you hear when you read all of these agencies talking about their contributions. They say, hey, we learned a lot when we were in Iraq and Afghanistan. Why don't we use it against the cartels now? It's fascinating to see these comparisons. Reading through police documents, As one does on a normal Tuesday, I saw that the hid to system on the map makes everything clear. Or maybe that's just me because maps they're very consistent to me. The natural geography is the only thing that makes sense in my life anymore. I can see how America's drug epidemic has spread like cancer that has metastasized along the lifeblood of the nation's economy. The highway, the arteries of my country. Over $18 trillion worth of goods are transported through the United States highways and railroads each year. Just a mind-boggling scale. The U.S. interstate itself, that highway system, is insane. It spans 48,000 miles long, making it one of the longest continuous highway networks in the entire world. And us Americans, we love our vehicles, and hating public transit is maybe the one single thing we can all agree on at this point. Nothing brings people together more than mutual hate. According to the DEA report, thousands of products are commingled with legitimate trade goods along tractor trailers and along these routes that we're just talking about. These commercial routes are the perfect camouflage. And once the drugs are deep inland in the American deep heartland, they fracture and infect smaller cities and rural towns, overwhelming local law enforcement. Stephen Crawford, for instance, the chief of the Narcotics Bureau for the Montana Division, said virtually 100% of the methamphetamine and fentanyl that we get comes from Mexico. When I get the question, how much of that is cartel related? All of it. Evidence of this comes from this court document that I dug up for the arrest of a man named Ricardo Ramos Medina. He's a Sinaloa-affiliated smuggler. And these documents reveal that Medina regularly transported narcotics along a route through San Diego to a distribution network in Montana. This is until he was caught in March 2020 in the single largest drug bust in the history of the state. They found 2 pounds of pure meth, more than enough to keep an entire town of people sky high for days. Investigators arrested a number of others associated with the cartel smuggling network, but they had already brought hundreds of thousands of fentanyl pills into the countryside. But how is the cartel responding to all of this new government tomfoolery against them? The New York Times released an article by journalists Natalie Ketroff and Paulina Vallejos, where they're actually in Mexico right now, and they had the balls to speak to actual cartel leadership. A high-ranking member of the Sinaloa cartel told them, "You can't be calm, you can't even sleep, because you don't know when they'll catch you. The most important thing now is to survive," end quote. That's from a cartel member saying that. And to me, that sounds like fear, at least for this moment. I mean, who wouldn't be afraid of a missile from America being sent right to your teeth?
Each organization learns from the prior cartel's mistakes, right? The Cali cartel learned a great deal from Medellin. The Medellin cartel, they declared war on the government. They were assassinating, presidential candidates, the Minister of Justice, judges, attacking the PALs, blowing up the Avianca flight, right? So the Cali cartel said, you know what? We don't want any of that. We don't want that heat. We don't want that pressure. We're just going to be much more low key, and instead of killing officials, we're going to bribe officials, right? We're going to pay everybody to get them on our side.
According to them, a cartel leader is planning on how to avoid American military strikes by rarely leaving his home and shutting down most of his drug labs that he's in control of, which sounds very similar to my life. I rarely ever leave my home either. This follows a massive crackdown by Mexican authorities across the border, where they just sent dozens of cartel operatives to face justice in the United States. It's being called a clear sign from our partners in the South that they have an appetite to bring the fight to the cartels. The cartel response so far has been to sell off property and fire unessential personnel. They're doing this to try to make up for lost income from losses of fentanyl trade that have happened recently. Other cartel members at times interviewed said that they were investing money in advanced equipment to detect American government drones. Instead of retaliation that many feared, it appears like the cartel are sticking their hands in the sand and they're going to try to wait this out, a la what the Taliban did, I guess. They're just trying to lay low while things are this hot. But there's always two sides to every sword. Cracking down on the cartels that we all can agree we hate isn't without its consequences. There are reports of families with children who are U.S. citizens being deported. Mistakes are being made with these deportations.
President Trump's immigration crackdown is intensifying. The White House says it's considering suspending habeas corpus. That's the constitutional right, allowing people to challenge their detention in court.
So, however, 62% of Americans believe and support the mass deportations. Even 53% of the Hispanic population favors these deportations. If I had to guess, it's because their communities are hit the hardest by these criminal elements. Who else is going to want to fully eliminate the cartels than the Hispanic population whose brothers, fathers, whose families are being threatened by the gangs the most? Interdiction can't just be physically chasing down every cartel member, though. In order to go for total elimination, you need to go after their money, and that's where Operation Cash Out comes in. It's a new DEA operation. It's a strategy that revolves around close cooperation with hundreds of banks in the Rocky Mountain region. I'll say this, now that I've started my own business, I've seen how this works. My bank has asked me maybe a dozen times if I'm an international drug dealer because I have someone who works for me in Colombia that I wire money to. But it's like they always say, follow the money, because DEA agents tracked a coke deal in Memphis to Chinese gangster named Shi Ji Li. This led to a network of couriers in Chicago's Chinatown. Lee recruited immigrants who didn't speak much English, so they'd be harder to identify. The multi-year investigation of Lee and his money laundering network led to disturbing links between the Sinaloa cartel and members of the Chinese Communist Party. Two strange bedfellows, I must say. Former FBI counterintelligence specialist Frank Montoya said, quote, "We suspected a Chinese ideological and strategic motivation behind the drug and money activity to fan the flames of hate and division. The Chinese have seen the advantages of the drug trade. If fentanyl helps them and hurts this country, why not?" According to the DEA, Chinese money is the #1 underwriter of transnational criminal organizations. But in order to stop the cartel from destroying the heartland of America, hard power has to be combined with soft power. The one thing these interdiction teams cannot combat is America's seemingly unquenchable thirst for illegal substances. The officers do their part to stop the supply, but many of them, I've read their testimonials, and they openly acknowledge that departments also need to do extensive education on the dangers of substances, and more resources need to be put into improving mental health for those struggling with addiction. If we want to, quote-unquote, fully eliminate these criminal gangs, we're going to also need to look in the mirror and change our drug demand to reduce that supply. As much as the cartels seem to be on a rising tide all around, the combined efforts of law enforcement across the 4 states of the Rocky Mountain are having an effect. Rocky Mountain HITSA seized a combined 3 million pills of fentanyl, more than ever before. What this all amounts to is the United States is no longer just playing defense. It's going on offense from the Rocky Mountains to the Midwest, hunting the cartels, intercepting carriers, and tracking stash houses. It's part of a coordinated effort with ICE that has accelerated deportations and seen the DEA embedding deeper into HITSA zones. Will they be able to fully eliminate the cartel? And at what cost would that mean to taxpayers and in blood? It appears we're going to find out. Thank you guys for watching. First merch drop, the Total Elimination Cartel t-shirt, available for a limited time. Go to cappyarmy.com, hit merch to get yours today. Be sure to check out Chris Feisel's new book that's coming out soon after Escobar. There's going to be a link in the description.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're going overboard. There's something so crazy about the idea of uncontacted tribes. There are many known to reside in places like the Amazon rainforest, as well as many other places of the world. People in these communities maintain their traditional way of life, living without the use of technology. And in fact, some tribes have survived for thousands of years on their own. There is, however, a darker side to this. Many people go out of their way to interfere with the lives of these tribespeople, and they get fucking burned, dude. Maybe literally. I know they get stabbed a lot or shot with arrows, you know? Uncontacted tribes are susceptible to all sorts of diseases, seeing as they've not benefited from modern medical advancements. Making contact with the outside world increases the likelihood of spreading disease outbreaks throughout their community, like influenza or measles. In some cases, these outbreaks have wiped out entire tribes. The tourists face harm as well, as it is common for these indigenous tribes to be protective of their land when faced with outsiders. And in many cases, people have been brutally tortured, murdered, and even cannibalized in an attempt to make contact with them. Without further ado, today we're going to be talking about some of the reasons why you don't contact the uncontacted tribes. You know, these are little curious cases of some of, mostly religious. It's going to be a lot of religious people going in and trying to say hello. I don't know. Spread the good word, and the good word was not meant to be spread. Of course, starting off with the YouTuber who gave Diet Coke to an indigenous tribe. That'd rot your stomach out if you've never had Diet Coke before. You see what that shit does to pennies?
Be yummy.
Oh, I like it! Recently, an American YouTuber named Makalio Victorio Politalikov was arrested for interfering with the Sentinelese tribe. The Sentinelese live on the North Sentinel Island, a small island that resides in the Indian Ocean. They are known as the most isolated indigenous people in the world, with a total population estimated to be around 150 people. They aggressively reject any sort of outside contact, partly fearing that it will result in diseases that can take out their entire tribe. There are even photographs of the Sentinelese shooting arrows at helicopters whenever they encroach on their land. On some occasions, they have been friendlier towards people approaching them with gifts, like Diet Coke. Here, or a PS3, Xbox 360 and PS3, that's all you need. In many cases, however, outsiders were met with hostility. Like in 2006, a fishing boat had drifted to the island while the men inside were asleep. They were hacked to death with axes, and their bodies were reportedly hooked onto bamboo stakes as a warning to pass the boats. Didn't have Diet Coke. If they would have found Diet Coke in the boat, it would have been a different story. Polyclov, the 24-year-old influencer, planned to take a GoPro with him to the island in order to make an offering and get some good content out of the situation. A little GoPro, bring a little Diet Coke, get some good content. The math was there. He prepared an inflatable boat and set out on this journey by himself. His offering consisted of a coconut and a can of Diet Coke.
The coconut seems insulting.
I'll tell you what sounds even more insulting. One Diet Coke for 150 people. Motherfucker couldn't bring a 12-pack. Using his binoculars, he scanned the island upon his arrival. He expected a horde of Sentinelese to be waiting on the shores. He blew a whistle to get their attention, but to no avail. He then stepped onto the shore to grab sand samples and leave his offerings before returning home. As soon as he made it back to the port, he was arrested. It is considered illegal to visit the island or even be within 3 miles of it, because they want to protect it from the outside influence that can destroy their way of life. Further investigation proved that Polyakov had more previous attempts to visit the island in the past. After an appearance in court, he may carry a prison sentence for many years with a lot of heavy fines. Which also, if you've heard nothing from this place besides people getting axed,
From the depths of the Cold War to the modern conflict in Ukraine, I dug through these congressional testimonies and newly declassified CIA documents, so you don't have to end up on a watch list. In this iceberg format video, we're going to start with the crazy missions, and then get into the absolutely buck wild insane ones. The way American Special Operations work is each of the 7 groups have their own region that they specialize in. 10th Group has specialized in the defense of Europe since they were created in 1952. Their original mission was to conduct partisan warfare deep behind enemy lines if the Soviet Union ever invaded into Western Europe. Because of this unique mission set, they're unlike any other Special Forces unit. They were given fake identities and cover stories to hide their true background, the kind of tradecraft you'd normally see in a CIA officer. They were required to learn Russian, get really into European culture, and start smoking cigs. By 2021, US Special Forces were present in 33 out of 44 European countries. A full 11% of the Special Forces were deployed to Europe, many of them 10th Group guys. General Clark, the former chief of U.S. Special Operations Command, said our SOF have partnered with European allies since before 2014, focused on building resistance networks. But that is not just in the Baltics, that's through the rest of Europe. When General Clark was saying the rest of Europe, I think he was possibly hinting at a place called Ukraine. where we're only just now starting to learn the true extent of American clandestine missions. In 2014, Russia annexed Crimea and started arming separatist movements inside Ukraine. A lot of people don't know this, but in response, the 10th Group U.S. Special Forces sent a 150-man-sized company on the ground inside Ukraine. And they weren't just there to party in Eastern Europe and drink the forbidden absinthe. No, we'll see they had a big tactical impact. When I was researching this episode, trying to find information on US Black Ops missions in Europe, I noticed something annoying. The search engine prioritized paid results to the point where I had to skip to freaking page 3 to find anything genuinely useful. That's the initial reason why I reached out to FreeSpoke to sponsor this episode, and they agreed. FreeSpoke prioritizes relevant information. They also provide unbiased search results, giving me a rating of each publication's leaning, whether it's left, right, or center. They're not prioritizing some hidden agenda. Look, I'm always typing into the internet looking up stuff on bombs, CIA kill teams. That 100% has put me on some type of government watch list. But not anymore, because unlike big tech, FreeSpoke respects your privacy, so your browsing history is private, and you're not getting bombarded with targeted ads. It even gives me the power to search through independent media sources like podcasts. FreeSpoke is giving my viewers 25% off your annual subscription by using my promo code CAPPY25, which gets you 25% off your annual subscription. The link is in the description under the video. That's CAPPY25 to get 25% off. Start using a search engine that helps promote independent media, voices like my own, and will save you an enormous amount of time on research and work. In February 2022, U.S. Special Forces 10th Group was actually on the ground in Ukraine, in the capital city of Kyiv. They were training their Ukrainian counterparts in how to use sensitive items like Javelin and Stinger missiles to defend themselves. They actually helped train them on new reconnaissance and attack drone tactics. And according to SOCOM themselves, they helped train ultimately 27,000 Ukrainian soldiers. These SF guys were probably thinking to themselves, like most training events, that a Russian attack was never going to really happen and they were wasting their time. But for the first time ever, the meme "nothing ever happens" was wrong, because that's when U.S. Colonel Lucas Van Antwerp got word from his higher-ups that there was solid intelligence Russia was going to actually invade. He was ordered to get American troops and officials out of the country fast to avoid direct contact with incoming Russian soldiers, because that could lead to World War III. Colonel von Antwerp was tasked with quickly racing to evacuate, close the American embassy in the capital. They destroyed sensitive materials and blew up communication devices. They blew up computer servers to prevent them from falling into Russian troops' hands if Kyiv were to fall. It was a full-on smash run. This is exactly the kind of politically sensitive diplomatic mission that the 10th Group was trained for. 2 months later, another Western Special Operations mission took place on Ukrainian soil, the details of which were only just recently revealed last month. In April 2022, a convoy of unmarked military vehicles drove through the tight city streets of Kyiv. The convoy picked up 2 Ukrainian men who were in plainclothes, and they looked unassuming, but behind that, they were 2 of Ukraine's highest-ranking top military generals. Heavily armed British special forces wearing regular non-uniform clothing provided security for this convoy in Kyiv. That means that SAS commandos were only a few clicks away from where Russian positions were at the time. They drove 400 miles west to Poland across the border. Once there, these 2 Ukrainian generals jumped on a cargo plane and flew to U.S. Army European Command in Germany. When they arrived, they met American CIA officers. They worked closely together to plan a campaign against Russian forces. The details and extent of this cooperation were not fully known until now, because this mission was one of the most closely guarded secrets of the entire war in Ukraine. The top American general in charge of this black op was a man named General Donahue. Donahue was already a legend in the clandestine world. He fought alongside CIA hit teams in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and Syria. This guy's the real-life Jack Ryan, or Reacher, whichever you're more into sexually. His job was to create a team codenamed Task Force Dragon. For the next 3 years, this Task Force Dragon, their assignment was to guide Ukrainian missiles and artillery onto Russian targets. If that doesn't shock you, it should. Because officially and publicly, American intelligence aid was limited to not providing any information that could quote-unquote reasonably lead to lethal consequences. U.S. intelligence called the Russian locations points of interest instead of calling them targets, so as to be less provocative. That's maybe the most classic Pentagon speak I've ever heard in my life. Sir, look at this fascinating point of interest that I found, where an entire Russian platoon is assembling in the open in that tree line over there. Would be a real shame if something happened to them, sir. The United States military's goal was to help Ukraine defend itself because they wanted to offset that major numerical advantage held by Russian troops. And there were numerous examples revealed by US officials just recently that spoke to the Times that American satellite networks identified Russian officers' location, their hideout, and then Ukraine sent a missile blowing that target up. Sorry, I meant point of interest, blowing that point of interest up. American commanders in Europe provided coordinates that were sent on a secure computer network that even displayed what priority the points of interest were. It was like a government-sanctioned hit list. General Donahue would reportedly say to his Ukrainian counterparts, "Don't worry about how we found out, just trust when you shoot, it will hit, and you'll like the results. And if you don't like the results, tell us, we'll make it better," end quote. That's the kind of white glove service I would kill for, and they were killing for. The US intelligence was even on a small unit level, where General Donahue would reportedly tell Ukrainian infantry units which houses they were empty in front of them that they were cleared to go up and advance to. It was basically the first war done remotely through Zoom. This would be the perfect place for a VPN advertisement. Don't want the Kremlin knowing you're sending targeting data to Ukraine? Use code CAPPY for 10% off your military-grade VPN. But on the real, how were they getting such spicy intel? It's likely has something to do with the presence of Western special forces that were on the ground in Ukraine. This is now undisputed common knowledge because of an April 2023 leak which showed that 14 U.S. Special Forces were in Ukraine, which is about the size of one A-team detachment. This was part of a wider intelligence leak done by a U.S. Air National Guard soldier in a Discord channel. Look, if there's any Chinese or Russian Air National Guard troops that want to leak intelligence to me, feel free to do it on our Discord server. But that airman was later sentenced to 15 years for leaking those documents. What the documents didn't confirm was the location of where those Green Berets were in Ukraine, although officials later claimed it was at the embassy in Kyiv. However, just in March 2025, the Times revealed that for the past 3 years, the U.S. government authorized numerous clandestine operations, including dispatching American military advisors with authorization to travel close to the front lines, which probably shouldn't surprise us because Chinese military advisors are reportedly also going near the front line too. It's a big learning experience for everyone. It's a nice old field trip. Everyone's gooning right now in this proxy war, being right on the absolute edge. We know Russian FSB has been operating deep in Western Europe on sabotage missions. It doesn't really surprise me that both sides, which are nuclear powers, are using this kind of alternative third option that's easy for them for plausible deniability and to deny it even happened. The Russians intercepted and publicly released communications in 2024 between high-level German government and military officials. In those recordings, they were talking about British special forces on the ground in Ukraine helping to operate Storm Shadow cruise missiles. Everyone lost their shit when they heard about this. The UK Prime Minister at the time confirmed part of this story when he said that a small number of British Army personnel supporting the armed forces of Ukraine were there, but that they didn't have any plans for a large-scale deployment, end quote. He didn't go as far as to say that they were helping with missile strikes. The American intelligence leak showed that 50 British commandos were on the ground in Ukraine, enough for a Storm Shadow party. When I was in Kyiv, I heard rumors of British and French special forces operating close to the front early in the war during the invasion. My fixer, my guide, told me a story of how he saw French soldiers advising defensive positions when the Russians were closing in on Kyiv. At the time, I thought it was just rumor, hearsay, he said, she said. But these new reports verify some of these details. I think that's part of the fascinating thing about clandestine missions in Europe and on this continent. Because unlike in the Middle East, the Pacific, or Africa, US soldiers who are stationed somewhere in Europe live a relatively familiar life in a city that probably isn't that different from the city they grew up at back home, except there's a lot more 80s music playing in the cafes, but other than that, it's not that exotic. The next U.S. Black Ops CIA officers recently disclosed a network of 12 bases that they built and funded in Ukraine. And I'm not going to bury the lead here, guys. This is absolutely as insane as it sounds, and I was blown away when I read about it. These bases were equipped by the CIA and created close to the front lines. This way, they could intercept Russian communications and monitor the spy satellites passing overhead. The story from earlier, you remember about the targeting team in Europe, the Dragon targeting team? I think a lot of their information came from this network that we're going to talk about. They would send coordinates for missile strikes and track Russian troop movements from here. These were located deep in the forest in the region of Donetsk, and their entrances were hidden underground. In them, a whole team of Ukrainian intelligence soldiers worked away, and they first were stood up in 2014 by the CIA right after Russia annexed Crimea. They were designed to prevent future actions like that from taking place, or at least to mitigate them. I know a lot of it sounds like tinfoil hat conspiracy plots, but it comes straight from the lips of the CIA officers themselves. I don't know why I said lips. It sounded like I'm thinking about kissing the CIA. I'm not. This is information that they passed on publicly to the New York Times, which tells us that they likely wanted the Russians to know this information because they don't care if I know it. These outposts near the Russian border were used as staging areas for infiltration missions inside Russia by Ukraine. You remember how the embassy was evacuated by US Special Forces? Yeah, at that same time, the CIA officers were the only Americans authorized to stay on post at these remote bases while the Russian invasion took place. According to Ivan Bakanov, former head of the SBU, he said, quote, "Without them, there would have been no way for us to resist the Russians or beat them," end quote. Starting in 2016, the CIA helped to train an elite team of Ukrainian commandos called Unit 2245. The US government gave strict orders to not kill any Russians with their training. So, of course, the Ukrainians immediately started killing Russians with their training. They blew up Arsen Pavlov. He was a soldier in the occupied Donetsk region, an officer, and they killed him with a bomb. They used a remote-controlled unmanned shoulder-fired rocket launcher to kill a Russian-backed commander in another occupied territory. We saw several assassinations inside Moscow, for instance. And when the CIA heard about this, they bugged out because they were worried it would mean retaliation from Russia. This led to the Ukrainian leader of the unit being fired, and the Russians returned with a car bomb that killed the 2245's commander, Colonel Shaplov. Killed him on his way to see and meet with his CIA counterparts. If I put on my regular infantryman thinking cap, here's how I'd break down the geopolitical situation that special forces are facing in Europe. After World War II, the US pumped Europe full of cash and security guarantees to rebuild it into a wall of friendly democracies. During the Cold War, they kept their defense budgets up, but once the Soviet Union threat faded, a lot of them hit the brakes on spending. The main fear has always been the same, getting steamrolled from the East and handed a government that they didn't vote for. That's why so many countries sprinted to join NATO in the 1990s. Nobody wanted to end up back under Moscow's boot, but from the Russians' point of view, NATO creeping around closer and closer looked like a threat from their perspective, so they claim they're just pushing back. And now here we are again, on the edge, watching tanks and borders like it's 1985 all over again. So for the next story, let's go back to where it all started in the Cold War, when the US and Soviet Union were waging a secret undercover war against one another around the world. This is the story of Operation Valuable, which was the CIA's first ever paramilitary operation that I know of in 1949, just 2 years after their creation. It took place in the small nation of Albania, in southern Europe, which had suffered greatly under Nazi occupation in World War II and was now governed by a Soviet-backed Enver Hoxha. Together with the British MI6, Italian, and Greek intelligence services, the CIA planned to gather hundreds of Albanians that had been scattered across Europe during World War II, train them in guerrilla warfare techniques, and then infiltrate them into Albania to sow discord and build a popular resistance front against the dictator's rule. NATO was concerned the Soviets were secretly building a submarine base, and that Albania could be used against NATO forces in the event of a full invasion of Europe. According to the Italian naval intelligence, the Albanian dictator was unpopular and the people were looking to rebel anyways. At a minimum, the operation aimed to create so much conflict within Albania that the Soviet construction there would be halted and they wouldn't be able to send aid to other communist groups in neighboring countries. But the grand prize was to overthrow the entire regime. The top-secret operation created the template for some of the tinfoil hat government toppling that we recognize today. The first recruits for the operation started training in July 1949 on the island of Malta. In the first set of 9, they landed on the Albanian coastline using a Greek fishing boat. The group split into two teams and moved to link up with resistance groups near the city of Vlora, but they didn't get very far before Albanian security forces discovered one of the teams. 3 were killed in the gun battle, and the 5th team member went AWOL, abandoning the mission. The second team was more successful, completing their assignment and sneaking across the Greek border to safety. Despite this setback, the planners at the CIA and MI6 kept sending teams of trained insurgents for more than 2 years, often accompanied in person by commandos from the intelligence agencies. Over 7,500 Albanian operatives and 2,500 US or British officers participated in Operation Valuable over the course of its 5-year lifespan. But most of these infiltrations failed before making it past their landing zone because government security forces intercepted the teams, or they were turned into double agents within the resistance cells that they were supposed to meet. The planners tried everything: seaborne landings, parachute insertions, CIA-piloted cargo planes, infiltration by land, yet nothing seemed to get past the tight grip of the security forces. It seemed a little bit sus. Operation Valuable agents had a tough time finding anyone within the country willing to aid an insurgency against them. No revolt came to pass, and the agents suffered heavy losses in shootouts or arrests, with the security forces and the police in Albania. 300 against them. No revolt came to pass, and the agents suffered heavy losses in shootouts or arrests, with the security forces and the police in Albania. 300 CIA and MI6 were killed or captured over the course of this mission. As it turns out, one of the big reasons that the Albanian security forces were so suspiciously good at their job was they had help from the inside. MI6 liaison Kim Philby was a secret Soviet spy that was recruited by the KGB back in 1934. Philby is actually one of the most infamous Soviet spies of the entire Cold War. He used his position in Washington to pass along secret info from both the US and UK to the Soviets for decades, and he wasn't uncovered until 1963. As for Operation Valuable, the infiltration teams were betrayed before ever getting foot in Albania thanks to this double agent. It ensured that the Albanian government was always a step ahead. While the operation failed in bringing down the fall of the communist government in Albania, CIA officers still managed to gather some intelligence from behind the Iron Curtain, while both the CIA as an institution and individual officers gained crucial experience that would lead to much more success throughout the Cold War later. But this next story is actually terrifying to think that it was given the go-ahead by several top military officers. I first learned about this story of Operation Greenlight from one of the hosts from the podcast Team House, Jack Murphy, in his book We Defy. I got a lot of this research from that source, so I highly recommend you grab it online. Full credit to Jack. In 1983, a U.S. Special Forces team pulled up to an airfield in Pope Air Force Base, North Carolina. They were greeted by 2 men in black suits. They looked like feds who had no flags or identifying patches. They were fully redacted. It was some top secret, spooky, secret squirrel type shit. This is when things got weird though, because 3 more trucks pulled up with a whole heavily armed security team carrying a special piece of equipment. The SF team recognized the device immediately. They knew it intimately. These guys had trained on it obsessively for months, knowing its details by heart. It was the 60-pound Special Atomic Demolition Unit, or a euphemism for a backpack-sized tactical nuclear device, the SATM. When detonated, it exploded a .02 kiloton, which is a much smaller explosive than other nuclear devices, but that's like saying it's only a little terribly powerful. The Green Berets noticed there was no inert sticker on it like the ones that they had trained on. It appeared to be a live nuclear weapon. There was no time to nope out of there. They were given orders by men in black suits to load up their parachutes and prepare to drop behind enemy lines. They got in a cargo plane with the nuke and took off. Once airborne and 3 hours into their trip, they were given orders to blow up a strategic location, a piece of infrastructure in Cuba. Their target was a dam, one of the country's largest hydroelectric dams in Cuba. The aircraft pulled off a combat maneuver, flying 500 feet above the ground to avoid enemy radar. The team jumped out of the aircraft once they were near their target, point of interest. And once they got there, they were strapped to a literal nuclear device. This means that one of the soldiers was falling towards the Earth at terminal velocity at one point with a nuke, and only some strings and cloth parachuting preventing the world's worst ever burn-in. Once they safely landed on the ground, they started to move toward the coordinates of their target dam. They set the timer, which was preset for 60 minutes. That's about how long you want to cook your nuke. However, they expected to remain with the bomb for as long as possible to make sure sure that they weren't discovered. No thank you, I'm not going down with the ship. None of this was made easier by the fact that the bomb's fuses weren't accurate, because the creators of the bomb designed it in a rush to miniaturize the nuke, and this tech from the 1960s meant that the fuse could be off by several minutes. We're not microwaving a burrito here. We need more precision when it comes to nuclear weapons than few minutes, give or take. The backpack nuke's fuse was based on pure vibes. Before the team could worry about any of that, though, that's when out of nowhere, headlights came out from these vehicles, and an officer came out and started shouting, "Endex, Endex, Endex," which if you've ever been on a training mission before, you know that means mission over, this notional event has ended. That's like the safe word in the military. Index is how you stop playing around. It turns out the whole mission was taking place in America, in New Mexico, not in Cuba. So at that moment, I would ask for 50% PTSD rating. This was a government-sanctioned gaslight operation to fool these Special Forces operators into thinking it was a real-world event. A bunch of lab techs and officers came out and asked these troops a bunch of questions. This was Operation Greenlight, which was an actual U.S. military plan from 1962 to 1986, and many of their targets were in Europe behind Soviet lines. Stephen Bush was part of the 10th Group's Green Light team, and he said that the dams were a big target for them, that they planned to hit military industry capacity, train yards, and mountain passes, and these targets that they chose tell us a lot, and it was designed to slow down a Soviet assault. It's likely these questions from the suits that they were asking, they were trying to gauge if the 10th Group soldiers actually had the discipline to go through with these orders. There was a lot of questions about whether or not, when push came to shove, if troops would actually arm the device and take it off, given its consequences. NATO forces consider themselves to be so numerically overpowered in the region that their plan was to go full Fallout 4 on the Fulda Gap. The US military created 300 of these nuke backpacks to be used throughout the world. And the part that's really wild to me is that their plans, a lot of them didn't even have an exfiltration part to it. And that wasn't even out of being lazy. What it meant was that it was assumed to be a one-way trip, probably. When I was a private in the Army, sometimes I felt expendable, but I thought Green Berets weren't tossed aside like that. To add to the trauma response, these assignments were kept secret for decades, and the guys weren't even allowed to tell their families and their wives about what their job was. Thankfully, these weapons were never used, and some of the Green Berets that were interviewed on it thought that it was just a psychological operation to scare the Soviets, and the US military never seriously considered using this tactic. But now that we've been all the way down the rabbit hole, let's do the one that you've all been waiting for, Operation Gladio. This one has the most controversy and conspiracy theories surrounding it. Operation Gladio was a top-secret strategy developed by European countries with the United States, CIA, and NATO allies during the 1940s and through the Cold War. These were the stay-behind forces. Stay-behind forces were covert operators who lived seemingly normal lives in key strategic regions. But if war broke out and friendly forces were overrun, these sleeper cells would activate and spring into action, grabbing bombs and weapons from pre-planned caches stashed around Europe. It only became public knowledge in 1990 when the Italian Prime Minister officially acknowledged that there was a secret stay-behind force that was codenamed Gladio in Italy. This then sparked investigations in France, Germany, Belgium, and many other European countries that revealed similar stay-behind networks. Different NATO countries had their own teams, and Operation Gladio was originally just the code name for the Italian contingent, but that name stuck, and Gladio now refers to the whole network, basically. These disclosures fueled these wild theories over whether these secret units had interfered in domestic politics or if they were involved in false flag operations. U.S. Army Field Manual 30-31B is one of the main pieces of evidence provided for this. The document was leaked to a Turkish newspaper in 1975 originally. It outlines a strategy of conducting attacks that would then be blamed on left-wing, Soviet-aligned groups to then justify government crackdowns against them. The U.S. government said that this document was a hoax that had been contrived and created by the Soviet intelligence agencies and leaked to Turkey. During the Cold War, these kind of stay-behind networks were seen by the public as resistance groups against the threat of the Soviet invasion. But absent that threat, after the Cold War, it was seen as an overreach from intelligence agencies that had gone amok. None of these claims have been definitively proven as far as I know, although from what I could tell, it seems like there certainly were criminal organizations at the very least that found and used some of these old NATO caches for their own nefarious purposes. Since the 1990s, hundreds of these weapon caches with explosive and firearms have been discovered and dismantled around Europe. On one hand, Operation Gladio was a Cold War-era insurance policy against the Soviet Union. On the other hand, it serves as a case study in how secrecy can erode public trust. To this day, the full extent of Gladio's activities remains shrouded in mystery. I can only imagine what we'll find out about how Russians and Western countries, what their intelligence agencies were doing 20 years from now when we have access to the archives maybe. Those are just really, I feel like, scratching the surface of Black Ops in Europe. If you want us to do another on this, if you like this format, hit the like button and subscribe to let us know, and we'll do more of these. It's come to my attention that the US Army has withheld troops' negative feedback on the new XM7 rifle. I got a personal message from a soldier who was part of the weapons trials, and here's what he had to say to me. Every publication seems to be ignoring any of the serious issues with the XM7 platform, and either no one is being objective or they simply have no experience or expertise with the weapon system. The last time I was interviewed, 10 minutes of critiques were erased, and I'm just tired of seeing the XM7 be overhyped when it needs to be fixed. When this soldier was interviewed about the XM7 by some major publications, he gave them a full rundown of its pros and cons. However, to his surprise, only his positive feedback was published. Somewhere along the line, there was a breakdown in communication, and all of his negative feedback was scrubbed and removed from the record. So it turns out, we only got part of the story from Army leadership. I am Joe's complete lack of surprise. This could have happened anywhere along the line. It could have been a public affairs officer trying to do the right thing. It could have been a directive from Big Army, or it could have been an editorial decision at one of these publications. At the end of the day, what happened was it wasn't published. Some evidence that healthy debate is still alive comes from a gigantic bombshell of a story that just dropped. A U.S. Army captain by the name of Brandon Trent just published a scathing, just savage public report on the XM7 where he just tears it apart. He highlights serious performance concerns, even calling it, quote, unfit as a modern service rifle. Listen to the bombs Captain Trent was dropping at the Marine Corps Association.
Does this weapon system increase the lethality of soldiers? The conclusion being it in fact does not, and that it is a tactically outdated concept.
In this video, we're going to look at two things. First, the claims against the performance of the weapon from this 52-page long white paper. And then second, we're going to look at the official response that has come from the weapons manufacturer and the Army themselves. And we'll see what their defense against all this is. It's crazy how fast something can go sideways like this XM7 program. Doesn't matter how solid something looks on the surface, one bad move and everything can change. You guys already know I'm a regular infantryman, not some elite financial guy. But look at the economy right now. We're facing record national debt, inflation that's squeezing American families. That's why I want to introduce you to American Hartford Gold. They help give people real security by helping them protect their savings with physical gold and silver. These are tangible assets that don't just vanish when the market takes a hit. They've got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of 5-star reviews. And right now, if you call them and mention my name, you get up to $15,000 in free silver with your initial purchase. Just call 844-779-0306 or text CAPI to 65532. That's 844-779-0306 or text CAPI to 65532. Or click the link in the description below. This wouldn't be the first time the Army's tried to sweep weapons performance issues under the rug, right? The disastrous rollout of the M16 rifle during the Vietnam War saw negative feedback be outright ignored by Army leadership. The consequences were terrible. Soldiers' M16s jammed in the middle of firefights. Troops had to write letters back home to family and Congress begging them to investigate the M16. This led to a 1967 congressional hearing that revealed leadership knew about the issues all along but buried the negative feedback. A full report found evidence of negligence and disregard for soldier safety. Was history repeating itself? Were we stuck in a loop, I said while looking really pensive and not at all pretentious. The ironic thing is, the M16 actually turned out to be an outstanding weapon after all the errors were fixed. But the only way errors ever get fixed is when we're not afraid of a little bit of negative feedback. That's why Captain Trent published this paper, to hopefully get this system improved. It's a 52-page long thesis that I read so you don't have to. Unless you want to, the show notes are all on cappyarmy.com. But during his 10 months of research, Captain Trent heard reports of accuracy ranging from 3-minute of angle all the way up to 6-minute of angle, which would be a big no bueno sandwich, because the requirement of the XM7 is 4-minute of angle, which basically means you're hitting within a 4-inch circle at 100 meters. Same standard for the M4. However, some troops claim that this wasn't the case, it wasn't that accurate. The soldier I spoke to said that every couple of shots the XM7 rifle fired, it would throw around wildly, randomly far off course.
Things are going to come out one way or the other, and it's better that any vulnerabilities come out in the early adoption process than when everyone already has the rifle and you're in combat and all of a sudden you're taking way more casualties than you should. And that's why the soldier feedback is very essential. And you can still, kind of couch it in a way that doesn't reveal vulnerabilities or anything without feeling like you're censoring soldiers. That's not necessarily what is happening, but that's the impression a lot of soldiers are getting from what it sounds like.
Trent states that the XM7's relatively short barrel of 13 inches is combined with a muzzle velocity requirement of greater than 3,000 feet per second. This means to achieve that greater velocity, the XM7 has to create higher pressures. So according to his research, there's this immense chamber pressure of over 80,000 psi, pounds per square inch. All that is well and good, but what does it really mean? So it causes dramatically increased wear of the internal components and ammunition. On page 30 of the study, it says that across the population of sample rifles, the author observed degradation of the following components: barrel rifling, bolt, extractor, suppressor locking ring, suppressor itself. The most serious observation the author had was the degradation of the barrel rifling, though. So the report says that they examined weapons that were fired 2,000 rounds through them, and they had degradation of the rifling in the same exact spot, always 4 inches from the muzzle on top portion of the barrel. Trent personally disassembled and inspected a total of 23 XM7 rifles in various stages of wear. Some of them fired 5,000 rounds. All that means, though, is that the accuracy is going to be effective and you potentially won't hit the target far away. It's like my old squad leader used to always say to me: stop missing them. Trent and the source that I spoke to privately both spoke about cases rupturing as well. All of this has reopened a long-running discussion about the fundamental purpose of the Next Generation Squad Weapon program, the reliability of the XM7, and the very nature of modern infantry combat itself. Meanwhile, the Army is about to blow their whole load all over this weapon because the 2025 Army budget document by Big Army shows that they're moving full steam ahead with its plan to purchase these weapons. Take a look at page 189 of the budget. It shows the 111,000 of these new rifles are to be ordered into the arsenal within the next decade. That's basically the Pentagon telling Congress that they plan to move forward with spending this money on the rifles. And to that question about the philosophy of infantry combat, Trent states that he spoke to senior officers of the Ukrainian Special Forces who shared their first-hand experience, and they said, quote, "The ongoing war in Ukraine highlights that the realities of infantry combat have not changed from the past, with most engagements still well below 300 meters. The long-range benefits of the XM7 are rendered tactically irrelevant." That was my nickname in high school, tactically irrelevant. According to troops fighting in Ukraine, the M4's black tip M955 armor-piercing round, that 5.56 round, is able to easily penetrate Russian body armor.
We still yet have to see how it would perform against, let's say, Chinese body armor. That's probably going to have a very different protection level than what the Russians have. I'm also interested to see what it's called the special purpose round for the 6.8 common cartridge, and that's currently all details on that are classified. I even asked SIG while I was at SHOT Show, like, hey, what's the deal with the special purpose round? And they said, we can't talk about it.
On page 33, Trent outlines a major problem with the suppressor system that all troops experienced, he says. So during night shoots, the SLX suppressor begins to glow red hot after just a few magazines are put through it. to the extent that it washes out the helmet-mounted night vision devices used by soldiers. The heat from that SLX suppressor so bad that commercial off-the-shelf suppressor covers haven't been able to mitigate the problem. So what he's talking about is when you wear night vision goggles, they're so sensitive to light that if you have something in front of you that's glowing red, for instance, from heat, it's going to be super hot and just wash out your vision from the night vision goggles. And that's a problem if it can't dissipate heat fast enough and your magazine and it's glowing red hot. I reached out to the people at SIG for comment on this suppressor issue, and here's what one of their employees had to say. I've ran the XM7 under NVGs once before and not run into the issue unless I was going through mags rapidly. Even then, I wouldn't say they were washed out. It is a large caliber with more pressure and heat than the 5.56, but I didn't think it was that much different than similar suppressed setups under NVGs after a lot of rounds. So it sounds like it could be an issue of people not being used to firing suppressors or firing suppressors on a higher caliber weapon. Over the past few months, I've seen troops venting their frustration online, because that's the only place apparently that they can get their voice heard. This soldier's post on a public forum revealed the following highlights about the XM7. When he trained with it, he said, quote, "I've never seen a weapon that have had so many malfunctions, namely failure to extract, eject, even when properly cleaned, and on that adverse gas setting using the general purpose round. Rounds couldn't go through steel targets." He says the Vortex XM157 optic, that fancy computer one, was bad and didn't have enough brightness settings on it so you couldn't clearly see things during the day with it. He details how two-piece ammo casings were blown apart occasionally, and that the casings were stuck and jammed into the XM250 machine gun frequently. Go over to the US Army's official YouTube channel in their newest video on the XM7, and here's the top comment with 209 likes. Talk to individual soldiers without Army cameras pointing at them, and they hate this rifle. My last unit who fielded it last year said it had reliability issues, weighs more than the M4. Less useful rifle that limits our guys' ammunition capacity. It's the M14 all over again. And that's just the tip of the iceberg of what we're going to get into here. So my personal opinion, before we go any further, my take on this, they're not ready for negative feedback to be public on something like this rifle, then they shouldn't have widely tested it with regular troops. There's nothing wrong with keeping things close to the chest with your prototype new weapon. There's nothing wrong with wanting to work out the kinks internally. That's part of operational security. But once you put these weapons into the hand of everyday Joes, and you tell them that this is your new weapon and your life is going to depend on it, and it's going to go into full rate production, you can't start trying to keep information internal at that point. You guys, this isn't the Chinese Communist Party here, where they switch the weapon system on you and you like it or else. Keyholing be damned.
So I think one of the advantages of the U.S. military compared to other militaries out there that are much more hierarchical. Here, the U.S. military welcomes that feedback because as long as it's in an unclassified format, which Captain Trent was very careful to make sure everything is unclassified.
I get that this is a massive weapons procurement contract with a lot riding on it. It has a combined value, including the optics, of over $10 billion over the life of the contract. Once this deal goes through, there's for sure going to be a retired 4-star general out there that's going to get a red Bugatti and some bitches in it. Sorry, I know. Army leadership has never made a procurement mistake before. This would be a history's first if it were to be true. Just ask the M10 Booker and the UCP camouflage. In the immortal words of the general who signed off on that UCP camo, man, them kids. Captain Trent states in his study that the problem with the rifle goes much deeper than simple manufacturing defects or minor tweaks. The study he wrote was his student thesis at Marine Corps Expeditionary Warfare School. He used what I would describe as a data-driven approach, where he had a bunch of spreadsheets, I'm sure, and then he combined historical analysis of how U.S. infantry weapons have evolved over time. He used ballistic tests, modern soldiers' experiences with the XM7 out in the field, plus his own observations of the new rifle's performance during tactical exercises that he was on, that he saw firsthand. That's a huge insight. And officers, he used the word lethality 29 times, modular 5 times, but the way I know he's a good officer is he didn't use the word force multiplier once in the whole paper. Captain Trent's thesis is that the Army made a mistake that they've made before. They evaluated rifles based on static range performance instead of actual combat conditions. On page 3 of the document, he outlines how in the 1950s, the Army fell into this same incorrect philosophy when it adopted the M14. The M14 ended up being their shortest serving rifle with only 7 years. It had a poor reliability due to it being rushed through production processes, but it was also big, heavy with a lot of freaking recoil.
Another lesson that's been pulled out is that the greater volume of fire a squad down to an individual rifleman can produce, the more effective they are at achieving fire superiority, which then enables maneuver on the battlefield and enables success tactically and so on and so forth as you go.
When the XM7 was adopted in 2024, initial reports seemed universally great. The feedback coming in was that it was all good and dandy. Troops liked its higher power round that gave them twice the max range at over 600 meters, but it also had extra recoil. It had all these extra gizmos and gadgets on it that did weigh a bunch more, and for the first time the infantry got suppressors and high-tech fancy ballistic computers. All this sounds legitimately but that doesn't mean that there aren't problems here. The soldier who spoke to me said that it felt like shouting against a wall to get any of the officers or civilians to listen to the very real issues that people were having. My big takeaway there that's surprising is that even the feedback going to the officers above him isn't being listened to, it sounds like. It's one thing if it's going out to the press and they're cutting it from the press, okay, whatever, but it's going to leadership and they're not even paying attention. It must be frustrating to be asked for your feedback and then have your overall point ignored or misrepresented. Sir, maybe someone should look into all these issues with the weapon.
To admit defeat is blasphemy against the Emperor.
You're right. Sorry, don't hurt. But what about being able to suppress the enemy? Trent's report has some incredible insight here because he was actually invited to attend the company live fire with soldiers from the 1st Brigade, 101st Airborne Division. This was the first unit to receive the NGSW, and he saw how over 50 officers, NCOs, and junior soldiers felt about the new weapon system. He had the opportunity to speak with them on the ground and get insight into their experiences with the XM7, unfiltered, unvarnished, and raw. He says that the platoon that the author observed was tasked with providing suppression of the objective in order to enable the maneuver of another platoon in the company. 10 minutes after making contact with the enemy, the volume of fire the platoon was able to output was insufficient. After 15 minutes, the platoon was almost completely out of ammunition for rifles, light machine guns, and medium machine guns. By this point, spare XM7 magazines had already been taken from soldiers not on the firing line, platoon leadership, radio operators, and medics. What this means is they're taking ammo from everyone else and giving it to the frontline soldiers. What this means is there wasn't enough ammo on them because they were down from 210 rounds of the M4 to 140 now.
Learn here is just how to do our job, get good reps in, learn how to move with these weapon systems. And one key thing that I think we should learn from this exercise is how to conserve ammo, given that our universal basic load is significantly lower.
Imagine what it would be like in a future state-on-state conflict. It would be unlikely that the infantry company would be able to have constant logistical supply of fresh ammo that's needed. Meanwhile, a complete unloaded XM7 rifle issued to soldiers, he put it on an actual scale, and it was 13.2 pounds, which is significantly heavier than even the Vietnam-era M14. According to Trent, while watching training events, he saw soldiers physically unable to hold up their XM7 rifles for more than a few moments because of the weight. Get good, guys, get swole, go to the gym if you want to have the XM7. So the problem is, if you were in trench clearing operations, you have to have your weapon up at the high ready constantly. So if you're going to get fatigued doing that, that could be a problem. But what about the ability to penetrate that Temu Chinese body armor? Trent conducted an interesting tactical test, I thought. He talked about the relationship between the weight of the XM7 and the size of the caliber used, and the way that it impacts shooting time on target. They call this, I think, time on target. The test was conducted by the author with the United States Marine Corps Weapons Training Battalion. Shooters tested both the M4 and the XM7, and they aimed at targets between 7 to 300 meters, standing to prone, and the result of the test was that the heavier XM7 had reduced reaction time. They were slower on target.
I was able to observe 1st Brigade Bastogne during a live fire exercise and recoil the XM7 is such that in some cases the foreheads of soldiers, like they were being physically removed from their optics, had to reacquire the target, get back on target.
When it comes to the quality of life improvements of the weapon, Trent heard many complaints from Joes about the top charging handle bumping into the buttstock, the ambidextrous magazine release positioning, bumping onto soldiers' gear while they're walking on patrol, which then drops the magazine into the dirt. Surprisingly, after all that, Captain Trent actually stresses that he's not opposed to the XM7 being adopted. He just believes it's unsuitable as a general issue weapon for all Army riflemen. The Army already has a weapon category designed to put accurate, hard-hitting shots on precise targets at extended ranges, which, funnily enough, the squad-designated marksman role.
We can engage targets accurately at great distances, which sounds great. And in the role of a designated marksman rifle or a specialist shooter,
Scout Sniper
would be a fantastic capability.
Which, funnily enough, is the role that the M14 ended up filling. Although the paper said that it wouldn't give specific names, there were 50 soldiers that the author spent time with who were testing the XM7. He said most complaints about the rifle centered around the overall weight of the system. Surprise, surprise, troops don't like carrying extra weight. So soldiers found it difficult to operate within some tactical situations, and it was uncomfortable to carry on long ruck marches for long distances. But there's always two sides to every story. Since the publication of this report, both the Army and the weapons manufacturer have responded. They've clapped back. Jason St. John is a former Army Ranger and currently the Senior Director of Strategic Products at SIG Defense. He said that Captain Trent didn't consult anyone at the company or the Army's NGSW program office while working on his thesis. He went on to say that he believes Captain Trent had some major shortcomings and difficulties in understanding the totality of what the NGSW program is going for. He said Trent had some significant blind spots into the progress that the weapon had made over just the last 24 months. According to SIG, there are significant misrepresentations and holes in the statements that he made. So for instance, he stated the weapon actually has a PSI closer to 77,000 and that it's been proofed all the way up to 125,000 PSI with no safety concerns. SIG went on to say that their barrel life exceeds 10,000 rounds, which is 5,000 more than what the Army requires.
As much as it's weird seeing soldier feedback get edited out, that like we kind of observed, I still believe all the positive reviews that we saw, those still are true. Those are still real comments people made that are in favor of the weapon. So that's what makes it so hard to judge like what's going on here, because people still like this weapon on a lot of cases that have had hands-on experiences with it within 101st Airborne and 30th Brigade and everything.
David Patterson, Director of Public Affairs at the PEO Soldier, said that there have been no reports of incidents of cartridge cases rupturing. Over 1 million rounds have been fired, and they validated safety and operation of the weapon and its ammo. According to the Army, 20,000 rounds were fired through each barrel with no loss of accuracy. So the Army asserts that the new weapon was tested in something called a NGSW operational assessment, which I believe we don't have public access to, but they say that it was designed specifically to address the ammunition capacity concerns. So in their test in the offensive that they ran, and in a number of situations where they were in defensive scenarios and outnumbered, they claimed they still had enough ammo to do a counterattack afterwards. As to the debate about the philosophy of the weapon, David Patterson pointed to the Secretary of the Army's guiding principle. Quote, "Yesterday's weapons will not win tomorrow's wars." And here's what Captain Trent said that his goals were with the project.
It requires further exploration by experts in the field, decision makers in high places to really explore this.
So hopefully we were able to get some soldier feedback out into the public and give a voice to some of the lower enlisted that felt like they were being overlooked and that leadership wasn't looking at what they were saying and their concerns. If you want to support independent journalism here at Cappy Army, you can become a channel member on YouTube or Patreon, where I post exclusive full interviews and news updates. Or check out my exclusive raw combat footage analysis on Pepperbox. You get 2 weeks free trial if you want to check it out. Also, our website, cappyarmy.com, is up and running with all the episodes, full show notes, and the sources on there. I'm your everyday infantryman, Chris Cappy, ending this transmission now.
Holy cow, this is the U.S. Army's revolutionary new prototype. To prepare for
Welcome to the first episode of Cappy Army, where I'm excited to bring you my average soldier's perspective on wars, weapons, and geopolitics. You know, for the past 6 years, I've been recording these videos out of my house here, and the whole time I felt very strongly that this show was built in close collaboration with the feedback you guys sent in the comment section about what you love to see. So I need to start by saying I am so grateful for your support and the trust that you've given me over the years. And it's the reason why I think you guys deserve a full explanation of what all happened behind the scenes, now that I can finally speak freely. In this video, I'm going to explain to you guys why I left Task and Purpose. I also want to tell the story of how the channel grew to 2 million subscribers. And then we'll get into what you can expect from this new chapter. But to fully appreciate where we're going, I want to tell you guys the unlikely story of how we got here. The way I started working for Task and Purpose was back in 2019. I was working at a tech company creating kind of what I felt like were soulless marketing videos about internet routers. As you can imagine, not exactly my dream job. But that's when I saw the veteran-owned website called Task and Purpose posted a job opening looking for a video producer. It sounded too good to be true. I reached out to Patrick Baker for an interview, and he gave me a shot. We would make these funny skits and toss them up on the Task and Purpose Facebook page. Then we'd fly around the entire country, filming advertising spots that would actually pay the bills. We're still friends to this day. I owe Patrick a ton. Right from the start, working at Task and Purpose wasn't just a job for me. It was the culmination of two of my lifelong obsessions. The military and storytelling are the two things I've always been obsessed with in my life. Some have suggested I've got a touch of the tiz and a bit of the riz. When I was 6 years old, I discovered the best way to express the weird thoughts in my head to others was through video. Because unlike in life, video editing, I could cut out all the parts that didn't make sense. It was like magic to me. I wouldn't say I was sheltered growing up on Long Island, but flying to Florida was about the extent of my worldliness. So in 2008, I dropped out of my first year of college when I was 19 years old to enlist in the US Army as an infantryman. Then I deployed right to Iraq. I wanted to support my country and find out the truth about the war for myself with my own eyes. But once I got there, instead of finding the answers that I was looking for, I only seemed to run into a never-ending series of new questions. I wanted to know why the two Iraqi towns outside our outpost were shooting at each other and also trying to kill us at the same time. Why were we capturing bomb makers who came in from Syria but were funded by money coming in from Iran? My squad leader told me, shh, don't worry your pretty little head about such things. Back then, I couldn't check on YouTube for a rundown on the topic. The only information available was what you heard on the big news networks, and they really only gave you 2 points of view, and you were lucky if you got that. And I remember thinking, I wish I could create a show that would try to answer these questions Barney style, dumbed down so someone like me could understand. Once I got back home from Iraq, I finished college, I worked in television for a few years, then marketing for some tech companies, before landing at Task and Purpose, where I was finally able to combine these two loves in my life. And I am just beyond appreciative to them for giving me that opportunity. When I started working there in 2019, the Task and Purpose YouTube channel had 800 subscribers, and nothing had been uploaded on there in months. I asked if I could start uploading videos into the YouTube channel, and since no one said no, I took that as a yes. That's not usually a good idea, that's not life advice. They say talk about what you're passionate about, so at first I talked about firearms. It was by no means an instant success. The YouTube videos I was making were only getting like 200 or 300 views, but the founder of Task and Purpose, Zach Iskell, didn't give up on me. Zach was a Marine infantry officer, a veteran of Fallujah, and in my eyes, he's a certified badass and outstanding leader. Task and Purpose gave me the opportunity to learn the whole YouTube process from start to finish, from researching to writing, shooting, and video editing to creating thumbnails and posting them. It was a scrappy startup environment where having the freedom was exciting for me. And there wasn't much money to invest in the show or get a video team yet, but that was soon about to change. Covering the XM7 rifle, the NGSW replacement for the US Army's M4 made the channel explode in growth to over 100,000 subscribers. I was so passionate about that topic. I still am. I want troops to get the best possible firearm replacement. These were exciting times. It felt like nothing could go wrong. Then COVID hit. The office was shut down for good, which meant I had to start working remotely, shooting the YouTube videos out of my tiny one-bedroom apartment in Queens, New York City. It was fine by me. I was lucky to even have a job. My girlfriend at the time, Caitlin, who's now my wife, put up with me taking over the entire living room with the green screen and the cameras and the lighting for hours every day, turning that crammed space into a full production studio. I still don't think I've fully regained my sanity from those days. You can see the green screen goes all the way over my bed here in the back of this photo. There was nothing to do, we were locked inside, so I'd work through the night and into the weekends, researching and writing new episodes. I was still completely broke, so I moved back in my dad's apartment on Long Island for a couple of months to save money. I slept on my dad's futon, drove his old Toyota Camry around, and filmed episodes in his living room. You can see his shelf back there with his Popeye toy on it. I didn't care at the time though. The joke was on them. I would have gladly done it for free. I was doing what I loved. But the channel entered a new era when I started talking about geopolitics and conflict analysis. We tackled the US forces' withdrawal from Afghanistan, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the October 7th attacks. The input from you guys in the community shaped the kind of topics that I chose to cover and the tone of the show. Our relationship, commenting back and forth to each other in the comment section, is what helped drive me. Because seeing you guys like the videos and engage with them is what motivated me. It's what made me want to say hua in the most unironic way. It was at this point that I needed a spare bedroom as a dedicated studio space, so I moved out to New Jersey, deep into the suburbs of New Jersey, where I could actually afford to pay for a bigger 2-bedroom apartment. On the plus side, the Everything Bagels were still banging. This is when Task and Purpose sold to new owners. And working with them was great at first. They invested in me and the success of the show. I was introduced to Matt Levin, the former CEO of Donut Media, who mentored me and taught me how to double production to 2 episodes per week. Jesse Wood and James Pumphrey, who are now over at Speed, always answered any questions I had about the fickle algorithm gods. Task and Purpose hired a video editor, Nate from Savvy Studios, to help out, and I was promoted to head of video and given full creative control over everything uploaded on the Task and Purpose YouTube channel. We added new members to the team during this time that were absolutely instrumental to the channel's success. All these guys actually asked to join me at Cappy Army when they found out I was leaving. This includes Mike Michaelides, who's the head creative producer and video editor. So much of the look and feel of the show is thanks to Mike's hard work. His insanely detailed map animations and graphics are just heckin' awesome. Diego Acituno, a researcher and himself a former service member. Armando Duarte Galan, former defense analyst and fellow hater of kamikaze drones. Justin Taylor, who's an active duty Bradley commander. And Syed Rahman, a powerhouse of a video editor. We defense analyst and fellow hater of kamikaze drones. Justin Taylor, who's an active duty Bradley commander, and Syed Rahman, a powerhouse of a video editor. We absolutely could not have accomplished what we did without this team's hard work and dedication. I'm so happy and relieved, really, that all these guys are joining me at Cappy Army now. Over the years, we created a total of 500 episodes. You guys, I put everything I had into each and every video. The whole team went hard. And seeing how much you guys liked the videos made it worth it for us. It's the thing I am most proud of in my entire life. However, I knew I had a difficult decision to make, because my contract at Task and Purpose was about to end. I had to decide if I wanted to accept their offer to stay on as head of video. As soon as I got back from reporting on the front lines in Ukraine, I decided I had to leave. Why? When Task and Purpose sold from that little better-known startup, the people working on the YouTube channel, our lives did not change. We didn't make it big for our hard work. I saw in the comments that a lot of people thought I owned Task and Purpose. I did not. I never did. I'll admit I was hoping the owners would see how much I was sacrificing and how I was willing to put literally everything on the line for the channel, and that they would see that and make me a partner in it, but that was never going to happen. I had a personal realization when I was on the front line getting shelled by Russian artillery, and in that moment, I realized that life is too short to not take a chance on yourself. Working for Task and Purpose, once they were owned by a private equity firm, became a very different experience for me. It was no longer the scrappy small startup that I loved experimenting at. Working for an equity firm meant the ability to take risks and cover new things that weren't a guaranteed smash hit became more difficult if I wanted to continue to hit their goals. The whole reason I got into the military and into video production was to take chances and learn. And once we got bought, I felt it becoming less and less about that for me. And after a few years under the new ownership, there started to be larger quotas for growth each year that I had to hit. I started having minimum viewership numbers that were higher each year that I needed to reach. If I didn't hit those numbers, the whole team lost their bonuses. Even though the channel was already extremely profitable and got tens of millions of views. Not owning a company means I had absolutely no control over what those goals were and how the team was compensated for their hard work. The pressure for continued growth of the channel after reaching 2 million subscribers, it's reasonable for a company to want that, but I felt like if I wanted to go down that road, then I would have to make creative decisions that for me personally would have compromised the quality of the show. It would not have been good for Task and Purpose, me, or you guys. It would have felt like growth simply for the sake of growth, and I didn't start doing this for that. Ultimately, though, this was not mine. I had no ownership over it. I felt like there was a whole part of the company separate from me that disagreed with my worldview that I shared on the YouTube channel, and they didn't like my content. Being the sole perspective on that channel and its face meant I felt like I had to answer for things that other parts of the company reported on that I disagreed with. That kind of situation was not going to be sustainable forever for them or for me. This is when I felt myself becoming bitter over the terms of the contract that the new owners offered. I felt like I was investing more and more into the show by having to scale up and increase the amount of spare bedrooms it required to run this growing operation out of my home, my growing family here, where I've always shot this show from. I turned half my home into a production studio. I felt like I wasn't seeing an equal return on investment in myself, and I'm sure they felt very differently. I'm not saying you should unsubscribe from Task and Purpose and stop watching them. They're good people. I really appreciate what they did for me. I owe so much to them. And it's part of the reason why I wanted to leave when I was still on good terms with them. Because that company gave me so many opportunities and was the greatest professional experience of my life, where I met some amazing coworkers and learned from some very smart people. And the thing is, I didn't want to mess all that up by riding it out, creating new episodes on there when my heart wasn't in it. I would have only been doing it for one reason, because I was scared of losing you guys. And I was going to have to take on the risk of starting my own channel if I was going to get control over these decisions. So I made the difficult decision to not renew my contract as the head of video for them. I decided to start this YouTube channel, Cappy Army. It was important for me that my name be in there because after a while being under a brand name for so long, it starts to feel like it's hard to fully be myself when I'm under someone else's brand name. Here I can go invest my own resources into the look and feel of the show to improve the quality of the work. Sweet new animations, new lighting, new studio. These are things I've wanted to do for a long time now. My mission at Cappy Army is to give you the information, my analysis, my personal insights from my experience as an Iraq veteran and a war correspondent. I'm going to get to do some of the things that really interest me the most, like on-the-ground reporting, mixed in with some deeper dives and longer-form content that we're going to experiment with. But the thing I'm most excited about is we cooked up this whole new way of uncovering declassified stories in the national defense world, from primary sources, that you almost never hear anywhere else. And we're going to cover world events and wars as they happen around the world, no matter how sensitive the topic might be. Nothing's off limits for us. If you've enjoyed the work I've created for you guys over the years, if you appreciate what we're trying to do here, if you're excited about Cappy Army, all you have to do is subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. It really does go a long way in supporting us just by liking and subscribing, and once you do that, you're officially a part of the Cappy Army. As we launch, our upload schedule here is going to be less frequent. As we get spun up, we'll likely be doing one video a week before ramping up. If you want to support this new venture, the best way to do it right now is to follow me on Instagram or X at Cappy Army. I'm always posting updates about war on there and workshopping video ideas with you. At Cappy Army on Instagram or X to stay connected, and you'll also be able to see the launch of my family in July when my baby girl gets here. You guys really have no idea how glad I am that you found me. I'm super excited for this next phase, and I'm thrilled to have you along for the ride. I'm your everyday infantryman, Chris Cappy, ending this transmission now.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about vigilantes. Finally, boys, we get to talk about Batman. Just kidding, we're talking about online predator catchers. Woo! There's a new craze going on, a new form of vigilantism that's been taking over the internet for the past couple of years. You're probably wondering what I'm saying, right? We're talking about online predator catching, yes.
Can you have a seat over in that chair, please?
Not that one. That one. These self-proclaimed vigilantes go online and perform basically street justice to these predators. It's just funny content. It's online predators, online pedophiles, getting basically pranked. Prank YouTubers have basically found a new niche of people to prank, and it's really hard to get mad at them because the unsuspecting victims are all predators. You almost want them to keep going farther and farther. It's a very weird feeling. But today I just want to focus basically on one vigilante known as Vitaly.
What? I'm basically saying me, I have my right hand, like so when I'm lonely I just jerk off, get it? Huh?
He's a former YouTuber with a disturbing past, but he has rekindled his online fame and has won the hearts of many.
Get away from me. Are you gonna knock me out with your flashlight?
With basically, childish games. It's the only thing I can say to these online predators. It's basically schoolyard bullying at its finest, and it couldn't be funnier. This new venture has put him into a new heap of trouble. But he's not the first of these vigilantes to get a taste of the dark side. But in fact, the very show that this is all inspired by took kind of a similar fate in the past. I'm of course talking about To Catch a Predator. Why don't you have a seat? Why don't you have a seat? Some of those old clips, dude, are just so funny.
Could you explain yourself? I'm sorry.
It's like a guy walking in with like Capri Sun and condoms, and he's just like, Brittany? The Slender Man walks out and he's just like, why don't you have a seat? What's weird too is they always have a seat. I'm sure that there's people who are like, oh, they run off. But I would say 99% of them are like, I was just here, I was just passing, I was making sure she's okay. But what were you gonna do with the football? I remember there was one of a guy either in a wheelchair, he was like in those like Walt Jr. stilts.
I thought you wanted to be shaved.
Down there.
Today's video is sponsored by Fume. We all have bad habits in our life. Hell, maybe I eat a little too much. Hell, maybe I drink a little too much. These are all bad habits, my God. But Fume is here to leave it all behind. Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that helps you say bye-bye to bad habits and hello to happier and healthier living. Fume doesn't use vapor, nicotine, or toxic flavors, making it a great guilt-free alternative that you can take anywhere. Plus, you can reach for the device anytime you need to calm your anxiety with their movable, snappable magnets. I'm sure you're thinking, it's air, what could that taste like? Well, listen up! Fume has an array of core flavors, but they just came out with a couple new ones, such as cinnamon hearts, spearmint ice, and black licorice. Orange vanilla used to be my favorite, but spearmint ice has a sweet mint taste that I just love. Fume has served over 300,000 customers, and you can be the next American reality TV show that ran from 2004 to 2007. In the show, Chris Hansen would host undercover sting operations where they caught adults trying to meet up with children they met on the internet just to hang out and eat pizza or drink a couple wine coolers. I'm sorry. Can I eat pizza and have a couple wine coolers with my bros? I'm kidding! And the show really did showcase how extremely demented some of these people are.
You want to explain yourself?
I mean, especially the parts where they had, like, voice actors, like, read chat logs and some of the most depraved shit.
What you looking for? I don't know. You? Well, hot sex, what else?
I remember as a kid, I was just like my back was against the wall, like, get these people away from me, please. Mom, protect me. The show worked with a watchdog group called Perverted Justice, as well as local law enforcement agencies for sting operations, but even they faced many legal challenges. Critics argue that the show's methods bordered on entrapment, where the suspects might not have committed a crime without the encouragement and the facilitation by decoys, which I don't agree with, Nick. Well, you entrapped me. That's why I became sexually attracted to this. That's why I sent those messages. It'd be kind of funny, though, if you did see the messages and they're just like, but you wouldn't say this, pussy. I'm not a pussy. I will say this. And yeah, like, immediately a SWAT team breaks into their house. It was a double dare.
They're tempted by the fruit.
Yeah, they were. It's not even the devil. It's the God being like, are you sure you don't want this? And they're just like, okay, fine. The public airing of the confrontations raised questions about privacy rights of the suspects, especially those who were not convicted. Suspects who were not convicted or had the charges dropped could potentially sue for defamation, arguing that the public exposure caused undue harm to their reputation and personal lives. Because especially back then when it's on a big TV show, because that was Dateline. That's NBC. It's like one of the biggest networks out there. If your face is out there, especially back then, ain't no coming back from that. Nowadays, people do some shit on the internet, in like a month it's gone. Like, there's some things obviously people will remember, but back then, people were talking about it. They're like, remember the guy with the blue polo? His face looked like this. It's like, what a f***ing creep. Then in 2006, one of the most controversial incidents occurred in Murphy, Texas, with suspect Louis Bill Conrad, who sewer slid himself as the police attempted to arrest him. He allegedly exchanged pictures with a perverted justice volunteer posing as a 13-year-old boy. And Chris Hansen, they're like, Chris, don't come out. And he's like, why don't you have a... Where's he? Where's he at? He never appeared for the meeting with the minor, but in Texas, the meeting never actually has to occur for the intent to be established. Texas is just like, I don't care. Here's the gun. Put it in your mouth, freak. Due to the increasing legal challenges and criticism about the ethical implications of its tactics, the Catch a Predator was unfortunately canceled. This was just the fuel, and what soon came after with the internet was the actual flame that ignited all of these new vigilantes that come up and take the power for themselves. No longer were they beholden to a network. They had the goddamn internet. Following the format's popularity, several YouTube channels and internet vigilante groups adopted similar methods to expose predators, such as Anxiety War, Creep Catchers, and Predator Poachers. Honestly, all of them better than To Catch a Predator. To be fair, Predator Poachers? Are you f***ing kidding me? How good is that? That's pretty good. These channels will meet up with predators they're exposing and show them the chat logs and info they found out about them to expose them to the world as sexual predators. Most of these channels are doing this without assistance of law enforcement and are acting on their own form of justice, aka street justice, baby. Hurrah!
Not what it's looking like to me, Stuart.
Look, I'm sorry, it won't happen again.
I think it's a bit late to say I'm sorry, it won't happen again. It's happened.
I'm going to come
again.
off this website as soon as I get over.
Sure.
Oh, for God's sake! Oh, for God's sakes!
And the best thing about these online predator hunting shows is that there's really no rules or regulations. So they just like trap these motherfuckers and put a mirror up to them and then make them confront the reality of the situation. And I always love some of these clips because it's like in a guy's backyard. And it's just like a guy with a cell phone. And that's all you need now to have like perfect image quality. You don't need a huge film crew anymore. He's like, just say what you did. And people know, they're like, I'm locked forever. In a matter of seconds, millions of people could see this. It's fucking wild. But we want to start off with Alex Rawson, who created Predator Poachers in 2019. His channel makes a show out of the event by forcing the person they caught to call their spouse, their family members, their employers to admit basically everything they've done. In a way, you like feel bad because they're human beings, but it's like with what they're doing, it's even worse. But dude, having like a man call his wife and be like, hey, so I was meeting a 13-year-old here, and you can just like hear the person screaming on the other end of the line. It's like gut-wrenching.
I was texting this person for a little while, and I didn't know when I was gonna tell him to go home, but he's here and he's saying he's gonna call the cops on me, but didn't call you.
Oh no, I never said that. I never said anything about law enforcement. I never said that. I never said that. You decided to call her and notify her, okay?
Okay, so I'll call you and I'll call you more later, okay?
Hello. Hey, excuse me?
Yes, they're monsters, but it's hard. I mean, like, it's just creepy, I guess. These monsters are wearing the mask of human beings, so in a way, it's like, you're like, oh, I feel wrong watching this. I mean, it gets pretty fucking dark very fast. As time has gone on, he has begun to work with police as well, and many of these people get arrested and charged for what they're doing, but there are plenty of videos of him and just his team doing it. Two of the arrests that they like to claim on the website are the firefighter Christopher Jones, who was sentenced to 33 years in federal prison. That's a pretty sweet score. That's like the Jaws part. We see the big shark up there. It's like, we called that motherfucker. And David Dunn, who was sentenced to 30 years in federal prison as well. God damn. 63 plus years of just being like, there goes your life. Hope it was worth it. One of the more infamous videos was exposing the YouTuber internet personality EDP445, aka Eat That Pussy 445. Catastrophically huge meme.
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake.
I would say he was like a pretty well-liked YouTuber, funny, you know, he's like kind of one of the legacy YouTubers. He's been around for a long time. But then it comes out that this is happening and it's real and it's the most awkward interaction ever. Prior to the sting operation, there were unverified accusations circulating online about EDP. But they were largely dismissed due to the lack of concrete evidence and because big YouTuber, people have parasocial relationships with him, they're just like, I doubt it, you know, whatever. And also it's just hard to accuse somebody of something without concrete evidence. On April 18th, 2021, the Predator Poachers team confronted EDP in Bakersfield, California, where he believed he was meeting with the underage girl. The confrontation was recorded and streamed live on YouTube and other social media platforms. The team presented chat logs and other evidence showing that EDP had engaged in explicit conversations and planned to meet the decoy for inappropriate reasons. Since the incident, EDP has had his YouTube channel and multiple social media accounts banned, even though he keeps coming back like a goddamn moth to flame. I mean, there's just no coming back from this one. There's no way. I think he's trying to pull a Kevin Spacey. You see Kevin Spacey's in a movie now?
Like, he was crying on TV. I have no money.
Oh, I didn't see that.
And he was crying saying, like, I have to file bankruptcy.
I have to file bankruptcy. The American Beauty money has ran out. As of the last update, no official criminal charges have been filed against EDP, despite the evidence presented by the Predator Poachers. The lack of immediate law enforcement involvement in the initial sting operation complicated potential legal proceedings. Though he was also recently caught, again, trying to meet up with another minor. Or that's going to become a kind of important piece of information is that because it was not done properly the first time, nothing can really be done. And then also now we see that the person is just going to do it again. Yes, it's an extremely funny piece of entertainment, but we're going to see that, like, you need to go through the actual processes for things to be done. And I do tip my hat to Alex Rawson for getting the other two people. 30 plus years is extremely awesome. But in a lot of instances, you just need to do it correctly the first time or could muddy up all kinds of waters. A lot of police and district attorneys have said that the vigilante form of catching criminals is bad, and they want them to stop doing it without police help because it can hurt ongoing investigations and even ruin the chances of conviction, as stated with EDP before. The vigilantes doing these things often don't know the correct way of wording things or gathering evidence, and it can cause the people that they're catching not to face any consequences at all for what they've done. With all of these things circulating and the rise of this kind of content becoming a popularity, we finally get to come to the car. We get to come to the person that we wanted to talk about today, which is Vitaly.
I got molested by Hunter Biden.
Which, if people might have known him, he's been a character. I mean, he's got a criminal past.
See this girl jogging. Last thing I remember is, please help, and I tried to hug her, and she pushed me, or whatever, and I hit her, and I realized what I was doing on top of her, and I'm like, what the fuck?
There's that part, I remember back in the day watching one of those award shows, and he was just like, oh, you probably expected me to show my small penis or something, haha.
But what about my soft dick, huh? Oh, you think I'm kidding?
I feel like Taylor Swift.
I don't know, the guy is he's been around the internet for a long time, but essentially he is ex-prank YouTuber who has fallen off, but now has seen this huge rise in popularity and notoriety with his show predator takedown. And his tactics and practices have been hit with a huge wave of controversies recently. I want to say right now, it is extremely dangerous, it's crazy, it's irresponsible, but my God, is it entertaining. There's no, I mean, it's like the same kind of shit with like Jackass or something. You're like watching somebody do something horribly wrong, but you just know who he's doing it to, and it just makes it just kind of like, I mean, it just makes it pretty great, honestly. He's not involved with the police at all. There is no actual legal system that goes into this. It's like public executions in a weird way is what it feels like. I know Alex Rosen has done live streams, but a lot of these online predator hunting shows are videos that are recorded and then edited and, you know, put down to a plate that you can, you know, easily consume. Vitaly's is just hours and hours of streaming and hours of him basically berating these online predators. A 73-year-old suspect was knocked out after a bystander assaulted him. He hit his head on the pavement and started bleeding. He's out in public a lot of the time and people know where he's at. So not only are you streaming yourself where people can easily access you, but you're also inciting a mob of being like, hey, I'm meeting up with a pedophile, let's kick the shit out of this guy, which sounds awesome, but it's a great way for people to get in a lot of legal trouble. And his whole thing is, it's almost like a deal with the devil. He'll either call the cops or he will perform something extremely humiliating and live to thousands and thousands of people, which will garner probably millions of eyes over the course of clips channels and all kinds of things. So of course people are like, yeah, just put me online, I don't give a shit. Don't call the cops, just do whatever you want to me. And some of the humiliations that he does are just like so fucking weird, man. There's a clip of a suspect who has the choice of either getting the police called or wrestling an alligator. There has to be some kind of like PETA outrage by they taped that motherfucker up and they're like using him like a spear. And now one of the alleged predators is filing a 17-count lawsuit against Vitaly. And it's one of the first guys that was, I'm pretty sure it was the first guy that he was ever on his show or stream. The lawsuit claims that Vitaly wrongfully accused the man of being a predator and he was physically and mentally abused in a vicious attack. It was. And like, the bad thing too is it's all recorded. It's done in the most unprofessional way where it's hard to look at it and not be like, what the hell? what is this? Out of context, it does look like a person just getting berated. He also claims that he joined Vitaly's website for adult entertainment and was engaging in consensual adult communication before being entrapped by Vitaly. He says Vitaly edited the video to make it seem like he was meeting a 15-year-old boy in the edited video. It's so f***ing scummy and stupid because it's like, dude, we did the whole live stream. What are you talking about? Like, that's such an easily disprovable thing. It's just stupid. The video has the camera crew chanting certified lover boy, certified pedophile after the Kendrick Lamar Drake beef song, but the entire group of people was chanting it. I mean, it looks like a goddamn blood sacrifice in the video.
Certified lover boy, certified pedophile, whack, whack.
Vitaly streams where he's supposedly catching tons of pedophiles has already gotten a lot of backlash. When he's catching predators, he isn't just catching them and having the police come and arrest them.
You boys need help? No, back up.
He messes with them and does things like forces them to shave their heads, they have to strip, and they even have to run away while throwing fireworks or flashbang grenades at them while they're laughing. And also he's been bringing a lot of like controversial YouTubers, celebrities, streamers, all kinds of things to help him. It looks like a fucking weird episode of like Ghost Adventures. They're like bringing them along to go hunt these predators, and you have people like Little Pump showing up. You have Ty Dolla $ign in there. Like, what the hell are you guys even doing here? And they're going there and they're just like, oh, are you a predator? You like to touch kids?
What's up? Trying to meet the 15-year-old?
It's the fucking weirdest thing. Which even have our boy, our lovely child, Aiden Ross coming in, and Aiden Ross and Vitaly offer to let a predator go outside and see the cops or eat an extra hot gummy bear for their game show.
Do you want to play our game show? No? We have a hot gummy bear. You want to eat it?
We have cops outside, so you're going to have to do game show or police.
So it's either you go toss to the cops or you eat this hot gummy bear. Once again, it's very funny watching people squirm and be in pain, especially when they're pieces of shit like this. But it's like, why not just give them to the cops, dude? Or just fucking have them eat the gummy bear and then just push them outside anyways. Like, what the fuck? Which he has people like have to eat hot candy, and then he kind of like scolds them like a schoolyard bully, basically saying, is it making you hard?
Candy. Is it to get you hard?
Oh, it makes you hard.
It's like shit that you would say in 3rd grade to have the kid in the back of the class be like, stop bullying me. And here's just a list of some of the things that have happened on these streams. A random fan of the stream comes up and punches a 73-year-old accused pedophile, knocking him out, hitting his head to the pavement. There's blood everywhere, and Vitaly sits in his van talking about how his career's probably over again. They shave a predator's head. Vitaly pisses on a predator's face. Vitaly and Ty Dolla $ign shave the head and throw flashbangs at a predator as he runs away. A suspect gets assaulted by a bystander. One of the suspects gets slapped around. Vitaly grinds on a suspect. Vitaly attacks a predator. Vitaly supposedly catches the Space Jam producer and writer of the movie. What life am I in? Oh, did someone say another flashbang? And there's a lot of fake crying for views, clicks, and just to make the whole thing look so stupid and, you know, the whole thing's a joke. Beside Aiden Ross and Ty Dolla $ign, other celebrities have joined his hunts and become regular guests in each event. A lot of the celebrities that he's bringing on these streams, it's not like they're all angels anyways. I mean, for the love of God, he's had some people with a high stack of controversies as well, like Sneeko, who's not a big fan of mine. Controversy number one. He's had his own list of controversies, or you have legitimate criminals like Charleston White on his fucking stream, dude. Who the fuck are you to be calling these people out as well? Yes, these people are fucking monsters, but don't act like you're some vigilante as well, dude. Because he is a prankster, and because pranksters are notoriously known for faking content, hiring paid actors for these things, it isn't out of the realm of possibility that these are fake, and a lot of people are accusing Vitaly of faking this content in general. Mostly because of the lack of evidence and the sheer bizarre nature of these confrontations, how it's always convenient. Also, it's such like weird stuff, not to speculate too much, but it's like, they're just in like random alleys, just in a lot of places where there's not a lot of people around. Yes, they do have some on streets, and I'm not saying that they're all fake, but motherfuckers picking pedophiles off a tree like they're goddamn apple. So who knows, like it could be a mixture, I don't know. And because of that too, it just makes the entire thing even more of a joke and more of a mockery, and it kind of like also makes the severity of the situation once again feel a little watered down, and you're not supposed to take it as seriously, even though it is something that is extremely disgusting and gross, dealing with these fucking predators and these monsters. And the biggest problem is that Vitaly is creating entrapment scenarios and loopholes and like dirtying up evidence. Yes, it's funny and entertaining, but he's not really doing anything to actually give more justice to these people. That like the justice is never really served. Yes, it's humiliating. If they're not behind bars, how many of these people will do it again? And I would have to say almost all of them, if not all of them, would do this kind of shit again if it is real. And I mean, even the way of like them saying like, well, we're doing this, you know, because it's going to be evidence to use in court, but like almost all the interrogation tactics and all the things that they do to get these convictions are completely unusable. You have to ask yourself, why is this bad? God damn, I can't say enough that it's funny and it's good that people are being exposed. If this is real, it is good. At the end of the day, predators get away. These people, the fucking degenerates, do get away. Yeah, they get humiliated for a second, and yeah, their face is out there. If the entire thing feels like a watered down mess, then they get humiliated for what, like a couple weeks? How long is it until they're completely forgotten, or nothing is really done to actually make them be aware in new neighborhoods they're living in, new places they live? There's no way to really prosecute. There's no way to really contain them. As shown in the above clips, with the coercion, unlawful detainment, and even physical abuse, the admissions and evidence are inadmissible. Even going as far as to somewhat insinuate that they are the law enforcement, but unfortunately, they are not. They're just big online bullies who have a pretty funny game show. It's just things where it's like you also have the potential of ruining someone's life by being on one of these things when maybe they're not supposed to be there, because we just don't know. We don't know the legality, and we don't know the legitimacy of anything that's going on in front of us. We just have to believe a man who has historically been a fraud. I mean, I know, you know, he's been a sketchy guy. So what Vitaly is doing is a double-edged sword at the end of the day. Yes, you're humiliating people, and yes, it is enthralling content of watching disgusting human beings kind of get what they deserve. But at the same time, you're also not treating the justice system fairly. And yes, it is. I'm not going to go into the semantics of how fucked our justice system is and how unfair a lot of things are. But at the same time, it's the only way for us to play the game to actually put these people behind bars, which is extremely important. It's a weird thing of, can you have justice and entertainment together? And in a lot of ways, I bet you can, but I bet a lot of ways it's all fabricated to actually make it seem fun and feel like justice and entertainment can exist. Because a lot of times justice is very cold and it's not entertaining. And it's long and it's a hard process. Versus entertainment is here to, are we really actually trying to stop anything or do anything good? Or are we just trying to get likes and views? Because at the end of the day, it's hard to justify. It's hard to make this a legitimate case of something that is a positive thing. Yes, albeit very funny. I'm gonna say that. I'm all for exposing these pedophiles and, you know, getting them off the goddamn internet, but we have to do it in a way where actual shit happens. That's what I advocate. Hunter Hancock, 2024. Get the pedophiles off the street. Any president would win if that was their tagline, get the pedophiles off the street. How could you argue against that? Oh, so my tagline's not good enough? But thankfully, you know, a lot of these people are still being exposed, and there is some good to it. I'm not going to say it's all negative, but it is something interesting that's happening right now. I mean, the 17-count lawsuit thing is just happening right now. It's pretty crazy, and I thought that it was something interesting to bring up because
pedophiles suck. Controversial opinion. Pedophiles suck, and you want these things to be able to happen, but we have to go in the right ways about it. I feel like people mix the entertainment with the justice side. They both can't exist in harmony. The only person that could probably do it is like Mr. Beast, because he gives back, right? Beast Hunting, new game show. Especially Jimmy's like all buff now. He goes down and like tackles and like beats people to death with a baseball bat or something. I mean, you know, why not? While this content is extremely entertaining, and it has been for 20 plus years over the various sources, I think we can all agree that the right things need to happen to make sure that justice is properly served. We need to do it the right way. And with that, that's all I got for you today. I appreciate you watching. See you in the next video. Bye-bye.
An interview? No, I'm actually looking for a black guy to eat ass today.
Well, nigga, let's do it. We outside.
That's rule number 1.
Got it. Don't touch your beans.
Rule number 2. Every other person in this miserable place is literal garbage. Don't talk to them. Don't listen to them. Don't become cute friends with them.
Got it. No friends.
Rule number 3. Keep your radio on at all times.
Hey, Ace family!
Welcome back to our channel, guys.
What?
Okay, so what I want to say is that people are saying we broke up.
It's saying that fighters did not get paid. Yes, fighters have not got paid yet, including myself.
Because y'all motherfuckers is really testing the Ace family.
It's not about like people think that like views is about money and greed, and not everything in life is about money and greed.
Hold our ball sack.
And now, making his entrance to the ring, representing YouTube, Austin McBroom.
June 12th, 2021. YouTube and TikTok were slated to pair their most esteemed fighters against one another in the Battle of the Platforms at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. With the roster of celebrity boxers consisting of rappers, e-boys, and crypto scammers. The event was hosted by FouseyTube and headlined by none other than the hearted Sway House warrior, Bryce Hall.
Give you all of me, give me all of you. I gotta go sometimes, but you're always on my mind.
Paired up against the Ace family's very own Austin McBroom. And as much as I hate both of them, I was rooting for Bryce to get decked in the face. Once the actual fight rolled around, the two put forward $1 million bet for whoever got knocked out, and although we didn't get any KOs, Bryce didn't exactly have the easiest time out there.
I'm gonna knock out Austin because I'm an actual fighter.
It's McBroom! I'm not a boxer. I'm not a fighter. I've never claimed to be a fighter.
It turns out a 20-year-old MagCon wannabe doesn't actually fare well against an actual athlete.
And Bryce Hall's head is just snapping back.
Oh, he's a bobblehead at this point.
But what I'm more interested in is the train wreck that ensued afterwards. See, with musical performances from Lil Baby, Trippie Redd, and DJ Khaled,
All I do is win, win. Got money in my. And every time
It was only natural for a fight like this to sell tickets, find investors, and make a monumental amount of cash all at the same time. Austin himself had speculated the event would easily generate anything from around $200 to $500 million profits. Only they made much, much less than that, spelling yet another scandal for the Ace family and massive legal trouble for Austin personally, to the point where their once dream home is now being auctioned off as we speak. Join me as we peel back the disingenuous layers of yet another family vlog catastrophe and uncover the blatant facade and shady history of the Ace family.
Hey, Ace family! If you are new to this channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. No, I'm gonna say it. We're gonna go on camera today. Okay. My hair looks up. Let's just go.
And over here at Campbell Hall, there's already a ton of excitement surrounding the football team. One big reason is the play of a brand new face on offense, who just so happens to double as one of the area's most highly regarded performers. On the basketball court, Campbell Hall's Austin McBroom has always looked at home.
Austin McBroom was born on May 20th, 1992 in Los Angeles, California. Apart from playing baseball and football at Campbell Hall, Austin dipped his toe into basketball and was reported to have averaged 25 points per game his senior year of high school, being named first team All-CIF Division III AA. Now, what the fuck does that mean? Basically, he was really good at basketball. With skills following him all the way up to college, Austin bounced between 3 universities and eventually became an NCAA point guard for Central Michigan in 2011 on a full-ride basketball scholarship. He was an incredibly valued player and even pondered a professional career before meeting Catherine Pays at a local dinner party in 2015, an Azalea swimwear and Victoria's Secret model who he's convinced was into him at first glance.
So we met at a little like party dinner thing, all white party dinner. Got there, shook her hand, and she was thinking about me ever since.
After confessing his love to Catherine, she just kind of ignored him at first. And of course, with Austin's persistence and Catherine's growing openness for a relationship, the two ended up dating and having their first baby in May of 2016.
Hey guys. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, go. Hey guys. We are here with another vlog. And we are going to do...
You're not gonna like that.
No? No. Hey, I promise we're gonna incorporate you in the next vlog, okay? Hey, it's so...
Should we hold her?
Should we?
From that moment on, Austin seemed to value his family life more than a potential career in the NBA. But that didn't mean he was stepping away from the limelight. In fact, this was just the beginning for a brand new venture in the couple's lives. One that was sure to change the course of everything.
What's going on, Ace family? Today is a great day. You know why? I get to prank Catherine. It's been a while now since I pranked her, so she will not be expecting anything. And today's a perfect day because her and Elle are out Christmas shopping for me, and she thinks I'm out Christmas shopping for her. So she has no idea what she has coming.
Austin and Catherine decided to broadcast their journey into parenthood by launching a YouTube channel in January of 2016, just several months before their first child was born, meaning the baby, along with their 2 younger children, have literally never known an existence outside of family vlogging. So take that as you will.
She did it.
Beds to the highest position. Mama, open your legs, open, stay like this, up like that.
At first, the two began with pretty standard couple prank videos, which were incredibly popular in 2016.
Basically, I'm just gonna get a little pet or something from this pet store. This is the closest one from our house, so that's why I'm here. I'm gonna get some kind of insect or a spider or I don't know, something that I can throw in the shower while he's in there.
Now, something I noticed when researching this video is that the biggest couple pranksters on YouTube, BF versus GF, announced their break immediately before the Ace family began posting. With the 2 most prevalent pranksters making their very vocal departure from the platform, Austin and Catherine were there to quickly fill the gap in the market, whether they intended it or not. But whatever they were doing clearly worked, as their channel immediately took off, hitting 1 million subscribers
not even a year after joining YouTube. Sure, they weren't the first family channel by any means, but as Distractify contributor Gina Van Stein wrote, they were one of the only content creators that took it to the next Kardashian level, as their uploads not only consisted of seemingly honest windows into their lives, they even made an effort to create social media accounts for everyone involved in their vlogs, which extended to their 3 children. Even their youngest son, who was only born last year, already has over 1 million followers on Instagram. And if you don't think that's the most bizarre shit in the world, I don't know what to tell you. I can't even fathom what it must be like to grow up having that many eyes on you from before you even had object permanence. But when your family channel grows to over 19 million subscribers and 4 billion views, I guess it's not so much of a little community anymore, but an actual multi-million-dollar business to be kept up. A family-friendly facade that needs to be maintained in order to keep raking in the capital. Not the way I'd want to live my life, but to each their own, I guess. If everyone is happy and what we're seeing on screen is genuine, that's all that matters, right? But it seems to me that throughout their history on the platform, more than a few cracks have gleamed through their otherwise squeaky clean persona.
Say that. Because either I got the same pair of socks. Yes.
I see it go in my drawer.
Well, if I run out, of course you'll borrow your socks. That's why I borrow your socks.
Okay, it's like you borrow it.
Okay, but you need to stop telling people that these are your socks, because sometimes they're not your socks. Everyone is coming for me. Okay? You too. You have something to say?
It's true, no family is perfect. Every parent has their flaws, but not every parent would be quick to take a child to an adult store and buy them a dick-shaped lollipop on camera, would they?
What'd you say? What'd you say? What are you trying to get to? You love what? Oh, God.
Just what the... Huh? Now, in his defense, who's to say how any of us would act when faced with the dilemma of either buying our 3-year-old a dildo-shaped food item or not doing it? Seems like a tough choice to me. These are the kind of hard decisions they don't prepare you for as a parent. God, it's so fucking weird. Just hear how uncomfortable he's making the cashier.
He said it's a lollipop. Are you really making me buy this lollipop right now? Do you really want it? Yeah. Oh, God.
It's gonna be 7.
Please, bro, put that in a bag right now. Keep that in the bag forever. Do not show that to anybody, okay? That's your little secret.
Turns out this was Catherine's baby sister, so not sure what Austin would think of someone doing the same thing to his daughter, but, you know, I suppose all families have their own little quirks. Maybe it wasn't weird to Austin, but it certainly was to his fans, as this one Snapchat video garnered mass media attention in the days following. But we already know how Austin responds to criticism, when he isn't avoiding it altogether, that is. Any kind of backlash tends to be met with tweet storms where he accuses his audience of being ungrateful. Some of y'all should be charged every time you watch a video. I don't know why y'all think it's so easy to make videos every day. If it was so easy, you would be doing it. Which was posted immediately after buying a $10 million mansion with the help of his fans' dedication, but I guess it's them being ungrateful. As fellow content creator Sarah McGonigal responded, "You film yourself destroying property, fake crying and not donating money you promised, while creatives like me are building entire worlds out of pocket for a fraction of the income you receive for filming your pretty family. Start a Patreon like the rest of us, or get a new job." But hey, that sounds like a pretty big accusation, doesn't it? What is Sarah referring to when she says all of this? Could it be the massive slew of past controversies that involve being accused of destroying a neighbor's private property when filming jet ski videos in their pool? What? How's that even fun? Like, you're just going around in circles? I mean, maybe try visiting the ocean that's in your backyard. Or the time they worked alongside disgusting peasants at a friend's restaurant for content's sake.
Ace family, I'm gonna make you guys proud today, okay?
Hope so. Let's do it. Imagine being so privileged and out of touch that working in a restaurant, a thing millions of people do every day, is just a 24-hour challenge to you.
I just want to eat everything I see, which I'm already breaking the rules, which is not good. But I'm not fired yet. I'm not fired.
The order should be out by today.
Alright,
just making sure.
I just want to make sure they're equally, okay? They're equal.
Yeah, I'm sure they were thrilled to have him. It's basically just Austin not taking any of it seriously because, well, he's a multimillionaire and doesn't need to do a good job, unlike the employees he's working alongside and making a mockery of.
What kind of cheese?
Excuse me. This is barbecue chicken pizza.
Okay, yes. Thank you. Wait, this is the Sorry about that. And then what kind of cheese?
And these are just the tip of the Ace family iceberg. The Ace iceberg. The iceberg? So earlier this year, Austin announced a little project called the How I Became a Millionaire program, and it's fucking hilarious.
This is where it all started. I was living here about 5 years ago with Catherine. Now this is my home, my dream home, and I've been very blessed and fortunate to be able to have done it through the power of social media, which is why I'm here today, to teach all of you the secrets to social media and to help you accomplish your dreams.
So the point here is, I guess, to teach his 5-year-old fans the Alpha Sigma grind set and become their own self-made millionaires one day. Through, I don't know, scamming them? According to Austin, the project teaches fans the secrets to social media to help them achieve their dreams. Or in other words, have a baby and then milk it for content. And of course, it's hard for me to imagine why anyone would take financial tips from a guy facing a multitude of lawsuits, but we aren't there yet. I mean, the course alone was $50 a month? How are you supposed to become a millionaire when doing the equivalent of throwing $50 into a fire? But if you wanted to enroll, you can't. It's closed. Their Instagram is completely private. Yeah, totally a good sign. I have no clue what the course even consisted of, really, besides some just vaguely written goals and thrown together buzzwords on their website.
And that's not even mentioning what people found in the user agreement, which includes 1 million words of legal jargon that essentially boils down to, we own any content that you want. We can reuse it however we want, we can monetize it however we want, and there's nothing you can do to stop us. Even if we just take a video idea and do it ourselves or steal your merch concept because we like it for our brand, that's fair game, dude.
And if that's not enough, users were reporting technical problems basically since its launch, feeling sort of reminiscent of another non-scam peddled by Austin McBroom just months prior called Ace Club, which was meant to give their fans exclusive content, live streams, and even giveaways that unfortunately had to shut down out of nowhere because they, the family, got scammed. Didn't go into much detail, it didn't own up to anything, just shifted the blame onto an anonymous website developer, threw their hands in the air and said, well, sorry, y'all got scammed.
You guys got scammed, and unfortunately, the people that we partnered with in that adventure, they end up, I don't really like to talk negatively, but they just weren't good partners. They end up unfortunately scamming us, and it kind of like hurt us in a way because in reality.
So is it possible he's merely dangling the prospect of getting rich over his audience's head in an effort to make a quick cash grab? Yeah, looks like it. Wouldn't be the first shady thing he's done, considering back in 2018 when 25K of a reported 100K seemingly went unaccounted for during a basketball charity event. Or maybe take, for example, the other basketball charity event in 2019 when Austin chose a random person from the crowd to win a $100,000 cash prize, when the winner was actually just one of Austin's longtime friends and semi-pro basketball players. You know, whatever. Coincidences happen, right? At this point, it's pretty impossible for Austin to avoid controversy. But if you think we're out of the woods yet, buckle up, it gets worse.
There's every month there's shooting rumors about your body. You never address it. Is there a reason why?
But first, I want to give a huge shout out to our sponsor for today, Brilliant.org. Brilliant is an online learning platform that aims to enhance Brilliant course up to every my channel.
One more question. One last question, Austin.
What up, bro?
I gotta ask. There's every every month there's cheating rumors about you going on. You never address it. Is there a reason why?
With a relationship like Austin's constantly under the microscope of public opinion, it only makes sense for rumors as serious as cheating to make headlines. Only you may not expect them to be this often.
One time Austin McBroom was cheating on Catherine, and the girl he was cheating on her with left a lipstick in his car. And I'm sitting in the car with Jake, and we get a call from Catherine or Austin or whoever the fuck. We answer it, and it's Austin bawling his eyes out and Catherine absolutely screaming, holding this lipstick inside of their car.
Accusations of Austin cheating on his wife Catherine have always been a part of the Ace family mythos, particularly in July of 2019 when a Twitter user posted a DM she sent to Catherine reading, "I wanted to let you know because you deserve to know as a mother and just a woman. Last weekend Austin was with some friends of mine in Miami. He slept with one of them and made her sign an NDA. I didn't think it was fair at all for this to happen while you're at home with your babies waiting on him." But it was really just one screenshot, so the internet was torn between taking the message at face value or defending Catherine and Austin by giving them the benefit of the doubt. Catherine immediately responding publicly, "How about you post what you got, and if someone tries to sue you, I'll pay for it. Deal?" I swear people believe everything they read. But if that's where the accusations ended, I'm pretty sure people would have forgotten by now. It was Cole Kerrigan, a less than reputable source on drama, who leveled further accusations of not just cheating, but sexual misconduct against Austin and his father at the end of 2019. Austin was forced to put out a statement via Twitter, basically denying everything and accusing Cole of defamation of character. I'm a little uneasy talking about the situation personally, given that no victim ever came forward, and Cole's credibility was basically diminished the second everyone discovered he had tried to extort $100,000 from the family to keep an alleged sexual assault under wraps. So, not a great guy. And thanks to the way he approached these very serious allegations, fans and critics were quick to move forward without really digging any deeper to find more evidence. At this time, I haven't seen anything else there come to fruition, but it doesn't mean Austin escaped the cheating rumors altogether, either.
I'm in trouble, Austin? Does your wife know that you cheat on her every weekend? Does she know that you message every single girl on Instagram trying to get in their pants?
Unfortunately for their brand, more allegations began circulating again around the summer of 2021, when local circus act and Tits Coin ambassador Tana decided to throw her hat into the conversation.
But she tweeted out, "One time Austin McBroom was cheating on Catherine with a random girl and she left a lipstick in his car. Then I was sitting with Jake in the car and he gets a FaceTime. It's from Austin crying and Catherine is yelling, 'Is this Tana's lipstick?' Austin says it is, and it wasn't."
Now, I'm sure it was no coincidence she posted these on the very day he was scheduled to face Tana's friend Bryce Hall in the ring, but regardless, Austin found himself embroiled in yet another controversy thanks to Tana's insight, if that's even the right word for it, I don't know. Cap to the biggest cloud chaser of them all, and it was actually Erica Costell's lipstick, dummy. I was taking Jake and her back to Jake's house. This lame-ass lie ain't gonna save the attention that your little BF Bryce is about to get his ass whooping. Now, as hard as it is for me to say whether or not Austin was bluffing here, we at least know he wasn't lying about the last part.
Right here. Go for the kill right now. Right. There it is.
But Jake's girlfriend Erica herself ended up responding, seemingly squashing any rumors of cheating by confirming his story, which is when Tana really let loose and claimed he started a fake nanny company to cheat and hired 4 of her friends as nannies and masseuses he could hook up with when Catherine wasn't home.
And she's screaming and she's like, "It's the lipstick, Tana's. Austin says the lipstick's Tana's, blah, blah, blah." Austin's bawling. My dumbass thinks the right thing to do at the time is save the kids. So I lied to Catherine. I'm like, "This is my lipstick." It wasn't my lipstick, Catherine. I'm really sorry. But we team Bryce out here on God, so.
If anything, it's entirely weird and suspicious for Catherine to be so accusatory after finding the lip liner in Austin's car, and to me, it demonstrates a sense of doubt in the relationship. Maybe if he didn't cheat in this instance, he still could have broken her trust in the past, explaining the paranoia Tana seems to be alluding to. And if she's telling the truth, Catherine does not seem at all okay with it, which would go against the theory that they're in an open relationship. But of course, this is all just petty speculation at the end of the day. None of us really know. I just think it's fun to theorize about the real lives of multimillionaire couples who exploit babies for the sake of ad revenue. The point is, Austin has always carried a shady reputation. That much is obvious. And although nobody really knows the true inner workings of their relationship, certain online figures have still come forward with their own alleged experiences with Austin. Take for example Monty Maney, I think, a TikToker and Instagram model who took to social media to blast Austin for allegedly bringing her out to LA to give her a package. Not the kind she had in mind. Sorry.
A couple months ago, I get a DM from him on Instagram just asking me if he could send me stuff from his clothing brand, and I was like, of course. Like, I knew who he was. Like, I had never talked to a celebrity. Like, I was pretty new to doing like collabs and stuff at the time, so I was like, oh my gosh, he really just messaged me. Like, I was just like stoked.
Basically, she claims he reached out to her to promote their clothes on Instagram. Only when he brought her out to his house, they ended up getting down to business in a way that was a little less than conventional.
So we text, he asks me if I'm going to be in LA anytime soon, and I'm like, yeah, I can be in LA if it means you personally hand me the package, of course. We're texting a little bit throughout the day, like, you know, kind of like seeing what I'm like, I keep asking what the plans are later, like what exactly we're doing, and he kind of just keeps beating around the bush and not being direct and just kind of vague. It really bothers me. I'm like the type to like want to know what we're doing. So like we were supposed to meet at like 6, and it got pushed to 7 and 8, and then I text him at 9 like, okay, what is the deal? Like, I was like, why are we meeting so late? He picks me up in the blue Rolls Royce that everyone knows. So I'm like, okay, so it shouldn't be anything fishy. Like, he's not trying to be sneaky about it, whatever. And then where do we pull up? To a house in Malibu. And I was like, oh my God. I knew it was like not completely business when he turned on Netflix and we were just watching Netflix on the couch, like just talking and stuff. And I'm just like, what? And then he like grabs a blanket and just like has a blanket on himself. At this point, we're like not close together at all. And he like, it tells me like come over and like lay with him. And I'm just like, hey, look, like I'm really trying to do business. That's what I thought this was. He starts telling me like him and his wife aren't really together. It's just for publicity, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like believing it. I'm just being naive, like as can be. And here's where I'm a little ashamed. We did end up doing the thing.
She was ashamed, but she claims it happened, and proves it by showing his real Snapchat account at the end of the video. While bigger influencers have been quick to validate these rumors, none of us really know for certain what goes on behind the scenes of the Ace family's, former mansion? I don't know.
What I do know for a fact is one of my friends has literally the Ace guy, and he cheats on that woman all the time. And I'm pretty sure she probably gets DMs about it all the time. And the wife is obviously making a decision to like stay with the husband.
There's a lot of like cheating rumors going on out there. What do you have to say to that? Why do people make stuff up like that? Have a good one, bro. All right, man. Thanks, Austin. Take care.
But if these rumors really tell us anything, it's that the family-friendly image of the Ace family is just that, an image. One that Austin seems to care deeply about, but always manages to get himself into more hot water than he bargained for. My case in point, social gloves. Since 2018, boxing purists and career athletes have had to grapple with the newest trend in the world of sports, influencer fighting. Thanks to an insanely popular exhibition match between the undefeated Floyd Mayweather and Logan Paul pulling massive amounts of views and dollars, this new brand of fighting has not only enhanced the careers of those who participate, but revived the sport of boxing as a whole, drawing new pairs of eyes and changing the fighting landscape maybe forever. If you're a famous TikToker TikToker looking to make some quick cash and garner mass media attention, it only makes sense to put yourself in the ring with another evenly matched influencer, which is exactly what Austin McBroom intended to do when putting together Social Gloves Battle of the Platforms, a fighting event that pitted YouTubers Deji, FaZe Jarvis, Tanner Fox, Landon McBroom, and Ryan Johnston against a bunch of no-name TikTokers I didn't even know existed prior to writing any of this. I promise you the specifics here don't matter. The real highlight was TikToker Bryce Hall headlining the fight against Austin McBroom himself. Except I think I forgot to mention the Social Gloves trademark is reportedly owned by Ace Hat Collection Inc., which, you guessed it, Austin McBroom is listed as the CEO, with his wife Catherine being listed as secretary, which I think is only a tad weird right off the bat.
Wait, what the fuck? The headlining fighter is the CEO? No one's bugged out by this? Like, there are only a few people who do shit like that. It's like Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah.
You know, one of the greatest.
Yeah.
Connor, Oscar De La Hoya, like people who have like history in the fight game.
He also owns a company called Simply Greatness Productions, which is probably what I would name my company if I were trying to launder money. But regardless, SGP ended up partnering with Live by Live, a legitimate, publicly traded company that specializes in broadcasting live events like these. On the surface, it didn't seem like much could actually go wrong, right? Right? Well, that's where you're wrong.
LiveX Live is a publicly traded media and event productions company that was hired to put on the Social Gloves event. They are suing Austin McBroom, Austin's dad Alan, and Austin's company Simply Greatness Productions, claiming $100 million in damages.
See, before the event and before the dueling lawsuits that are now plaguing the Ace family name, Austin went on to predict the event would make up to $500 million from ticket sales alone, which you have to understand is an ungodly high expectation considering tickets were only $50 to $90 a pop, which is still way too much in my opinion. Like, you can just pirate it like a normal person. But the event only went on to sell about 136,000 tickets. So even if we assume all of them were $90 each, that's just shy of $13 million, just slightly off from the prediction Austin had made, which makes for a huge problem when you've already promised $5 million to Bryce alone. Everyone involved with organizing the event, the fighters, the investors, are all on the payroll, which is why it was imperative that Austin knew the figures going into it. And according to the Live by Live CEO, he did.
And here's the crazy part of this, right? And I apologize, I left this out. Austin was telling Bryce and telling Taylor that he didn't know any of the numbers. He was getting the numbers every day. And as it got closer to the fight, he wasn't getting it every day. He was getting it every hour. And as we got to the last couple of days, he was getting it every 15 minutes.
On top of that, Austin even required the fighters to sign an NDA before signing them to first position, including himself, which as far as the CEO is concerned, is fraud.
Austin got all the fighters to sign an NDA, then signed many of them to a first position. And when you sign a first position, you legally cannot sign a second person to a first position. Right? Is it fraud? Is it breach of contract? Is it worse?
But it's been reported that fighters had no clue the earnings were going to be so much lower than anticipated. Part of this is because Austin's massive, stupid fucking ego prevented him from being realistic about the sales. Generating hundreds of millions of dollars without pay-per-view is just not feasible, though he seemed to be convinced otherwise.
Austin was so arrogant, right? And so egotistical about this that he refused to put it on cable and satellite. Right now, this is the ultimate, stupid pill in life, which is 98% of every ticket in pay-per-view in the history of pay-per-view, right, that has been sold over cable and satellite.
Now, it's possible Austin was just trying to cut down on marketing expenses to make more profits, or he was just too full of himself to actually grasp reality. Although it's been rumored that some of the fighters have been paid, investor James Harden is still guaranteed a payout of $2 million regardless of if Social Gloves goes bankrupt. so James could still go after Austin personally, thanks to that minimum requirement mentioned in the contract. All because Austin was way too cocky to consider the notion that, hey, maybe the fight won't be able to make $100 million without pay-per-view. Sure, it generated over 1 billion impressions online, but that just wasn't enough to cover the massive expenses. And after once again putting the blame on another party, like he's done in the past, Austin McBroom is being hit with a $100 million lawsuit from Live by Live for defamation, breach of contract, fraud, and other charges, which is a lot of money. According to some, Austin seems to be behaving as someone who has a lot less cash than what they may want you to believe.
My interpretation with Austin after following this event is he's a guy who has significantly less money than you'd think. He's tied up in a lot of lawsuits, his cash is sitting in his lawyer's country club memberships, and he has just enough to keep up the facade. This is not the behavior of someone with money and integrity.
Now, contrary to popular belief, I don't hate the Ace family. One might assume that because of the scathing video I made about them, but I don't have any beef with, like, their 1-year-old son.
I think Drew Gooden said it best in saying it's not particularly the Ace family everyone hates, it's mostly just this one. Because with every new scheme, controversy, or headline to concern the family, it's usually Austin at the forefront, with his lavish lifestyle of cars, flexing, teaching children how to become millionaires, sort of clouding the whole relatable family vibe they may have been going for originally. It's gotten to a point where Austin's greed has essentially led the family down a path of no return, one that I don't think his children will be quick to appreciate once they get old enough to realize what's been going on. That they've been treated as mere accessories in the dramatic rise of their parents' business, born into a fast-paced life of drama and inherent contention. I imagine being in such a close vicinity to the madness can't be good for a literal infant, but Austin's drive has already gotten the family into way more hot water than they ever could have imagined, now staring down multiple lawsuits, all while having to auction off their house after not paying the necessary mortgage and taxes, reportedly. Not to mention another lawsuit involving their previous residents when they failed to pay rent and broke out of their contract early. And now the newest scandal involving 2 other massive TikTok figures and an NBA All-Star player. With all things considered, it's no wonder Catherine is starting her own channel separate from the Ace family. Maybe having an alternative flow of income would give the family some kind of safety net if Austin ever has to file for bankruptcy after one of his several lawsuits. I mean, who knows? The shady activity of this couple knows no bounds, an unfortunate truth that flies directly in the face of the hollow facade they've tried to maintain for the past several years. But I guess with Austin's brother literally faking his entire life on social media, we probably shouldn't be too surprised.
Keep on, keep running.
You can't be surprised that the world would have an adverse reaction.
So you won't make me go through all this? Dad, you'll be great.
One of the longest running, most coveted content styles YouTube has to offer is the art of the prank. Prank videos have both exemplified quality entertainment and warmed the hearts of millions since the days of Roman Atwood, Vitaly,
They said I'm going to jail.
and Foofy Too. You thought you heard sarcasm in my voice just now? It's because you did. I don't really like these people. But that's not to dismiss their impact in a grander scheme. Seeing that for a brief period of time, these pranks were the ultimate form of content, the easiest way to generate the most views and, in turn, make the most money. While it may be hard to believe today, at one point on YouTube, millionaires were born from titles like these.
I'm Joey Salads.
We're selling bricks in the hood. I'll give you guys a brick for 20.
In fact, the more sensitive a topic was, the more attention it was bound to receive, even when they turned out to be nothing more than staged, manufactured clickbait. By 2017, enough pranksters have been exposed for faking their pranks that viewers became skeptical of the genre altogether, diminishing trust between fan and creator, which meant that if you wanted to go viral, you needed to capitalize on the most insane, jaw-dropping concepts you could think of. And that's exactly the direction many creators took, knowing the authenticity of the prank didn't matter so much, just as long as the title and thumbnail contained enough shock value to achieve instant virality. It's how we ended up with Prank Invasion making out with so many scantily clad women in public.
Why don't we dress up as someone homeless and try to get kisses?
The shock value needed to overshadow the fakeness, but sadly, not everything depicted in these videos was fake. Some creators went so far as to take advantage of the public's preconceived notion of fake prank videos in order to monetize the most sadistic behavior imaginable, exploiting genuine reactions of distress and carrying out the most twisted of desires until YouTube themselves were finally forced to act, not before going down in history as some of the cruelest individuals on the entire platform. This is the story of Daddy-O5.
Right now we are under severe attack by all kinds of media. Everyone is following the media.
No, I say real life. At the end of the day, guys, we're parents.
My kids come first, my family.
Before we get into the serious stuff, I'd like to go ahead and thank today's sponsor, Established Titles. Established Titles is an easy way to preserve the natural woodlands of Scotland by helping environmental restoration efforts across the globe. A project based on historic Scottish customs, Established Titles offer unique title packs that give you at least 1 square foot of dedicated land on a private estate in Edelston, Scotland. This official certificate making you a real lord or lady. Get it on your credit card and plane tickets, etc. /Jobbery and use code Jobbery for 10% off your order today. It makes a great last minute gift and it helps the planet too. Huge thanks again to the wonderful people over at Established Titles for helping out and making this possible.
No, they are not adopted.
This question's for the kids. Are your parents abusive?
No.
No, they aren't. No. What inspired you to do YouTube?
And my kids inspired me to do YouTube. They all wanted YouTube channels, so I made a YouTube channel.
If you had a pulse in 2017, there's a good chance you're already familiar with the Daddy-O5 situation. A family channel with 150 million views and a sub count in the 6 figures that was rightfully terminated after accusations of parents Mike and Heather Martin abusing their 5 children under the guise of fake prank videos. An international story that culminated with criminal charges and 2 of their 5 kids being removed.
I'm trying, Blaze. I'm so dry.
The ringleader of this entire disaster is still on YouTube with a pretty decent sub count and a modest but consistent viewership to his name. In short, Daddy-O5 never left. Born on December 17th, 1982, Mike Martin experienced a rocky adolescence. Growing up in Baltimore City, he was in and out of institutions all throughout middle and high school before fully dropping out in the 10th grade, according to his second wife. But even before that, when Mike was only a few years old, his adoptive mother, Audrey Martin, married a man named Chris Britton, giving him and his sister a stepbrother by the name of James, who later testified in an interview that growing up, he and Mike were inseparable, describing Mike as a creative child, having a passion for drawing and making up games to play with his stepbrother. According to James, Mike was always going to be in the limelight, just maybe not in the way anyone had hoped. Much of the cruel disciplinary tactics that were later used by Mike on his children were first used on him by Audrey, who is described as an aggressive sort of person who tended to be excessive when it came to punishment, making Mike write sentences over and over when he stepped out of line, exactly what he made his kids do on camera 30 years later. Not just as a punishment for them, but also for the sick entertainment of his deranged fans. Let's pace ourselves. I want to take time to fully understand the type of people we're dealing with here and chart approximately where things started to go wrong. According to the same interview James had with journalist Nick Monroe, James emphasized the difficulty Mike had in coping with personal issues, always being quick to blame others for his own wrongdoings, unable to take accountability himself. As reported by Monroe, if the school system wasn't failing him, it was the teachers or the students for something as minute as being too loud. But one of the biggest tragedies of Mike's childhood came when Audrey passed of an aneurysm in her mid-30s. This took a massive toll on Mike, who was still very young at the time, struggling to cope with her loss as his stepfather Chris was driven to sell the house and send Mike away to live with grandparents. Meanwhile, his sister Courtney went to go stay with their uncles. Mike was fully isolated, away from Courtney and his stepbrother James, who did attempt to reconnect with Mike later in life, but was met with contempt, refusing to speak with James and his wife Laura for unknown reasons. Much of Mike's life past this point is fairly unknown, as James didn't see or hear from him again, that is until he spotted his kids watching a YouTube video decades down the road.
I think that the kids in this situation probably are not living an ideal life.
This is just the world's reaction to seeing children in distress, little defenseless children.
Now, the specific video that ends up getting brought to attention when they first started getting the backlash was actually probably on the lesser scale of how messed up some of their videos are.
Children being handled emotionally and physically in a way that shocked the world. And you can't be surprised that the world would have an adverse reaction.
Mike and Heather Martin had garnered quite the reputation by early 2017. Their content fully spilling out into the mainstream zeitgeist after being amplified by some of the loudest voices on the internet at the time. Before prompting such publicity, the couple had been quietly growing their channel since August 13th, 2015, toying around with a range of different genres before landing on the prank variety that eventually drove them to infamy.
What's up, Team DO5? I have been thinking about a little prank to do with Mommy and 5.
At first, their content consisted of pretty harmless, unassuming daily vlogs of their blended family. Heather had 3 boys from a previous marriage, just as Mike had 2 kids of his own from his ex-girlfriend Rose. A backstory we'll be exploring extensively a little later. As of 2016, the family had been known to stream on Twitch, along with their regular flow of YouTube content that was deemed fairly innocuous up until July 8th of that year, when Mike announced to his then humble following the first semblance of what would become the channel's primary focus, and ultimately the grave downfall of an entire family. I may have just done a prank on one of my kids, and there might be a video coming soon, maybe. I don't know, lol. He may not have known it, but from that moment forward, life for the Martin family would never be the same again.
Alright guys, so the dogs were outside and they drug something in, and I'm pretty sure it's a baby mouse, and Heather doesn't know about it, so... Just having fun. Relax.
After the first taste of these new family-themed prank videos, the Daddy of 5 fanbase was hungry for more. Even when Mike teased the idea of going back to regular vlogs, fans clearly favored the pranking, undoubtedly having to do with how favored the genre was at the time. Pranks had never been more prevalent on YouTube than fall of 2016. This was after Joey Salads and Fousey had firmly established themselves as huge personalities, and just around the time commentary channels like H3 began pushing back against them. Some videos even breaking 100 million views. The potential to go viral and cash out was massive, and Mike was just one of the many budding channels eager to capitalize on such a growing trend. But what made him stand out was that he used his family as the vehicle for content, combining the personality and vulnerability of family vlogs with the brazen marketing of prank videos made for a highly appealing final product in the eyes of hundreds of thousands. Before long, viewers viewers began to see titles like Kid Spazzes Out, Kid Gets a Whooping, Kid Has a Mental Breakdown, Psycho Wife Pulls Knife on Husband, and Dad Punches Kid in the Face. All extremely deliberate phrasing meant to appeal to the lowest common denominator. And in doing so, Daddy-O5 had never seen such impressive views. The more shocking a title was, the better. Piggybacking off the success of freak-out videos popularized by McJuggernuggets and Kid Behind the Camera, Daddy-O5 existed in a similar space, with videos like Kid Blows Up on Dad and Dad Destroys Kid's Xbox One.
Instead of doing classwork, you were playing games? Really? Really? You wanna play games, Cody? No! Wanna play games? Let's play games, Cody! Let's play games!
It's obvious Mike knew exactly what audiences would respond to most, producing videos ranging from innocent exploding ketchup prank to Jake beats up Ryan, or any given combination of violent buzzwords and scenarios that would give the channel more attention. But it wasn't necessarily the clickbait on its own that gave Daddy-O5 the reputation. Instead, it was really what you saw once you clicked.
Yeah?
You got a problem with that, Ryan? You got a problem with that, Ryan? You got a problem with that, Ryan?
Living in the Martin household was a hell I can only begin to imagine. Knowing your cloud-obsessed father was hanging around the corner just waiting for the next opportunity to strike and capture your reaction on camera for an epic YouTube video is something you or I will luckily never have to experience. Whether it was dumping water on his kids' heads as they came home from school, waking them up with a megaphone like they're at boot camp,
Jake, it's time to wake up!
or letting your kid ambush your other kid by pouring spoiled milk into the tub while he showered. For these kids, normal life seemed to be almost impossibly out of reach. Any peaceful moment to themselves was disrupted by a camera. Mike looking to cause trouble any way he could, yelling curses every other word, even instigating fights between his own children for the sake of more clickbait. But this is what the Daddy-O5 channel consisted of. In between Mike giving half-assed words of wisdom or something,
Decided to give everybody a little message. A little bit of words of encouragement. Right now, when you feel like shit, and you feel like you just can't go on no more, and you're just dead tired, right now is when it matters the most. This moment right now, this is what separates the losers from the winners.
See, in addition to being an unhinged maniac of a parent,
Put it down!
Mike was also a raging narcissist, always keeping himself at the forefront of the chaos, taking great pride in every milestone their channel hit. Sorry, I mean his channel.
Oh my god, I feel like if I get up and go take a shower, I might miss it if I hit 100,000.
While Mike emphasized his children and his content, he was the one who reaped all the rewards, adamant about reaching 1 million subscribers and saving up enough ad revenue to one day purchase his dream car. And he didn't care how many tears were shed in the meantime to get there. It didn't take an astute observer to look at one video and notice a key difference in Daddy-O5's content compared to the rest of YouTube's most popular pranksters. These videos were not fake.
You gonna get violent? Really?
Leave me alone.
That's why you're going.
I'm not going.
You're going.
I'm not going.
You are going.
I'm not going anywhere.
The more these so-called pranks continued, the more hostile the environment became. While every child in the Martin family was exposed to vile treatment,
I'm not going anywhere.
the more these so-called pranks continued, the more hostile the environment became. While every child in the Martin family was exposed to vile treatment, some had it even worse than others. Namely, Mike's biological kids, Cody and Emma. Among the youngest in the family, Cody and Emma found themselves being picked on the most, not only by their siblings, but by their parents too, as a good portion of their titles included Cody's name in some disgusting way. Jake crushes Cody. Dad burns Cody's Pokemon Pokemon cards. Cody ruined family night. Cody ruins a giant family surprise. I'm sending Cody to military school, and using Cody for target practice is only a fraction of the examples I found. Not including the poop series. Over time, Cody became hated. Examples I found. Not including the poop series. Over time, Cody became hated among the channel's fan base, seen as the problem child to gullible audiences because that was the narrative Mike and Heather seemed to put forward. Even in tweets that had nothing to do with Cody at all, the replies would still be filled with people encouraging Mike to punish Cody further, telling him that he should make Cody write more sentences, or that he should hit him harder. As heartbreaking as it may be to admit, it was genuinely what some people were tuning in to see, and the Martin parents had no problem giving them just that.
Shouldn't be doing. What is all this? What the heck is all this? Let me guess. You think I did this?
Cody, get the Clorox wipes.
But what is this?
Cody, get the Clorox wipes.
What are Clorox wipes?
The disinfectant Clorox wipes. Go get them.
It's clear from the time that Mike and Heather decided against letting Cody come with the family to Disneyland that they had always had some kind of weird resentment towards him. Where in one instance, Heather just outright admits she didn't want to take him.
No, I wanted to take him.
Okay, well, I don't want to take him. I love the boy, but I don't want to take him because he's bad at shit and he's going to make everyone miserable the whole time.
Implying that his behavior means he isn't a normal kid and that he's got something else wrong with him.
He put poop everywhere. Several times. Poop.
I don't miss him. I don't want him to be there.
Everyone is going to miss, well, not everyone, but I'm going to miss him too.
Got them jerks in there. They're not going to care.
I wish he would behave himself and act like a normal child. Normal kids have bad behaviors. Cody has something else.
Despite the fact that smearing poop on the walls at a young age can be an early indicator of OCD, PTSD, anxiety, or depression, Cody has also been officially diagnosed with ODD, otherwise known as Oppositional Defiant Disorder, which Mike and Heather would have to be aware of according to his biological mother, Rose. But despite this disorder, the Martins weren't holding any punches with the pranks they pulled. One video in particular by the name of Cody Gets Kicked Out stands out to me the most.
What's up, Team DO5? I am in Cody's room because Cody's leaving. Cody is getting out of my house. I'm kicking him out.
The video begins with Mike laying the groundwork for a new prank idea, convincing Cody that he'll be going to live with fellow YouTuber Kid Behind a Camera to clean dog poop to straighten up his behavior, making it seem as real as possible by getting the rest of the family in on it too.
Let me catch up to speed here. Hope I don't have chocolate on me. I ate some chocolate. So, I told Ryan that Cody's out of here. How do you feel about that?
I'm happy about that. You kind of go places and not have him acting stupid. Sounds like pluses to me. No one wants to deal with him.
And he's the sensitive one.
Mom doesn't want to deal with them. No one in this house wants to deal with them.
You don't love Cody.
I love him to death, but he needs to go.
This is literally how the video opens up. A dad getting his kid to talk bad about his other kid. Mike then waits for Cody to get home from school before breaking the news right as he walks through the door. Cody refuses, and as per usual, a screaming match ensues.
And I said go find some!
Here, what's your I'm not going anywhere.
You're going.
When did you become the boss?
Once Mike and Heather become more adamant that he will be moving out of the house, Cody retreats upstairs in search of a hiding place before accusing his parents of not loving him. And in his position, who can blame him?
It's not you love me.
I do.
No, you don't.
Gotta get you help.
If you love me, you won't leave it.
You got serious problems. I believe in you.
In a dispute that seems to last the rest of the evening, Mike and Heather help pack his things before meeting him at the bottom of the stairs, where Cody begins throwing clothes at his dad.
No!
At that point, Mike is forced to reveal the truth. As anyone could expect, Cody doesn't take the news well.
It's Stop it! It's just a prank.
Just a prank, really?
Yes. God! It's just a prank.
had just lied to him, making him think his life was about to change overnight. Not the first time he'd lied to Cody, considering the other instance they made him think they had abandoned him in public.
Cody!
Right here. Better now.
Prank! We saw you looking for us. We hit on purpose.
Or the other time he convinced Cody he was being put up for adoption.
You're leaving.
I don't care, I'm not leaving.
You are.
But none of those videos received as much scrutiny as the widely shared Invisible Ink prank posted in April of 2017.
Hey guys! So, I got a prank for Cody. I bought this here invisible ink, and I'm gonna squirt it all over his carpet and start flipping out. Because remember before, guys, you've seen our videos, you know, he got ink all over our carpet. We actually had to pay someone to come clean it. So we're gonna make him think that he did it again.
Opening with Heather smearing some kind of ink all over the carpet, the so-called prank takes a dark shift when Cody enters the room and she and Mike proceed to berate him for making a mess, blaming the child for something we all know he didn't do. Making for such a difficult watch, I'm not sure how much footage I can even show here.
What did you do? The hell is that?
I didn't do that!
Tell me what you did!
I swear to God, I didn't do that!
Mike and Heather's faces go completely red trying to get a confession out of their son, who cries and cowers in fear, not even understanding what it is he's being accused of. In a particularly uncomfortable moment, Alex comes to his stepbrother's defense, to which Mike and Heather respond by attacking him too. The rest of the kids stand by, unsure of how to react or what they can do to help. All they can do is watch in horror as their parents viciously wear Cody down to a breaking point, before finally revealing it all to be a big, wacky prank.
Invisible ink is dry, it comes out. It's already drying up!
They try to play it off as a joke in the outro of the video, but it's too late. Within days, the video made the rounds on YouTube, being rightfully chastised for exhibiting clear-cut child abuse in the eyes of some. Daddy05 addressed the haters in a video response shortly after, where Mike downplays the prank and blames viewers for not seeing the humor in it.
Apparently, it's upsetting a lot of people. This video, I mean,
It's just a prank, bro. Pretty much sums it up.
a lot of people don't see the humor in it.
Was anybody traumatized?
No! Well, I don't even know what that word means, but yes. No.
But as expected, this wasn't convincing anyone. The kids in the video were visibly shaken, audiences were outraged, and Cody and Emma's biological mother wouldn't stand for any of it.
In August, we had a mutual friend contact us about some YouTube videos, and we tried to get some help.
Rose Hall has spoken at great length about the trauma brought on by discovering her two kids being effectively abused by her ex. Ex-partner. When the Daddy05 channel was brought to her attention in August of 2016, she and her sister Crystal Reynolds tried seeking help by immediately contacting the authorities in her state of North Carolina, who found the footage to be alarming. But when it was passed along to Maryland, where Mike and Heather reside, the Baltimore police at the time declared it corporal punishment, therefore refusing to take any action.
The state that they live in now decided that it's considered corporal punishment to verbally and physically and mentally abuse your children.
Rose's hands were tied, unable to do anything but binge the Daddy05 channel and keep tabs on every new upload. For many months, she was utterly powerless. But how did these kids even leave her care in the first place?
Cody was no longer with us. Not even 2 years after that, they got Emma.
It's important to note that while the mother of his children, Rose Hall has never actually been married to Mike Martin. Though it's been reported the two met in 2004 after she moved to Maryland, Mike's alleged demeanor didn't start to change until the birth of Emma in 2005. Rose noted a difference in the way he treated them leading up to when they had Cody in May of 2007. It's also been alleged that Mike began speaking with his next partner, Amy, around 2008, expressing dissatisfaction in his current relationship, according to her. Finally, leaving Rose on her own with the kids in August 2008. As Rose's sister, Crystal, stated, Mike left back in 2008 when Cody was 1 and Emma was almost 3. My sister took care of those kids by herself, with no money or help from him for almost 7 years. By 2014, though, Rose reached back out to her estranged partner, trying to seek help with Cody's ODD.
3 years ago, she contacted Mike to give him a second chance to try to be a dad. 2011, excuse me.
More than 3 years.
And because, he was gone for several years.
With Cody struggling at her house, she thought maybe a quick summer trip to his dad's place could serve as a nice change of pace. Little did she know of what Mike and Heather would do.
She actually contacted him 3 years ago, trying to get some help because Cody was ODD, asked if he could go and visit for the summer to try to, see if a change of environment would kind of help him out.
It's possible Mike took this gesture as an indicator that Rose was unfit to take care of him with his condition. But as writer Nick Monroe pointed out, it's important to note there's a distinction between a child's behaviors being difficult to deal with and being deemed incapable of handling a child altogether. In fact, according to Rose, one of the reasons she wanted Cody in Maryland at the time was so he could access better medical care. As of today, I have yet to see any potential sign that Rose would be unfit to look after Cody and Emma, but I've seen plenty of signs that would show Mike and Heather to be some of the worst caregivers for any child. One of the more serious allegations from Rose being that Mike and Heather forged paperwork to make it seem she had given her majority custody rights to them.
While he was there, the stepmother, Heather, decided that she was going to forge papers and say that my sister gave up her rights of Cody and was sending him to live there.
During what was supposed to be a 6-month stay, Rose claims that Mike began slowly excommunicating her from her son. Nightly calls turned into weekly calls, which became monthly, until Cody just got too busy. Rose claims Cody's temporary visit began to look more permanent when she saw her name at the bottom of court papers in December 2014, blaming Mike and Heather for forging her signature on a document she swears she didn't sign. One bit of evidence to support this claim would be when Mike and Heather used some of her own medical papers against her in court, seemingly indicating a cache of Rose's personal documents somehow in their possession. According to Rose, they'd have no other way to obtain this information than by taking it from her home during a routine visit to pick up Cody's toys.
It wasn't hard for them to forge her stuff because somehow they got an entire tote of my sister's paperwork, like Medicaid for the kids and things like that, papers that she had to sign.
They also used a very personal document against me in court. They took a document that nobody was supposed to see. It was confidential.
To this day, Rose still denies ever signing Cody's rights over to the Martins. While Heather has continued to maintain their innocence, she and Rose supposedly exchanged these series of emails over the next few months, with Heather reportedly taunting Rose with things like, yes, you are his mother, but I am his mom, and yes, he does think of me as his mom, claiming that he refers to Rose as his stepmom, according to documents obtained by Nick Monroe. Reportedly texting Rose at one point, "You're not even a fraction of the woman and mother I am." Throughout this entire debacle, we see transcripts of Rose talking about how afraid Emma was that they'd come and take her next. Both Rose and Emma lived in fear of what Mike and Heather might do next, a dread exacerbated by Mike's alleged intimidation tactics around this time, with this police report filed by Rose at the time to indicate so.
The two guys live in Washington, North Carolina. I was working at the Walmart over there before they took my daughter from me.
and they would follow me home. One tried to run me off the road, and there's, I reported it to the police. I have police statements where Mike was harassing me. Him and Heather thought it was funny to drive by my house a couple times before I moved out to intimidate me and scare me, which it worked, and they ended up taking her and got what they wanted.
In November 2015, while Mike and Heather had Emma staying at their house for Thanksgiving, Rose alleges they snuck her back down to North Carolina and coerced her to lie about her mother being abusive in front of a court, saying things like she didn't keep enough food around the house, she was punching holes in the wall and cutting herself, none of which was true, as Rose maintains. During much of this process, though, Rose was forced to represent herself in court, as she claims the Martins had called ahead and spoken to countless lawyers in the area about the situation, making sure that none of them could be hired by Rose, as them speaking with the other party made for a, quote, conflict of interest.
I tried to represent myself because I couldn't afford a lawyer, and when I did afford a lawyer, Mike and Heather kept saying it was a conflict of interest to the judge, so the judge made me get rid of my lawyer. They told us in court that Mike and Heather had spoke to the lawyer. They got a whole bunch of names of different lawyers in the town, and they called every single one of them and told them about what was going on. And when I called to talk to that lawyer, they said they couldn't. It was a conflict of interest that they already talked to the other party. They wouldn't even hear any of my evidence. They took Emma away without doing a proper investigation.
In the end, the judges sided against her, and on December 1st, 2015, Emma was removed from Rose's home by police force, giving Mike and Heather custody that Thanksgiving break. In the span of under 2 years, Rose contends that Mike and Heather manipulated their way into obtaining custody of Cody and Emma, leaving her defenseless by the time their videos showed up on her radar. She says they lost weight under the Martins' care, and that the numerous psychologists and psychiatrists she spoke to all described the contents of Daddy-O5's videos as nothing less than abusive. With nothing left to do, she resorted to a GoFundMe in an effort to get her kids back on April 18th, 2017, which happened to coincide with the channel receiving widespread backlash, not without the help of Philip DeFranco.
Family that's been sharing their lives on Daddy-O5. There's a mixture of a family channel and also a prank channel, although unlike a lot of the family prank channels, they also prank the kids.
On the 17th of April, DeFranco took to his main channel with a goal of bringing awareness to the abuse happening over on Daddy-O5. He starts by summarizing the recent invisible incidents that pushed them into the news to begin with, before getting into some of their other videos where the family gets physical, citing one instance of Mike throwing Cody into a bookshelf, giving him a bloody nose. A horrifying image to normal people, but to Mike, this was all a big misunderstanding. DeFranco wasn't buying it.
Although the father's defense is that it wasn't actually blood, it was his nose isn't bleeding, but that's a scab. Even if I gave him the benefit of doubt, you still your kid into a shot.
Dedicating the next several uploads to speaking about the situation as it continued to gain steam outside of YouTube, bringing more clips to light and putting more eyes on the situation, causing Daddy-O5 to make an appearance on Drama Alert, where they describe Cody as an actor, before releasing yet another non-apology of the statement in which they admit to faking their videos for the sake of entertainment.
I don't care. Videos are fake. They're fake. They're over-exaggerated. Some videos are scripted. Some they're just played out. So the kids' ideas, act them out.
You said that. You said it's their ideas.
It's their ideas.
After a sorry attempt to weasel their way out of the limelight, Mike and Heather direct their focus onto DeFranco, blaming him specifically for making the situation worse than it was and putting their family in danger.
This DeFranco guy, he made a video about us.
Video, we now have real names coming on.
It would have never got this out of hand if it wasn't for that DeFranco guy. Starting all of this. Doing all of this to my family. He's responsible for this. Yes, we did the videos. Yes, I own up to everything in the videos. I own up to it. They're fake. Maybe I got a little carried away sometimes.
Despite Heather's previous assertion that CPS had already investigated them once and found nothing, one CPS agent described the situation as, "These videos are promoting domestic violence. Even if the parents do it in the best of intention, you are teaching the rest of YouTube and your own children that causing violence and distress is okay as long as it's a joke." The situation even reached their city council. As of April 21st, one member by the name of Craig Rice confirmed that the appropriate authorities and agencies were aware of the situation and involved in a case. While the Martins may have intended to keep posting through the controversy, there was no ignoring things now. Within days, they took to YouTube again to publish what seemed at first like a more heartfelt update as to where the situation stood, removing all of their videos except this one, to which DeFranco also covered.
We realize that we have made some terrible parenting decisions, and we just want to make things right.
During this week, we've had a lot of time to stand back, to jump out of character, and to see what we've done and to see how we've come across. And I understand how everyone feels.
Now, for those asking why my edit of that video was so weird, it wasn't my edit. They have several of these throughout the video. Instead of doing a hard cut, they drop the audio, they do a fade out and then a fade back in. And they do this so many times near the end of the video where it makes you wonder what it was that they cut out. But we'll keep going. Then they say this about family counseling.
We are now in family counseling because we need it.
In interviews just after the outrage, they said that they were already in family counseling.
We actually have a family counselor. Cody does go to counseling, and we went to counseling as a family. Ironically, we have.
So when she says we're in family counseling now, does that mean that earlier mention was a lie?
Despite receiving death threats from Daddy05's fan base, DeFranco didn't let up and continued reporting updates to the story until it was confirmed that Cody and Emma were safely returned to their biological mother in May of 2017.
I think the update is...
Emma and Cody are with me. I have emergency custody. They're doing good.
With two of the most bullied Martin children finally in a safe environment, it was time Mike and Heather faced the music. Shortly after shutting down their main account and promoting the new Mommy05 channel, the Frederick County Circuit Court formally filed criminal charges against the couple in August of 2017. Each parent facing down two separate counts of neglect of a minor, to which they ended up pleading guilty under what is known as an Alford plea agreement, which meant they weren't totally admitting wrongdoing, but they were admitting to there being more than enough evidence for the state to prove guilt. They were sentenced to 5 years supervised probation, and if they broke the rules of that probation, they'd be going to jail for 10 years. But in early 2019, it was reported by numerous outlets that a judge had seemingly lowered the couple's probation level and even allowed expungement, despite them supposedly breaking court order. Regardless, the Martins scrambled to continue entertaining their remaining fan base. Shockingly enough, a good handful of loyal Daddy05 supporters still exist, keeping up with their numerous rebrands as the new Family05 channel began posting new content behind a paywall on their own website. This came after YouTube opted to suspend their new channels multiple times, leading Mike to, at one point, pursue an entirely different career path as a SoundCloud rapper.
Show me respect, keep my name out your mouth. You do not know the truth in this house.
I don't think I can make this up if I try. But perhaps their biggest support came in the form of the remaining 3 boys taking to YouTube once more under the name The Martin Boys, initially uploading the occasional prank and vlog with neither of their parents in sight, before finally reintroducing Mike to the limelight in May of 2021.
Why are you recording me?
I'm recording you because the fans want you to come back to YouTube. I'm giving the fans what they want for my videos.
Over time, the channel seamlessly began featuring more Mike content until he finally took over the channel himself, becoming the new focal point with their latest upload being just 6 hours prior to me writing this. The name changing to the Martin family, as it would appear Mike intends to stay in front of the camera, where he's always felt he belongs.
They're doing better. It's gonna take a long time to get them back on track. I want them to be happy. I want them to feel safe.
As far as I'm concerned, Mike and Heather Martin are the YouTube equivalent of cockroaches. No matter how much negative attention, criticism, or even criminal charges are leveled against them, they just won't seem to go away. While I'm beyond grateful for the efforts everyone took in 2017 to get Cody and Emma taken away from such a hostile place and reunited with the one person who loves and cares for them the most, the fact that it took so much for the appropriate authorities to step in is a grave disservice to victims of child abuse everywhere. Mike and Heather Martin deserved far more legal penalizing than they received, in my opinion, and should be ecstatic they got off the hook so easily. For far too long, they both instigated and capitalized on the distress of the ones they should have been looking out for, punishing their children by an array of cruel and unusual strategies, using the camera as a sort of disciplinary tool, and the channel as an incentive to keep the abuse going, dangling stardom and nice things over the kids' heads in exchange for the reactions they knew would get the most clicks. I don't know where Mike and Heather's story goes from here. To most people, their chapter has been long closed, though I sincerely hope they've changed their ways in raising the remaining 3 boys under their care. Whether Mike or Heather have ever realized how their actions have affected their children in a profoundly harmful way has yet to be seen. But truthfully, that potential self-realization would do little to change the fact that Daddy-O5 remains the worst family channel in online history.
Two of my greatest friends in the world, Cole and Savannah LeBrant. Will you make them welcome?
What's up, guys? Glad to be here.
Cole and Savannah LeBrant are the kind of eye candy made for YouTube.
They market themselves as this like family-friendly content.
They faked their own evacuation.
They vlogged them going to the ICU. They vlogged their baby being hooked up to monitors.
Air abortion, genocide. That's an interesting take.
Something that kids like to watch.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the vlog. Subscribe right now and join the family because we are dropping our bangers back to back.
I'm going to take the scissors and I'm going to cut its head off.
So you all made me go through all this just for a stupid prank?
Family channels carry quite the stigma these days. It's not hard to see why certain influencers are so scrutinized when their on-screen parenting ranges from suspect at best to outright forcing their already grieving son to cry hard over the passing of the family dog.
Come here, come closer for the video, come closer. Come closer. Come closer. Put your head right here. Come closer. Look down, put your head down here. Act like you're crying. Go like this. No, I know, but go like this. For the video. Go like this, put one hand up, like this. No, go like this. Put your hand like this. Don't let them see your mouth. Let them see your mouth. Look at me. Look at me, look at me. I know, look at me, look at me. Look at the camera, look at the camera.
Anything to boost that CTI, even if it means commodifying your own child, relegating your own flesh and blood to an instrument for internet clout. Some of these parents go to extreme measures to put themselves in your recommended tab, such as force-feeding their kids laxatives and filming the results.
You ate too much? Too fast? You gonna do that again? Oh my goodness, this boy's stomach is broken.
Or when our friend Ruby Frank went against the will of her daughter and posted uncomfortable footage of her first shave to an audience of millions. And I can only imagine the memoir Ryan from Ryan's Toy Reviews is gonna write in 30 years. I wish this wasn't such a recurring theme, but in the minds of some parents, humility is an afterthought and the right to privacy barely exists. I'm hardly the first person to acknowledge the consequences of family vlogging. Within more critical circles of YouTube, these channels are considered shallow, exploitative, or just outright abusive. But to their own communities, they're the exact opposite. They're seen as decent, hardworking families just trying to entertain by providing a wholesome glimpse into their humble American lifestyles. Or a giant lavish mansion ranches they can't actually afford. But what happens when even their own audiences have a change of heart? What could possibly cause a brand as massive as the LeBrand fam to lose over 100,000 of their once committed subscribers over a span of just a few days? That's what I hope to uncover today in documenting the history of YouTube's most spotless power couple, Cole and Savannah LeBrand.
If you guys think our relationship is cute on camera and in pictures, you just see it off. You just see it off camera. Because that's where our relationship grows and flourishes and is abounding.
But first, I want to give a big thanks to our sponsor, Albert. Albert is a financial app offering automatic saving tools, cash accounts, cashback rewards, and so much more. Being completely different than any bank account you've ever had, Albert is completely free to sign up and super easy to use. They help you save automatically. Instead of opening a traditional savings account and hoping you remember to put money into it, Albert takes a look at your expenses and income and analyzes what money you can afford to save, automatically moving money into your savings account, sometimes just as little as a few dollars at a time. Along with getting 5 to 20% cash back at places like McDonald's and Walmart, Albert can spot you up to $250 instantly whenever you need it, which you'll be able to pay back with no interest. With Albert's team of financial experts or geniuses, they'll take a look at your situation and help you plan, answering any questions if you get stuck along the way. Click the link in the description box or go to albert.com/jobbery to download the Albert app today. For a limited time, when you open a checking account and connect a qualifying direct deposit, you'll get one family vlogger on YouTube. Their channel's sitting at about 13 million subscribers today, with over 4.5 billion total views across 574 videos. But I don't want to focus so much on the kids as I do the adults, who finally managed to push a longtime subscriber like my sister away after years of unrelenting support. But for that, we'll have to go all the way back to the beginning. Troy, Alabama on August 21st, 1996, Cole LeBrand was raised by his parents alongside one sister and 4 brothers in a very devout Christian household, where he adopted a readiness to preach the good word of the Lord, one day using his massive following in the 8 figures to do just that.
You're not happy, and you can be a homeless person much happier than the richest person alive because you have an eternal happiness as opposed to a temporary happiness.
Though contrary to what we see today, Cole's initial brush with internet fame had nothing to do with faith or even his family. The way he first grew up was making shirtless thirst traps with 2 other dudes.
How many of you know what we're talking about when we talk about dim white boys? Yes, I'm pretty sure that's where the hashtag for Jesus came from. Yeah.
Formed in 2014 by Cole LeBrand, Baylor Barnes, and John Stephen Grice, the trio of high school heartthrobs by the name of Dim White Boys became some of the biggest accidental Vine sensations practically overnight. Shortly following a twerking contest put on by fellow Vine user DeLon Richardson, the 3 decided to make a few joke dance videos fortuitously, pushing them from 0 to 10,000 followers, eventually pulling as much as 50K a day as they made more Vines. Achieving mainstream popularity and cracking 4 million followers at their peak, Dim White Boys made a killing off merch, fan meetups, and national performances put on in front of thousands of attendees, all coming to see this. According to John, we were in Atlanta and we were up on a block wall that was like a stage. There were about 2,000 girls there and they were all screaming and jumping around. We decided to go out in the crowd and they started grabbing us and pulling on us. It was almost scary. But unfortunately, Dim White Boys kind of disbanded after the 3 men relocated to various universities in 2015. After all, they couldn't keep dancing around in drag or racially insensitive costumes forever.
Tyrone, you know it's your baby!
Father?
That baby don't look like me. That baby don't look.
They were getting older, and finally, Cole made the mature decision to branch out on his own, going on the Amazing Race with his mom and launching a YouTube channel which he used to ask a celebrity crush to prom.
There's a viral video made right in Alabama. It's his first time pushing a video to YouTube, and the Enterprise Senior is hoping it will all pay off.
According to him, he fell in love with her heart for the Lord. Didn't even know Selena Gomez was Christian. As written by one journalist at the time, with almost 200,000 views in only a few days, we have a feeling those are just going to keep growing. Hopefully to the point where Miss Gomez herself notices and says, sure, I'll make time in my crazy busy schedule to go with you, which it didn't really happen. Nothing but radio silence. Other than a few bizarre photoshops made by either a fan or Cole himself. I'm really not sure. It's clear now Selena could have started a booming family vlog channel with the man of her dreams, but didn't. So allow me to introduce you to the lucky woman who did.
Hey, baby.
Hi, husband.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Hey, listen. Hey, Wyatt.
Savannah Sudis was born on March 2nd, 1993 in Orange County, California. Raised alongside her sister Chantel, an R&B artist, Savannah began dancing at the age of 2 and worked modeling jobs throughout her teen years before getting into photography, having her first child, Everly, at 19 years old. As it should be noted, Everly's biological dad actually isn't Cole, but another man named Tommy Smith, who still seems relatively active in his daughter's life today.
Everly, I was in a very bad relationship with her dad. Met her dad, got pregnant semi-fast, and it was just kind of bad. Always fighting, always crazy, breaking up every 2 months, getting back together. It was just like a very, very toxic relationship.
Sav has since revealed her rocky history with Tom, that he wasn't faithful and cheated on her multiple times throughout their relationship, even while she was pregnant. Not choosing the right guy, and also just being cheated on by my boyfriend, I think it helped me understand how hurt my mom was when she got cheated on, as she told People magazine. Being a young single mother, Sav began to post her and her 3-year-old daughter to Musical.ly, in the form of your typical dance and lip sync videos, nothing inherently harmful, beating out Jacob Sartorius for Muser of the Year in 2016, which is kind of funny. In fact, Musical.ly is actually where Cole first reached out to his wife-to-be, and although she didn't acknowledge him then, the two would officially meet at the Grove in Los Angeles not long after. It was at that point the couple began dating, Cole making the return to his old channel by introducing his new girlfriend and her daughter in a series of vlogs they'd shoot semi-regularly, while maintaining a long-distance relationship.
Okay, so I'm back, middle of the summer. I got really busy because I met a girlfriend.
With Cole finally popping the question in early 2017.
Alright, she said yes.
We're married.
This little proposal was a bit of a turning point for the LeBrans. Not just personally, as the two were now about to start a family together, but commercially. Boasting 27 million views as of today, this was their first big viral hit at the time, and a green light to keep that family-style content flowing, which seems to be a formula they had already begun to perfect, since there was a pretty clear discrepancy in views on their videos leading up to this one. Titles like How We Met, Date Night Gets a Little Out of Hand, Girlfriend Does Boyfriend's Makeup all did well, but not nearly as well as the videos that featured Everly in the title or thumbnail. Those were the ones to get 13, 15, 22, or 24 million hits. Sav and Cole would occasionally get views on their own, but that was rare. It definitely helps to have the 4-year-old daughter draw big numbers on a consistent basis. I mean, a video of her tooth falling out hit 46 million views. A trip with Everly to the water park got 45 million views. Another water park video cracked 50 million views. And their most video to date at over 100 million views is of Cole and Everly lip-syncing to music and songs. It's obvious to me Cole and Sav figured out a formula for easy popularity, which turned into a massive paycheck. Putting the spotlight on the kids they featured, the couple cemented a place among the most watched channels on YouTube. We do not use our children for fame, we hate the fame. It's the worst part of what we do, which I kind of find a little hard to believe when all 3 of their kids have Instagrams, even the one that can't talk yet, with their combined followers totaling out to over 7 million, not counting Sav, Cole, or even the dog. How do you willingly give a social media presence to your baby who can't even open their eyes and still claim it's the worst part of what you do? You don't have to do it. I love not using my kids for fame by titling my videos, "Where on earth did this 4-year-old learn that?" 4-year-old performing dance routine, surprising our 4-year-old with a trip to the water park, 4-year-old to the largest indoor making slime with 4-year-old does showers, dance challenge, 4-year-old daughter. I'm sorry, how old is she again? I forgot. Now, by this point, it's pretty clear what they're doing. And of course, none of this really seems geared towards any audience outside of young children. I'm not really sure what kind of normal person over the age of 12 could take away from something like this.
Super excited, and I can't.
What the heck?
Everly, what are you doing here?
You guys kind of look like...
You guys look like us.
You guys look like us.
We didn't plan for this to happen.
The only way you guys can go on a Valentine's Day date is if you're double dating with us.
These videos have always been marketed towards the absolute youngest demographic YouTube allows, with Everly being treated as more of a prop than a human being, filming nearly every waking moment of her life. From doctor visits to dance recitals to shoving a camera in her face when Sav had to go on a business trip. None of this needs to be on YouTube. I shouldn't even be aware of any of this. But when your income solely depends on publicizing the very personal moments of your child's upbringing, I guess anything goes. I mean, just a few months ago, Sav made the controversial announcement they wanted to pull Everly out of school to help her in the house with the new baby. Because an extra set of hands could really help, even if they're 9 years old.
Nice, just with another baby coming too, like she just...
That's your extra pair of hands right there. That's your extra pair of hands. You literally are married to a person with an extra pair of hands, which is his role. Okay, you guys are parents. That's literally what you're supposed to do.
I remember those moments just being so terrified of just like what the future would look like.
And now I get to use my kids to become millionaires and to exploit their labor. Now I exploit my kids' labor for money.
Literally.
Turned out such a good call.
The LeBrants are hardly the first couple to be criticized for the online exploitation of children, but it's titles like these that give them such a reputation. Would we be sitting here talking about the LeBrants if they were just normal and didn't make videos introducing their infant daughter to a husband?
You just gotta make sure that Posey's careful because he is too small.
Oh, look,
He wants some. Oh, she's like, come here.
Or it'd be so tone deaf as to record and upload a video of Cole's black adopted cousin Peanut being used as a step stool. This one got taken down pretty fast after Cole realized the optics, but not before being lambasted all over Twitter. One user writing, "The dehumanization of black people still exists in many forms today. The video you showed isn't cute to us. It's not cute for a black boy to be a stool." You know, I wonder who this person is. Oh, her dad is Martin Luther King Jr. The family never responded or made any additional comment besides blocking a reporter on Twitter. And even with this video being posted out of ignorance, it still wasn't the best look for a family that just got out of another controversy about a month prior, when they filmed their daughter crying after a pretty harsh prank.
You okay? Come here. What's the matter?
On April 1st, 2019, the LeBrant fam posted a video to their 8 million subscribers titled, "We have to give our puppy away, saying goodbye forever," which was viewed 1.5 million times before being taken down upon backlash. Despite starting off like any normal vlog, around the 7-minute mark, the camera cuts to Everly face down on the couch while Cole shoves a camera in her face and asks if there's any sad news she wants to tell the vlog, before Sav comes in to reveal they were giving their dog Carl away because he poops too much and needs to be taken outside too often.
You haven't even told the vlog yet. You want to tell the vlog? No? You want your mama to?
What? Baby sad.
Carl, come here. Carl, come here.
So, we have kind of been discussing Carl lately. We're giving Carl away to somebody else because we feel like we can't take good enough care of him at our house. We're always gone, we're always filming, or we're out and about, or at dance competitions all day. He's all over our house.
They tell Everly she can give him away to whoever she wants, and when they ask if she'll miss him, she nods and she's too busy crying to actually talk. Now you'd assume any normal parent may see this reaction and think, oh, we went too far here. Let's call it off and not upload the video. Only we aren't dealing with normal parents, are we? We're talking about Cole and Sav, who instead decided there was nothing wrong with filming all of this, editing it down and posting it to their avid fans before adding an emotional title and thumbnail. The worst part may be that this wasn't even filmed on April 1st. According to BuzzFeed, this all happened on March 31st. So what kid is gonna immediately think this is a prank? If you're 6 and your parents tell you we're giving the dog away, you believe it. At that age, you'll believe anything they say. They're your parents. You innately put your trust into them. And there's just some added layer of weirdness on top of the prank itself when you realize this was all monetized and publicized, reported in the news shortly after. You can't blame people for talking about it. It happened. But just imagine a video of you crying as a 6-year-old, being discussed by strangers, journalists on the internet, all because your parents thought it'd be a funny and profitable little joke. She even keeps crying after they reveal it's a prank, naturally sparking outrage and pushing the LeBrants into making an apology. A pretty forced one, I should add.
So I pulled the camera out, start filming, because I don't know if she's like trying to trick us by fake crying or something.
Yeah.
And as you can see, I'm kind of like asking her what's wrong. And she comes up, she's really crying, and so this is why I think that we're in the wrong. Yeah. She was seriously.
Actually thought we were serious.
Yeah, she was for real.
I don't want to spend too much time on this because to me it's not the most compelling statements. They do try and recontextualize the events leading up to what we saw by saying they had been pranking each other all day. Everly knew they'd be doing an April Fool's video at some point, but overheard her parents discussing giving the dog away for a video and thought it was real. That's when they whipped out the camera in hopes of capturing some fresh content, defending it by saying it was funny at the time.
This is real and
But
raw.
this is just real.
And we honestly thought it was a little funny.
I just can't imagine they would have taken this down if people hadn't been upset. And I also don't see how you're pranking your audience when you only end up pranking your kid. But the fact remains that this wasn't the first time their perfect family facade was shattered in front of the masses, as evident by the time they were exposed by their entire neighborhood.
This is what the firefight looks like overnight in the hills outside Los Angeles.
As deadly fires explode across the state. The death toll climbing again overnight, and the threat isn't over yet.
Throughout 2018, a series of devastating wildfires rocked Northern California in some of the deadliest and most destructive fires the state had ever seen, causing 103 fatalities and destroying over 24,000 structures, leaving almost 2 million acres of land completely charred, a whole 2% of California's total acreage, racking up tens of billions in property damage along the way. It's important not to downplay the nature of this wildfire season, as its effects are still felt today by those who had their homes and workplaces ripped away in an instant. A senseless and unfortunate tragedy that the LeBrant fam set out to take advantage of.
Pray for everything going on out here in California. There's always wildfires going on, but I believe that this is the biggest one to ever happen in California history. I saw that on some news sites, so we didn't realize how crazy the fire really got.
On August 13th, 2018, Cole and Savannah uploaded what was originally titled "A Giant Fire Makes Us Evacuate Our House," with this thumbnail depicting the family on the run from a giant fire off in the distance, which is a slight exaggeration of what happened.
And we just got an evacuation thing. I have this backpack on that has like our laptop, a camera, and essentials in it because we might not be able to come home tonight. So we're all packed up. Couple PlayStation for Fortnite. So we got our necessities in these 2 tiny bags. Everything that we don't want to get burned down is all right here.
In the video, Cole and Seth start by telling the vlog about the wildfires and that they may need to evacuate in order to stay safe. After claiming he just got an evacuation thing on his phone, Cole loads his family into the car and proceeds along the interstate to escape the fires. Stopping for ice cream along the way, he's really making a day out of it. I thought this was supposed to be about a wildfire. Only come to find out, their neighborhood in Ladera Ranch was never under an evacuation notice at all, unlike what they claimed. And that's not me saying that. That's coming from the National Wildfire Coordinating Group. Not to mention the countless testimonies from fellow neighbors living in Ladera Ranch who took offense to the way Cole and Saf played up their circumstances for YouTube.
And I just think it's really sad that they would exploit a situation that's as serious as a fire that so many people were evacuated from, just so that they could get more likes or more hits.
It is a really scary thing, and if it was something used for social media, that I guess that's something that is a little messed up.
See the thumbnail with them looking scared?
Wow. Yeah, that is just, that was never even, we were never even near that.
They never issued a full apology or reached out to the news for comment, though they did temporarily privatize the video, rename it, and change the thumbnail to a random frame. They basically used a natural disaster as an excuse to take a family trip down to San Francisco, which they could have just done without the clickbait.
I have friends who were evacuated in very scary situation, so, you know, kind of making light of that, I don't think was proper. Just to make a buck.
But one thing is for sure, this wouldn't be the last time they clickbaited circumstances they've never actually had to experience themselves.
They
posted multiple videos with tons of clickbait titles like, "We're having twins, they were not having twins." And most disgustingly, they would clickbait that things were wrong with their pregnancy.
By 2021, the LeBrants had vlogged and monetized the birth of 2 more children who have both been raised into this lifestyle, not knowing anything besides the cruel lens of a camera poking around every significant moment of their lives thus far. But that's besides the point. The problem I have isn't the vlogging itself, it's what they choose to show and how they do it. On August 18th, the couple sparked outrage yet again with a 43-minute video titled "She Got Diagnosed with Cancer" documentary. Now, anyone who clicks on this video would naturally assume one of their kids in the thumbnail got diagnosed with cancer, when in actuality, they didn't. Instead, we get Cole detailing a time where he thought his daughter had cancer, only to find out she didn't, contrary to what the title just told us.
Cancer is not something to clickbait. You just don't do it. There's some unwritten you want to clickbait, "Hey, Everly, went to the moon in space," and you clickbait, you got her a cardboard space, cardboard rocket, and she didn't go to the moon. Different than clickbaiting cancer, okay? That's why people are upset with you, Cole and Sav. That's why people are upset. You clickbaited cancer and diminished everybody else who has gone through this, profiting off of a clickbait title, and you know you are, and they really are.
As recapped by one article, this mega popular and hyper-religious influencer couple took their child to the hospital for bruising and sauntered out of the pediatric wing with a clean bill of health and $1 million video. But what this article doesn't mention is that the LeBrants actually set this video as a premiere ahead of time, which means this thumbnail and title combination were up on their channel for hours before the video could even be watched, with a live chat for subscribers to perpetuate further speculation on who had cancer, what was going on. Just a really cheap and intentionally malicious way to get people talking before it went up. The video features the couple going around and talking to parents who have had children diagnosed with cancer, hoping to spread awareness to those uninformed and uplift anyone going through something similar, which is a good thing to do, but to me, those good intentions are almost entirely negated by the way they marketed the video, by misleading their diehard fans into thinking one of their own children had cancer. They've been on YouTube long enough to know exactly what they were doing, and Cole's apology really didn't change much in the minds of critics, because although many could agree with the message and get behind an aim to raise awareness for something virtually everyone has some kind of connection to, you don't do it by clickbaiting your daughter's health. There were even a few articles published speculating on whether or not Posey actually had cancer.
I don't want any of this hate. I don't want any of these lies about our family or this video to distract from the main idea of what this video is trying to do.
I'm all for spreading awareness and talking with those inflicted with cancer. It's affected my family a lot over the years, but this is hardly a sensible way to go about doing it. A completely ignorant and silly way to address such a serious topic. But unfortunately, they weren't about to stop there.
And the reason I'm shouting them out is because over the weekend they took a break from exploiting their children's lives for monetary gain so they could put out what they refer to as a documentary about abortion, where in the first 3 minutes they compare abortion to genocides, including the fucking Holocaust. You know how you do when the average age of your audience is what, probably 10 years old? So, congrats on doing something more disgusting than clickbaiting your daughter potentially having cancer for views. Fucking disturbing weirdos.
Before we get into their most recent debacle, I want to give a brief content warning since we will be touching on politics, religion, and various perspectives on abortion. That's right, we're going there today. The LeBrants are Christian conservatives. They've never hid from this. In fact, their spiritual and political leanings have both been a point of contention as recently as when they attended numerous maskless events during the pandemic, or as far back in 2016, when Savannah proclaimed her support of Trump even after the infamous bus tape was leaked, calling Hillary Clinton a baby murderer for holding pro-choice values. Cole has been said to argue with pro-choice fans on Twitter, writing things like, "A woman is raped, that's awful. But rape is a terrible thing. I have much compassion for all victims." However, you see how those words don't really sound great in the order he puts them in? Cole has always argued in favor of forced birth, even when it puts a woman's life at risk, or as he said himself, results in 9 months of trauma. If these tweets are real, of course. I can't in confidence say whether or not they are, so please take them with a grain of salt, and no, they are a little hard to verify since he wiped his account off the face of the platform, probably so he wouldn't see real tweets like this, or this. But you don't need old takes like these to know how he feels about topics as sensitive as abortion. All you need to do is watch their 40-minute joke of a documentary.
It's just such a egotistical, lame thing to put out a pro-life
abortion documentary when for sure their audience are like, for the most part, probably like kids, like young people, very impressionable.
I don't think there's anything even questionable about how these people are just flat out wrong in what they're doing, and it is so infuriating to me.
On April 9th, 2022, the LeBrant fam published a video simply titled Abortion Documentary to their main channel of over 13 million subscribers. A look into abortions where they emphasize a goal of not being pro-choice or even pro-life, but pro-love.
This documentary by no means is trying to illegalize abortion. After this documentary, you're still gonna have the choice.
Yeah, about that. Even with their intention being to preach a message of love and acceptance, most viewers were turned away within the first 2 minutes when they compared abortion to the Holocaust, the Cambodian genocide, and the Rwandan genocide. Wonder what the comments had to say. I guess that's to be expected. Causing a firestorm on Twitter, where critics were quick to accurately point out just how much of a gross comparison this was and how it made zero sense. You just can't compare an ever-changing figure to a fixed event in history. To make it worse, they don't even state where from what period of time these numbers were pulled from. Before even the 3-minute mark, they've already minimized the millions of lives lost in genocide by throwing up an endless number counter that doesn't even cite any concrete abortion statistics.
Why are we making this? There's so much at risk. Why are we even making this? Why are we adding flame to an already crazy burning fire? And the answer is just, if one baby is saved from this, if one mom chooses to keep her baby from it, then it's all worth it.
Showing their hand this soon into what's supposed to be a fact-based, pro-love documentary, the LeBrants lose all credibility. It's why people like my sister unsubscribed the second it showed up in their sub box. Being less of an objective piece of research presented in good faith, the LeBrants set us up for an emotionally charged propaganda piece, filled to the brim with bad faith arguments and just blatant lies. Like when they dub abortion as a far more prolific killer than heart disease, the leading cause of death in the United States, for which they, again, provide no source. The most recently available data comes from the CDC, which still reported more heart disease cases than abortions in 2019. But because this isn't my area of expertise, I had the privilege of sitting down with actual OBGYN and fellow YouTuber Danielle Jones. Being a board-certified medical professional and an expert in pregnancy and gynecological health, I was hoping her insight as a medical professional could shine some light on the dangerous onslaught of half-truths and misinformation purported by the LeBrants.
Anytime you attempt to talk about these things, especially in depth, I struggle to make sure that I'm not going to come across as attacking a person. It's nothing against them, except that I find it really irresponsible and incredibly biased the way that they presented information. And I wish that they would have taken the time to discuss with some experts other than the two very obviously chosen people that they serve.
After Savannah explains her own experience with unplanned teen pregnancy and emphasizes how thankful she is to have kept her baby, they bring out two very pro-life doctors who depict abortions with intentionally graphic imagery accompanied by provocative footage of a gruesome procedure.
You hear pro-choice and it sounds right because it's like, oh, well, the mother should be able to decide whether to keep or not keep. But they don't understand what not keep means.
You literally take the baby apart piece by piece to remove it from the uterus. In the first trimester, that involves putting some local anesthetic in the cervix. And after you have the opening large enough, you insert a little tube and you go around just like a little vacuum cleaner and suck out the pregnancy.
But as Dr. Jones points out, this is only a very small fraction of abortions disingenuously made out to seem like a majority.
They're discussing in that a D&E, dilation and evacuation. The primary use of that procedure is actually for people who have a fetal demise in the late second trimester and don't want to go through the process of being induced and delivering a baby that's not alive, because that can be a very emotionally and physically dangerous process. The procedure is also used for people who do not have a fetal demise, but that is not the most common way that abortions happen. In fact, it is the very least common. So focusing on D&E when you discuss abortion is absolutely 100% either not understanding what you're talking about or an appeal to emotion to try to get people emotionally invested in this discussion.
Without giving any statistics, Dr. Anthony Levantino states that even when abortion is necessary to save a mother's life, the best course of action should always be to deliver the baby regardless and leave the mother's safety in God's hands. Which, if a doctor ever told me to be leaving my procedure in God's hands, I'd probably just do the surgery myself.
Pregnancy can be very dangerous. But there's a point to be made about this. We need abortion to save women's lives, really. The vast majority of times that a pregnancy becomes dangerous to a woman with many of these conditions, the vast number of these cases occur after 22 weeks. I have terminated, i.e. ended, hundreds of pregnancies to save women's lives. How many babies did I have to deliberately kill in the process? None. Not even one. It's called delivery. We're going to take care of the both of them, and we're going to just have to leave it in God's hands.
What I think is really important for people to know is that they sometimes talk about this like you can just induce somebody and deliver their baby at 18 weeks. I live in a place where we're not allowed to do that. And I can't just induce my patient at 18 weeks or 20 weeks. Sometimes if they have a lethal anomaly, and sometimes if their life is acutely in danger, we can. But it's not that easy. People think that doesn't count, and it's not true. Intentionally ending a pregnancy, knowing that it will result in the death of the fetus, meaning you're not intending to, the viability point has not been met. The point where the parents would want intervention has not been met. Intentionally ending a pregnancy prior to that is included in abortion legislation, no matter the method that is done by.
After speaking with these experts, the LeBrants encourage pregnant, single women who may be looking for guidance to seek help through free local pregnancy centers in their area, of which many physicians, along with Dr. Jones, have raised concern.
Acceptance in your community for an unattended pregnancy that you choose to keep is an alternative to being ostracized, and those are good things. That is a great thing. But it is still not an alternative to pregnancy. Because these clinics that parade themselves as, not needing abortion because we provide services that help you as a new mother, it's still not, that's not addressing the point. We're not talking about adoption or alternatives to parenting. We're talking about pregnancy. And the problem is that they kind of sometimes present themselves as a choice clinic. So it looks like I'm going to get all the choices. And they will tell you, like, oh, you can do abortion, but then they will describe it like it was described in that video. And you might be 8 weeks and thinking, like, oh, I thought I could take a pill, but my God, that looks like terrible. I can't do that. It's just not the same.
One organization the LeBrants promote goes by the name of Embrace Grace, which, according to their website, is a nonprofit that equips churches on how to love and support the single and pregnant young women in their communities. Basically, a ministry that provides resources to pregnant women in need, while strongly encouraging them to keep their babies. I personally wondered how a supposedly helpful organization like Embrace Grace could truly welcome vulnerable pregnant women with open arms and free from judgment, when their own founder Amy Ford admitted they don't want you getting an abortion.
We want the church to be like an oasis and a sanctuary for these women, that if they're scared and they don't really know what to do, then we want the church to be a safe place for them. And then also, if they end up choosing abortion, we don't want them to, but if they do, we believe the church should be a safe place for them too.
I'd also like to go ahead and note here that Amy Ford has actually published a book in which she encourages readers to carry out their organization's mission by, quote, scoping out pregnant women without wedding rings to engage in an intentional and Holy Spirit-led conversation, and looking into Facebook buy and sell groups for users appearing to be single women asking for lightly used videos, as outlined in news. So, make of that.
I also want church to be a safe place for people with an unintended pregnancy who want to continue that pregnancy. Nobody should be coerced into having a termination because they don't have social support, but you can't do that by coercing people out of terminating pregnancy when they think that's best for them, and land them in, higher risk of poverty, lower credit scores, more debt, more bankruptcy, more eviction. You're committing these people to that and not voting for things that are social safety nets that support that.
A lengthy portion of this video is also spent talking with single women who once considered abortions themselves, but ultimately decided against it and have no regrets. In fact, it's almost unfathomable to imagine their lives without their children, which I think is the case for any parent. And that's not to say the experiences of these women aren't valid. They absolutely are. But so is every woman on the opposite side of this debate as well. Just because Savannah was in a more comfortable, privileged place to welcome a baby into her life doesn't mean everyone is. And I think that's one of the biggest problems I have with this doc. They apply these cherry-picked anecdotal testimonies to everyone else's experiences, when that's just not how reality works. Your individual circumstances are your own. They're not perfectly aligned with anyone else's, and that's fine. That's life. You can't expect everyone to be mentally, emotionally, physically, or financially capable of carrying a child to term just because you were. And you can try and persuade them all you want, but it doesn't change their circumstances. The unique reasons behind what an individual chooses to do with their own body is their own, and nobody else has the authority to tell them otherwise. We see this choice given for nearly every other field of medical practice other than abortion, as Dr. Jones outlines.
The point should revolve around one individual's right to autonomy. And as far as I'm concerned, you cannot force another person to use their body to keep someone else alive, whether that someone is a fetus or another person via blood transfusion, organ donation, what have you. Even once you die, you don't have to give up your organs, even if they will save someone's life. So I think this is really important.
One of the biggest blockades to abortion access in the US today has to do with political interests. One side wants to keep it as an option for anybody that may need it, while another side doesn't want women to have bodily autonomy. Sorry, I mean, they're pro-life. Pro-life politicians want to protect the rights of every living being, vowing to keep babies safe and sound, which is why 128 of them axed a $28 million emergency bill to fund baby formula shortages. They care deeply about the life of your baby. As even Cole brings up towards the end of the video, there is a burning question we have the right to ask, which is what happens to a life after it exits the womb? Why don't we care for it then? His solution is local volunteer work, supporting your loved ones, making sure they know you're there for them, which is all great, but it doesn't provide the substantial systemic relief they can use long-term to lighten the burden of raising a child. And limiting legal access to abortions doesn't help either, as Dr. Jones and many other medical professionals have been saying for years.
We know what happens when people are denied abortion. So if you look at a group of people who sought abortion and could not access that, and a group of people who never intended to terminate their pregnancy, what you see is that the people who are denied abortion have an increase in their poverty level over the next 5 to 10 years, and that stays that way. Like it plateaus, and they have a reduction in their quality of living on a socioeconomic scale. They also have been more likely than their counterparts to be evicted, to have food insecurity, to just generally not be able to access any kind of specific social support systems, because we don't have that in the United States. We don't offer any help to these people. They are more likely to stay with a violent partner and experience intimate partner violence. They are denied an abortion if they seek. People who seek abortion, 60% of them will already have children. And those current children experience more difficulty with development and general well-being than children in other families that you're comparing them to. So denying people abortion also affects the health and well-being of their already here children.
The La Brea documentary doesn't provide any sort of solution to these very real, costly problems. Instead, creating more by merely attempting to force women into seeing their personal perspective. It's fine to not want an abortion. No one should ever make you feel like you need one. But I believe that goes the other way as well. In a world where the rights of the disenfranchised are becoming increasingly jeopardized with every passing day, we can't afford for such blatant manipulation tactics to run rampant without check on a channel that has long geared their content towards young children and parents. This couldn't have been a more unusual thing to upload, and I can't believe I'm at this point, but the LeBrants actually got me to agree with Tana Mojo for once.
What? The fuck? I spoke too soon. Maybe we can have the Ace family back. Like, I don't think any single one of their fans signed up for this. They just wanted like a healthy family morning routine.
I do think that it's really important that this entire conversation boiled down to, I have no problem with us giving a fetus rights. I think the important part of this discussion is we don't get rights to a fetus that no other human has, which is the right to use someone else's body against their will. It was not until I sat at the bedside holding the hand of somebody who was hemorrhaging with their 2-year-old sitting on the couch with their partner and thought, whatever is happening in your uterus is 1,000% less important than you being alive and your partner having you and that baby having its mother.
And above all else, I just can't help but see the irony in Cole and Sav caring so much for the rights of the unborn while repeatedly refusing their own children the right to privacy.
Let's move on to LeBrant family's daughter. 5.2 million subscribers. She's 7 years old. This girl is inappropriate. Splits, dancing, bunny ears, just gross. Now look at her demographics, everybody. 70% male. Lowest percentage is teenagers. So we can just eliminate that. But here we go. 24%, 19%. That's 50% of their male audience of 70% is watching this little girl and is between the ages of 18 and 44. What is 70% of 5.2 million?
70% of 5.2 million is 3.64 million.
This is why this conversation matters. Millions of men, older men, are ingesting photos and videos of your daughter. Millions.
The reason the LeBrants continue to get away with the things they do is because the audience they garner remains consistently unfazed by any of their given missteps. Children are too young to realize there's a problem here, so they submit their undying support to the couple who are incapable of being wrong in their underdeveloped 6-year-old brains, endangering not just the children featured in the content itself, but any single mother or impressionable teenager subjected to the rampant misinformation of their recent documentary, if you can even call it that. The LeBrants have continuously sacrificed the privacy of their own children for YouTube ad revenue, making themselves millionaires at the expense of Everly having a normal childhood free from the media's judgmental eye, as all 4 LeBrant children will unfortunately continue being used as props until their parents wake up and realize the negative effects of non-stop exposure to the public. I want the best for these kids more than anything, but from the looks of Savannah pulling Everly out of school to help around the house in the wake of a new baby, Cole taking the family on an extravagant getaway under the guise of a fake evacuation for clout, and the couple themselves putting their young daughter in charge of their infant for a funny YouTube moment, I can't say I anticipate the rampant exploitation of the LeBrant fam to lessen anytime in the near future.
Keep on, keep running.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today we're going to be talking about something extremely familiar to us all. You see, I was driving through town today and I saw, almost like the Parthenon, an ancient relic of the past, left behind by man only to be observed by passing passengers.
Two of my greatest
April 15th, 2018. A sizable crowd had congregated in front of the Americana Mall in Glendale, California, where an apparent dispute was said to be underway. Between two of the most hated internet powerhouses of the time, Danielle Bregoli and Whoa Vicky. After blasting her voice across airwaves in 2017, Bad Baby had all but captivated the world with her annoyingly viral catchphrases and in public throwdowns with local sewer rat Victoria Rose Waldrip.
Tusta, put your bag down, Tusta.
After exchanging words and slurs and a convoluted back and forth that I can't even begin to paraphrase here, Vicky and Baby were finally set to squash their internet beef in person when the confrontation suddenly turned sour, ending in a whirlwind of punches and empty threats hurled at multiple parties. Amidst the chaos stood an individual about 3 heads shorter than everyone else. A 9-year-old girl with freshly bleached hair and a colorful vocabulary, to say the least. To many at the time, Lil Tay was nothing more than a member of Whoa Vicky's entourage. And although it may not have been the main focus of the confrontation, it was certainly the one who benefited the most from being there. With her follower count reportedly doubling in the aftermath of the coverage, Lil Tay would not only become verified as a result, but garner over 2.5 million followers and 15 million impressions per post in the coming weeks. Soon being name-dropped by Eminem, featured on the biggest morning show in America, and becoming one of the most Googled people in the world, all by the end of 2018, right before vanishing just as inexplicably as she came. So, what happened to her? And who was pulling the strings behind one of the youngest and most perplexing influencers in internet history? That's what I hope to find out as we revisit the puzzling trajectory and real-life implications of the century's youngest flexer.
Good morning, these colors. This Lil Tay, the youngest flexer of the century. Keep flexing to them haters.
Absolutely, George. Good morning to you. You know, Little Tay is a 9-year-old who told me she's come here to Hollywood to pursue her dreams of being a social media star.
Claire Eileen Hope was born on July 29th, 2007, to a Chinese mother and Canadian father in the city of Vancouver. Her parents were never married and actually separated when she was just 2 years old. In the beginning, Claire was really no different than any other young kid. She enrolled in ballet classes at the age of 4, with her skills carrying her all the way through several Royal Academy competitions, in addition to playing the piano, skating, swimming, singing, and studying Chinese. It's safe to say Claire Hope was exercising a multitude of talents from an extremely young age. Being a straight-A student at her elementary school, her mother would go on to describe the girl as a mild-mannered, well-behaved kid. With so much potential, there'd be no telling just how far her abundant capabilities would take her. But I don't think any of her teachers expected this.
Lil Tay out here balling in the I-8. I dropped 200 racks on this car, and I'm only 9 years old. I got the keys to this car. Everything here be designer. Gucci, Louis, Versace. Merry Christmas, bitches. I'ma shit on your mama.
Man, what the fuck are they putting in baby formula these days? Claire hit the internet with a bang around late 2017. Originally posting to Instagram under the pseudonym Lil Gucci Taylor, she became famous for her outlandish personality you wouldn't expect from someone her age.
Bitch, I just bought a Lamborghini. Y'all bitches can't afford this shit, okay? I'm only 9 years old, but I'm the youngest flex of the century. Me and my boy Jake Paul out here flexing on these broke ass bitches. Tell 'em what's up, Jake.
anyone above the age of 5. Her persona was obviously a gimmick, right? Not real. But as the lore goes, Tay was a 9-year-old Harvard dropout who made so much money moving bricks that she was able to afford fancy cars, mansions, designer brands, really epitomizing the brazen in-your-face flexing videos that were especially popular around the start of 2018. You know, back when YouTube was really at its peak. With scumbags like this making a living off flexing their massive wealth as a dirty proletariat, I guess. Because who doesn't love being reminded how poor they are? In a way, Lil Tay was just the natural evolution in a climate of desperate hype beasts competing for the title of most annoying class trader. But this was easily some of the hottest content of the time. And if you could tap into the right audience, the revenue and influence would just bring you even more lavish riches. But what set Tay apart from the rest was pretty obvious. She was not literally smoking hookah on camera. Is that Of course, it was only a matter of time before she caught the attention of every person with internet access, plunging directly into controversy and thriving off whatever attention she could, whether positive or negative, officially being exposed to millions for the first time by Rice Gum in a video titled Roasting My Sister's Bully With. Wait, he has a sister?
I'm not sure if you guys know this, but I have a sister. I actually made a video about her in the past. Bro, explain these pictures, bro. We look identical, bro. That's my little sister, Ling Ling.
Okay, yeah, don't know what I expected.
What? Is that a Gucci belt? Is that a Louis belt?
It was December 2017, and Rice Gum was on the hunt for the next weird viral sensation to showcase to his audience in the 8 figures. Given Lil Gucci Taylor's unorthodox image, she was the perfect candidate for a video that would generate well over 7 million views. Essentially, in this bizarre little world Rice has conjured up, she's playing the part of his imaginary sister's bully. Not like you should care, it doesn't matter. You know, why does she keep calling him daddy? Forgot about that. Despite Tay clearly being directed by some outside entity, Rice goes on to jokingly roast the 9-year-old for about 4 more minutes, before completely switching the video topic altogether and just kind of f***ing around at a pet store to pad out the rest of the 10 minutes. Is this what his videos were like back in the day?
Touch it, girls.
Regardless, this was the first video to genuinely put Tay on the map. And whoever was truly behind the Lil Gucci Taylor persona at the time wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. Because Tay immediately responded with a scripted reaction to Rice Gum's reaction, going on the record and threatening to
Ask your auntie.
and making it clear that he
You ain't flexing on like Lil Tay. You ain't flexing like Lil Tay. Where your money bags?
in addition to defending her use of the N-word on account of being part black.
I'm partially black. Y'all, like, you don't even know anything about me, so why you just making assumptions?
Not sure who told her to say that. Also not sure who edited stock footage of twerking asses and hard drugs find a kid who's barely out of Huggies. But the spectacle was there, and thus the views and money began to roll in, as Rice Gum promptly uploaded another reaction to her reaction to his reaction. I hate this website so much. Basically just calling her broke and arguing she shouldn't be flexing on those less fortunate than her. So, you know, the exact thing that made him famous. Not sure how you could have the energy to repeatedly go after a literal infant in some kind of fabricated internet beef, but too many viewers were captivated at this point. Tay was making a name for herself, and much like witnessing a Rolls Royce being engulfed in flames on the side of the highway, it was hard to look away.
Little Tay.
Oh, I've heard about this man. I got 200 racks on this car, and I'm only 9 years old. I got the keys to this car.
This literally reminds me of my childhood.
Lil Tay Moneyway continued to grip YouTube throughout the first quarter of 2018. Creators like Sniper Wolf, Atozy, Memulous, Danny Gonzalez, the Fine Bros, and The Right Opinion, to name a few, were well aboard the Lil Tay clout train at this point. Even PewDiePie couldn't resist the easy views.
Hold on, get
feel like I'm not allowed to say anything.
And I can't even blame them. What with her flippant, inappropriate attitude contrasted with the fact that she was a child, it's not like there wasn't entertainment value. There was a lot to discuss, like what was a kid like her doing around massive celebrities and overall fantastic guys like CoX 69. I mean, the two hopped on an Instagram live together to discuss how much they hated Bad Baby.
I'm banning Bad Baby from LA.
But really, the entire thing just devolved into Rat Boy wandering around the streets of Brooklyn while Tay spilled apple juice on herself.
Oh shoot! Look! I spilled something on my. Yeah. Okay.
He's not even listening to her. What the hell is going on?
Let's take a quick picture. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's take a picture. Yeah, let's take it.
Like, who thought it was a good idea to drag her out to the Chief Keef concert just to grab some quick photos before the show? Even catching up with Roblox enthusiast and Trump's personal bootlicker, Lil Pump.
One of the big superstars of the world, Little Pimp.
But looking back on everything now, it's clear it was never about Tay's actual hopes and aspirations, because as more details began to emerge in the following months, audiences no longer saw the novelty in Lil Tay, instead expressing genuine concern for her well-being, as well as questioning who in her life could be instructing her to do all of this. Where was she getting all this money, and how was she able to film all these luxuries that clearly didn't belong to a 9-year-old? And more importantly, why waste thousands of dollars on Gucci when you can flex your Raycon earbuds, am I right? Come on, that was smooth. Co-founded by singer-songwriter Ray J, Raycon proved that premium audio doesn't have to price you out. Determined to deliver quality sound at half the price of any other premium wireless brand, Raycons come equipped with a 32-hour battery life, seamless Bluetooth pairing, and a slew of nice gel tips made for your comfort, only unlike other brands, they don't stick out of your ears. Not to mention the incredibly convenient built-in microphone. Everything about these are clean and discreet. And with their nifty 45-day happiness guarantee, you can support the channel and get your money back if you decide they somehow aren't for you. They certainly helped me research this video as my ears get blown out by the century's youngest producer. Why not give them a shot? Go to buyraycon.com/jobbery today to get up to 30% off on your order. Or click the link down below. Again, that's buyraycon.com/jobbery. Huge thanks again to the gratuitous saints over at Raycon for helping out with these videos.
How would you describe your life right now?
I would describe my life like, since I'm the youngest flexer of the century, I'm richer than like most people. Like, I'm richer than all these broke ass haters hating on me. And my life is pretty amazing, but I worked hard for it.
Lil Tay's career was skyrocketing to impressive heights just a few months after first making headlines, with countless managers and talent scouts hitting her up for potential partnerships. At least 6 people told me they were her managers, stated one LA record producer who was working with Tay at one point to create a hit song, because of course she made music too.
Lil Tay, money way, but the bitch is off like an essay. Need to make him like okay, I be shooting off rockets, call me Hussein.
Wow, okay, you know what? Let's just move on.
But despite the clear talent gap, this gimmick allowed her to make insane industry moves a lot of musicians can only dream of. Getting to hang out with God himself.
What's up? I'm with the legend Rick Rubin.
What's up?
If you don't know who Rick Rubin is, he probably made your favorite song. On the surface, her character may have seemed one-dimensional, focused on flexing her riches, making fun of popular creators, basically just parroting the same line over and over. But behind the scenes, her team was connecting with Goliaths in the entertainment world. After turning down Howard Stern and landing a less than substantive interview with Logan Paul's brother, she was given her own segment on Good Morning America, the most viewed morning show in the US. And it's a pretty weird watch.
I'm a Harvard dropout.
What city is Harvard in?
I kind of forgot because I haven't been there in a long time.
This was all thanks to a man named Diomi Cordeya, a young manager known for his work with MTV, Republic Records, and Beyonce. After getting in touch with Claire's family, he began to work for them with no contract, just to prove he was trustworthy. The goal from the beginning, as stated by writer Lauren Levy, was to build a brand of meme influencers like Lil Tay and Swaggy Wolf Dog, whoever the Basically, Cordeya had a vision, which relied on making her more marketable for the mainstream, successfully getting her $1 million headphone deal. Or actually, $20,000, but close enough, I guess.
Look at my interior. They match my brand new headphones. Y'all can get your headphones too.
I like those headphones. I heard you got $1 million deal for these headphones. True?
Yeah, you already know what it is. Lotte be closed $1 million deal.
Really?
Why you asking, bro?
Well,
You behind on your rent? Lotte rich and finna get richer.
Though according to him, attempting to clean up Lil Tay's act would prove to be a challenging and ultimately impossible feat, thanks to the input from her half-brother, Jason.
Snoop Dogg even accusing her 16-year-old brother of coaching her.
A lot of people are gonna say this and that. We just keep going.
Jason Tion was no stranger to the internet by the time Lil Tay burst onto the scene.
Ricey. Icy as fuck, bro. Ricey.
In fact, he had already cultivated his own niche on YouTube under the username Ricey, where he tried his hand at scathing diss tracks that send waves of terror coursing through the bloodstreams of his victims.
Fuck smack, Bubba Boy, Rice again. I'ma pull up by your dumbass house and bang bang like a 45 and make sure no one survives.
Yeah, I guess the reception wasn't the best. Imagine wanting to be a rapper so bad, but your little sister is the one who gets name-checked by Eminem. Unlike Lil Tay, the 16-year-old couldn't rely on a gimmick to support his career, leading some to accuse the teen of living out his desired life through his half-sister. After all, who would be more inclined to seek out Lil Pump? A 16-year-old rapper, or a child who can barely tie her own shoes? Additionally, the public became increasingly wary of her family's true intentions as more evidence surfaced online of Tay being coached by her brother off-screen.
You broke ass bitch. You out here, out here like with your irrelevant ass. You making a video on me, like, bitch. I'm way more relevant than you. You're trying to be relevant, and you trying to be like me.
Lil Tay be popping on YouTube right now.
What do you do? I'm gonna be like more ignorant. You have to be like, ooh, Lil Tay out here. Wait, what did he say again?
You still irrelevant, like I said last time. What do I say?
With the question, where is her mom, lingering in everyone's head, the true answer may actually be the most tragic of all. She was always there.
Mommy, stop! I was filming!
Rumors of Claire's mother, Angela Tion, being fired from her real estate job began to circulate shortly after her boss spoke out against the use of company vehicles in Lil Tay's viral videos.
She called and she said, I'm quitting from real estate.
In fact, the car shown in this video, viewed over 13 million times, belonged to a managing partner of Angela's real estate firm. So if there was even a single person out there fooled by Lil Tay's life of opulence, it was all thanks to her mom's job. According to this manager, he was only under the impression they would be taking a picture of his vehicle, not using it as a prop for a 10 million plus view video pretending it's theirs. Although her boss had reportedly felt all sorts of mad, disappointed, and taken advantage of after finding out Angela had been using him as a front for her daughter's hoax of a career, he didn't fire her like many had reported. She was technically resigning, probably after seeing just how much money her daughter was generating after lying to her millions of followers.
I didn't shoot in anyone else's house.
You didn't shoot in anyone else's house.
just like...
No one has proof that I did.
But the lies didn't matter so much anymore. Everyone saw through them anyway. Tay had finally reached the lifestyle she had always pretended to flaunt online, or at least something close to it, as Angela and her 2 kids were able to exchange their suburban lifestyle in Canada for a more fast-paced life of stardom in LA, moving in with Josiah Jenkins, a man responsible for jumpstarting the careers of numerous influencers and having ties to big names like Whoa Vicky. If it's one thing I've learned from researching this topic, it's that all of these clout demons are heavily intertwined, feeding off one another like leeches, seeing who can do what for who. Just the traditional money-making game of Hollywood, I guess, only with a 9-year-old kid at the epicenter against her will. As stated by Jessie Miller of Mediated Reality, Lil Tay's videos involved a parent with her cell phone making choices about how her kid was noticed on the internet, expressing what I'd consider a pretty universal concern for the impression these videos and this lifestyle may have on a girl as young as Claire. But after a turbulent few months that I can only imagine were absolute hell for a kid as young as Tay, she vanished. Her account was scrubbed entirely by June 2018 with no prior announcement or explanation anywhere. Just like that, the eccentric character of Lil Tay was gone, with one final cryptic story post reading "Help me." The door was left wide open for plenty of speculation.
Lil Tay, the internet's youngest flexer, is gone. Her YouTube is gone. Her Twitter is gone. Like, every trace of Lil Tay on the internet is gone.
In the months following Tay's sudden disappearance, a rotating door of alleged spokespeople would take turns claiming responsibility for her online brand, which of course flies in the face of her family's assertion that she never had a contract. It was at a point that so many NPC schmucks had tried to hijack her character that Claire Hope, the person, seemed less significant than the reputation that preceded her. As time went on, people were becoming less interested in the individual that was Lil Tay. That is until months later, during a supposed hack of sorts.
Over the weekend, someone using Lil Tay's Instagram account posted shocking abuse allegations about Lil Tay's father. This caused huge backlash on social media, and her father apparently sent a cease and desist letter to Instagram after he was receiving death threats from Lil Tay's fans.
In October 2018, Lil Tay's Instagram posted once again. This time, whoever was operating the page went all out in creating as much chaos as possible, changing the bio to hashtag #FreeLilTay and hashtag #MakeTheInternetGreatAgain, with the most notable post being extremely serious allegations against Claire's own father, Christopher Hope. Now, these accusations were extremely personal in nature, taking into question Chris's new marriage, child abuse against Tay, alleging that although he had been out of her life for years, was requesting she come back to live with him and his new wife in Vancouver via court order. The post even goes so far as to blame Chris for Tay's hiatus, claiming that he was afraid she would expose the truth to the world. In the words of Tay herself, "He was threatening to have my mom arrested if we didn't go back. I didn't see him for multiple years. He never saw me for so long. It's obvious he just came back because he wants money."
You have to come in there tonight. You really do. There's no other option here.
We don't have to go inside right now. We can just go in my car. We'll just drive somewhere and talk about it, okay?
I'm not going.
I think you should come with me. We'll just talk about it.
Angela, you gotta follow what the judge said. You have to encourage her. You have to.
Although it was established Jason had been running all of her social media in the past, there was no real way to verify who was behind this hack, other than it was supposed to be someone who previously worked with Tay, with a document from Chris Hope stating the account was taken over by her brother, Jason Tian, also a minor. He has either personally or encouraged others or negligently allowed the account to be used by third parties to conduct criminal extortion and harassment, as well as the torts of defamation and libel, making an already bizarre situation bizarrer. Because despite the media frenzy that ensued back then, there was nothing but radio silence for another few years, naturally generating concern amongst spectators of the firestorm that was Lil Tay's online presence. Concerns that wouldn't be addressed again until April 2021.
Jackson, be advised,
The feelings are earned and dangerous.
Save Lil Tay from a life of abuse are the ominous first words to precede a $150,000 GoFundMe for Claire's purported legal battle against her father. This, along with photos of the younger Tay shown bruised up, were posted to her Instagram account after years of inactivity. Once again, making Chris out to be an abuser, just looking for ways to exploit his daughter now that she's famous. According to one post, he had allegedly taken all of her money and still owed up to $400 grand in child support, providing this video to reinforce the claim.
You're gonna go in and abuse my mom and my sister now?
Good job.
Nice one. But what about the millions of dollars you stole? Real mature, Chris. He owes 6 figures in child support. You haven't been in her life for years and now you show up? And now you want to use her career as blackmail to waive your child support expenses? How can you even be honest? And then you go on to manipulate the press to look like the hero parent.
In addition to various videos of Claire crying over staying with her dad and images of Chris out with some woman, the GoFundMe goes into way more explicit detail, as the organizer, Jason, outlines a pattern of Chris's alleged negligence, citing a lack of fresh food for Claire, physical abuse dating all the way back to when she was a toddler, and a gross mishandling of the money she previously earned as an influencer. As he goes on to accuse her father of wasting the cash on extravagant trips, gifts, and women, with some screenshots here dating back to 2017, according to him, that seem to paint Chris in a pretty worrying light, even making the claim that Chris would casually hook up with women in the same bed as his daughter, and was, quote, naked in front of Tay quite often. But some have been quick to question the legitimacy of the campaign, wondering if the evidence presented by Tay's brother is really enough to justify over $17,000 in funds.
This case was supposed to start on April 23rd, right? When I went on the Supreme Court of Canada's page and looked up hearings and cases for this month, the 23rd wasn't even scheduled to have a case.
I was just confused at first because it said you are Tay's last hope in saving her from a life of but then they told us that the father doesn't even have custody of her right now. Who is Lil Tay with right now? Why haven't we got like an updated picture? Tay's brother responded to this person and said, "You're an effing idiot. The reason this happened is because the legal system is failing her."
That is weird. Why would he respond to someone who wants the best for Lil Tay in an aggressive manner like that? I'm not convinced the brother wants the best for Lil Tay.
As of the time of me writing this, months after its launch, we still have yet to see any substantial updates on the nature of the campaign. No legal documents have been shown. They just posted this GoFundMe and dipped without saying another word, making it impossible for me to definitively say whether this campaign is truly going towards helping Claire. It's possible Tay isn't in a good place and needs the money. She hasn't come out and said anything herself, though some have pointed to a Canadian law for this being the case. I mean, after all, Chris is a lawyer, and if he truly was taking advantage of her funds, I don't doubt he'd know how to get away with it. But ultimately, I think the public deserves more clarity and reassurance that their money is actually going to assist Lil Tay personally. It doesn't help that she's been taken advantage of her entire career for her family to make a quick buck. And I don't blame people for being skeptical. These questions should always be asked when dealing with something so serious. And to me, it doesn't look like we'll be getting that closure anytime soon.
As you can see, May 10th, he says, we're gonna talk about everything soon. And I'm like, okay, excited to see. Then it's just radio silence for months. So I hit him back and say, any updates on the Lil Tay situation? And he responds, I'm not associate with them anymore. I don't know anything about them. They disappeared, lol.
With the way things have been handled, I hate to say it's unclear whether or not Claire Hope is currently being given the care she so desperately deserves.
Like, I want to make my mama proud. You guys are not doing anything with your life. You may not see it, but I'm trying to accomplish something. And you guys are preventing me from that. All y'all haters, like, I'm trying to accomplish my dreams. If you don't like me, just block me. I didn't do anything to you.
With so much inconclusive evidence leaving us with more questions than answers, all I can hope is that Tay is in a better place right now. It's not like any of us can even begin to imagine the things she experienced firsthand. At just 9 years old, Claire had little to absolutely no say in the way she was being handled by those around her. Treated as nothing more than a cash cow by her family members who found a way to milk the algorithm in their favor. She won't be able to look back on her upbringing as anything close to traditional or even healthy. Her childhood was robbed by clout-hungry leeches, and I worry about the implications such a wild and tumultuous era could have on someone as impressionable as she was, and still is. The detriment of child stars is hardly a new concept. It's just now being repackaged thanks to the internet. And with the severe lack of legal restrictions protecting children from being exploited online, the consequences of such ventures are boundless. Despite what she may be forced to tell you, Lil Tay didn't sign up for this lifestyle. And my only hope is that she's able to live out the rest of her adolescence in peace.
Keep on, keep running.
Please welcome Instagram's most loved and hated man, Dan Bilzerian.
The king of Instagram, as his PR firm forces every article to call him.
The King Alpha Male.
The King Alpha Male.
Danny B. Dan Bilzerian.
I just have bitches around me all the time. I'd be jet skiing. I'd be driving around Ferraris and private jets. You're living like a life that doesn't even seem real.
Where did Dan get his money from?
Your father was a corporate specialist. He went to jail.
They're getting straight up accused by the former president.
Allegedly kicking a woman in the face at a nightclub. Did you do that?
Well...
Allow me to set the scene. The date is February 24th, 2021. A young Instagram influencer is scaling a $63 million Bel Air mansion in hopes of finding its elusive owner, the man with the perfect geometrical beard, Dan Bilzerian.
I think we're good. Come on. Dan, are you in there?
What's the deal with this guy? Who even is he? On the surface, he looks like a bodybuilder compensating for being 5'9". A fusion of Tony Stark and Hugh Hefner. A professional poker player with lavish taste and a massive online following of over 30 million insecure teenage boys. If a lifestyle of touring the world, sleeping with models, shooting machine guns in the desert, parading around exotic animals, sitting down with meatheads, posing with enormous stacks of cash, partying with major celebrities, and ruining a perfectly good car with a military-grade tank seems too good to be true, that's because it is. Dan is a fraud.
Dan Bilzerian?
He doesn't live here. He was actually exiled from his California dream home just last year, quietly abandoning the social brand that made him the Giga Alpha Chad his fans once considered him to be.
Can you write any of this off? Because it's really promoting your brand and your lifestyle.
I mean, I have to talk to my accountant about all of it. I don't know.
But how exactly did we get here? What happened to Dan the Man Bilzerian? Well, that's what I want to find out. But first, we're gonna need to go back to where it all began. Daniel Brandon Bilzerian was born on December 7th, 1980 in Tampa, Florida. Coming from humble beginnings, his mother was nothing more than a social worker, with his father being but a simple businessman. You know, what kind of businessman, you ask? Just the kind that manipulates the stock market for a living.
A really successful businessman, and then the newspaper headlines are, and I think this is like the late 80s, he's indicted for like tax and securities fraud. Yeah.
So, I was actually just kidding about the humble beginnings thing. Hard to grow up in a house like this and still pretend you're self-made, but Dan found a way.
So how did you make your money then?
Playing poker.
You made it all playing poker?
Yeah.
Wow, that is insane.
The point is, Paul Bilzerian had become one of the richest corporate raiders in the entire region by the time Dan was just 6 years old, setting up multiple trust funds for his two sons before being locked away for fraud in the early 90s.
He was then ordered to pay $60 million back to the government, and after he paid back $3 million, he was like, uh-oh, I'm out of money. Anyway, on a completely unrelated note, his son Dan Bilzerian mysteriously won $50 million in 1 year playing poker, which is more than any professional poker player has made in their entire lifetime.
But trust me, we'll get back to Dan's father in a little bit. For now, I want to focus on the man, the myth, the king of Instagram. No, I'm not talking about myself, even though Dan and I do have similar followings, with over 10,000 one-night stands under his belt. Wait, did I read that right? 10,000? 10,000 one-night stands in one house?
17 chicks. And I remember I had sex 9 times in one day. I was like so proud of myself.
Well, I mean, it's good Dan would never lie to us, though. I mean, I guess we're just gonna have to take his word for it.
He objectifies women on a mainstream platform, normalizing women as background rather than as actual human beings. In other words, you make women, according to them, props.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I said the same thing about Hugh Hefner, right?
Is that supposed to be a good thing? I mean, they said the same thing about Hugh Hefner. Yeah, they did.
I don't know. I just take pictures and the women are there, so I don't know. I mean, it's all up to interpretation. I mean, people can.
What is your interpretation?
That, you know, I have a bunch of women hanging around.
But make no mistake, he wasn't always the zenith of peak male vitality, though. In fact, he actually dropped out of 4 separate high schools over the span of 3 years, even being arrested for bringing a machine gun on campus his senior year.
So explain what led to you getting thrown in jail your senior year.
A machine gun and a shotgun in my vehicle on school grounds would be probably what led to that. And this was right after Columbine happened, which was kind of bad timing, if you will.
Galaxy brain stuff here from our boy Dan. But after pulling a Vince Staples, he decided to abandon school altogether and enlist in the Navy right after graduating? I think he graduated, I'm not actually sure. All I know is that he is said to have spent about 4 years in the Navy, apparently going through 510 grueling days of SEAL training with 2 broken legs?
You know, I had done everything that I was supposed to do. I made it through Hell Week with broken legs.
No, you did not.
And I went into medical and I asked them to look at my legs. I ran for like 2 miles and just destroyed them even more just because I was just so sick of the military. I just wanted to get out. And they gave me what I wanted. They were going to get me out.
Think under the UCMJ, that's actually a crime. He's not running for 2 miles with broken legs if he's truly hurt. It just seems like this is made for social media.
Dan's strained relationship with the US military becomes a little dicey, so stick with me here. The first step in becoming a Navy SEAL is completing basic underwater demolition training, known as BUDS for short. Meant to test physical and mental stamina, the 24-week program is described as demanding and intense. Most trainees don't even make it past this one phase, but Dan has insisted he spent over a year and a half on BUDS alone. Yeah, the same guy who struggles to land a jet ski in the water. But he claims his extended training and frequent rollbacks had to do with his 2 stress fractures.
I had broken legs for like a year and a half or a year and 7 months. It was insane. It was basically like, they're like, okay, well, this guy's legs are just never gonna fucking heal.
So why wasn't it healing? I'm still confused.
Because I went through SEAL training, that kind of fucked him up
for
a little bit.
Dan never officially became a SEAL, instead being kicked out just 2 days before passing to the next phase on account of a safety violation at the gun range, or in his words, no real good reason. Yeah, I'm sure there is no real good reason.
I'm gonna give you guys some perspective. For somebody to be rolled back from training 2 days prior to graduation, there has to be something pretty significant. They call Navy SEALs often the $1 million man, and that's because how much it costs to train these guys and how much time goes into that. So he doesn't dive into that, but I will say that does bring some red flags or questions. You have to have done something really bad or be very highly disliked, I would say.
Rumors of Dan falling asleep during training and getting into arguments with officers have since circulated online. And although I have no real way to verify any of these testimonies, just the thought of Dan's former class making up songs to mock him after he got dropped is really beautiful to me.
And this instructor that didn't like me, he couldn't even find excuses the third time. He just admin dropped me. I didn't even know that was a good thing. I didn't even know you could get admin drop, but yeah.
Hey, a broken leg and an honorable discharge still gave our man in the ledge $6,000 disability allowance, so...
Yeah, I was getting a GI Bill, and the VA was paying me, and I was getting grants and everything for school, and so I was making pretty good money for a college student.
Despite, yes, completing about 99% of the military's toughest training, his love-hate relationship with the Navy extends even further into his later years, when he paid his way into a military film in 2013, pumping $1 million into production in exchange for 8 minutes of screen time they ended up cutting down to 60 seconds. Even trying to sue the production company afterwards? Yeah, actor.
Nothing, bro. I'm about to get out of here with my girl.
Whatever. Before any of that, Dan was officially discharged. In desperate need of a purpose and a place to go, he did what any affluent dickhead would do and became a business major, using his disability money towards enrolling at the University of Florida, joining a frat, and of course, falling in love with the game of poker. Dan was only a freshman in college when he embarked on his first ever poker match, taking a liking to the game almost immediately. Staying up late and losing a ton of sleep was worth it if it meant getting to play an extra game with his classmates in between important business readings. By his sophomore year, Dan was addicted, even reportedly taking out a loan on his car and selling 3 of his most expensive guns so he had more money to gamble with.
So I went like flat broke my sophomore year, and I actually had to like sell 3 of my guns. And then I took that money and went and like played on this gambling boat. Take a boat to the boat because it had to be in international waters.
Being coached by his younger brother Adam, a real professional poker player, it wasn't until his 25th birthday when he actually set foot in a real brick-and-mortar casino, ready to prove his skills in the treacherous world of gamblers, sharks, and billionaires.
Oh god, there's 3 that size on the flop. Dan's doing the money we did to this Ford Explorer a year ago.
Look, let's get one thing straight. I'm an idiot, okay? I'm not gonna pretend I know the first thing when it comes to poker. I'm really not good at any game not called Mario Kart or Super Monkey Ball, for that matter. But I have read the comments under gambling videos of Dan, and I know his skills have been repeatedly brought into question by real experts of the game. And I think it's safe to say he isn't exactly the most well-respected in the community. Even Dan himself will tell you it was never his life goal to become the greatest poker star of all time or anything. He just wanted to be the rich asshole in the background, having his beard stroked by models. And that much is totally understandable. But it becomes a little more disingenuous when you start to attribute your enormously unfathomable wealth to your non-existent poker skills. I mean, even the most professional, well-known players in the world can barely scratch Dan's estimated net worth of $200 million.
I moved to LA. And I started playing a lot of these poker games, and it just, I don't know, kind of snowballed. Like I beat one guy for 54 million, and
54 million.
Yeah. So
poker players make a lot of money, but not enough to justify the incredible spending habits of Danny Boy here. We're talking $50,000 for a bed frame, okay? He would need to be one of the absolute greatest to ever live, and we all know that just isn't true.
All in all, while Dan did play very aggressive, I wouldn't say that he played all that great. In fact, there was some serious button clicking going on in this match. I think that maybe he could beat some high-stakes games on the internet. He's a fish in the water.
His lackluster abilities may have been enough to make him look cool in front of his audience of middle schoolers, but something about the way he presented himself in interviews and talked about his wealth just wasn't adding up. But his Instagram numbers definitely were. After breaking up with his playmate girlfriend in 2011, Dan vowed to live his life as a bachelor to the fullest extent from then on out, using the power of the internet to transform himself into a shining beacon of inspiration for sexless teenage boys in pastel shorts all over the nation. First joining the vanity-obsessed world of Instagram in 2012, the perfect platform for Dan to show off his exhilarating lifestyle of posing with his brother and chickens. Okay, his post started off about as tame as you can get, a clear contrast to what they'd become over the following years. Somewhere along the way, Dan realized the more extreme his pics were, the more attention they would get, and began posting anything so long as he got those sweet likes and follows. He quickly built up a reputation of partying, drinking, having drug-laced orgies with supermodels, and having 2 heart attacks by the age of 32.
I got no fucking idea. Doc's like, it's very important that you're thorough and that you tell us everything. We can't give you certain things if, you know, they mix with other drugs. And I'm just like, you know, I was smoking some pot. My mom kind of like perks up. You know, I did a little bit of cocaine. And my dad's like looks over at me, you know, and I think I might have taken a little bit of Viagra. And then my girlfriend's like, you motherfucker. And I'm just like, maybe. And the doctor's like, it's very important that you tell us how much. I was like, yeah, I think like 200 milligrams. The doctor was 200 milligrams.
Yeah, I guess the cocaine and Viagra might have that effect. But at least he got to meet Michael Jackson's doctor, supposedly. Gracing headlines for some of his more outrageous stunts, including the time he was arrested for bomb-making charges. Come on, Dan. After blowing up his own tractor trailer, he pled no contest for failing to extinguish a fire out in the open. No jail time, no weapon restrictions, nothing. Just a measly fine of about 17 grand, which he only received because it happened on public property. Not to mention the time he launched porn star Janice Griffith off his rooftop.
There are some details that I don't feel comfortable talking about right now.
Has Dan called you up to apologize?
He actually did not ever make an apology, unfortunately, which is the only thing that I'm sort of by. I did not ever hear sorry from him.
Wow.
Panicking at last minute, she grabbed Dan's t-shirt in a split second of regret before barely missing the pool below and smashing her ankle on the way down. Thanks to his scumbag legal defense team, he wasn't sued. Unlike the time he kicked a woman in the face at a nightclub in steel-toed boots, in which case he was sued.
Vanessa Castano claims in a new lawsuit filed by her attorney, Keith Davidson, that Bilzerian was on the stage at the LIV nightclub and kicked her in the face with military boots. She says she began bleeding from the face and eye. Bilzerian people say he kicked her because he was struggling to help another woman on stage, but Castano was blocking him.
And I thought chivalry was dead. Turns out Dan just wanted to protect his girl while brutalizing another one. Can't think of anything more considerate. Almost reminds me of the time he tried to play hero during an active shooting.
Holy fuck, this girl just got shot in the fucking head. This is fucking crazy.
Dan Bilzerian was one of 22,000 people in attendance the night a 64-year-old man opened fire at a Las Vegas music festival in October 2017. During the worst mass shooting event in American history, Dan could be seen running amongst the crowd, documenting his live experience to his online following.
So I had to go grab a gun, I'm fucking headed back. Fucking so crazy, some kind of mass shooting, fucking guy had a heavy caliber weapon for sure. Saw a girl fucking get shot in the face right next to her brain fucking hanging out.
Wanting to live up to the gun-toting macho man image he'd always exhibited, Dan was determined to do whatever he could to assist the situation. I guess he figured the best way to do that was by begging to borrow a random cop's gun while people around him were literally dying. Being the guy who was once credited for saying his greatest fear is that someone will break into his house and he won't know what gun to shoot them with, he kind of became known for this menacing reputation. So the reactions from what viewers saw that night were mixed. Some expected him to do more than run for shelter, while others might argue he shouldn't have distracted officers from attempting to defuse an active shooting situation. But one thing I can tell you for certain is that this wouldn't be the only time his values were questioned, and it sure wouldn't be the last time he experienced controversy.
According to estimations, Ignite burned through over 100 million with about 2.5 million in gross profit in 2020. It's insane. Where did the money go? Damn. What's up, the Andy? Where's the money?
At the end of the day, money's really free. When you got a lot of money, you can do whatever you want.
But before we get into that, it's time for the wonderful and amazing saints over at Raycon. That's right, Ray J is disrupting the electronics industry by selling clean, nifty, premium wireless audio for half the price of regular brands with no compromise. See, Raycon earbuds give you 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, and a more compact design for a comfortable and noise-isolating fit. From the way they design their products to the way they price them, Raycon prioritizes their customer experience with a 45-day money-back guarantee return policy. So if you're kind of on the fence and just want to be sure these are all that's cracked up to be, might as well click the link in the description and try them out, right? Right? Helps the channel. Lately, I've been using mine while riding my bike and listening to Dan Bilzerian talk about all the women he slept with. Oh, what a guy. Go to buyraycon.com/Jobbery to get 15% off your order today. Massive thanks to Raycon for helping out once again. For the longest time, Dan insisted the bulk of his income was a direct result of his poker earnings, turning himself from a broke college kid to a self-made millionaire through his late 20s. But not everyone was convinced. For starters, Dan had only played in one public poker tournament, all the way back in 2009 when he came in 180th place and walked away with $36,000.
The Bilzerian brothers have been enjoying their family reunion as well, both still in this thing. That's Adam adding to his chip stack. But at another table, his brother Dan is all in after the flop with ace high against the pocket tens of Jonathan Tamayo.
Dan Bilzerian has to have an ace on the river.
The river card is a king. Tamayo wins the pot and knocks off Dan Bilzerian.
He became known for playing loose, aggressive in the eyes of fellow poker sharks, even reportedly losing $2.3 million on a simple coin toss, according to GQ. Still, Dan claims to have made the majority of his money through non-traceable cash games with billionaires in private, which is extremely convenient, wouldn't you say? Especially considering his Instagram flexing began around the same time his father's trust funds finally became accessible.
The trust funds, I guess you were entitled to one when you turned 30, one when you turned 35.
Dan's father, Paul Bilzerian, made a name for himself back in the 80s, when corporate rating was at an all-time high. According to Investopedia, investors would target failing companies whose assets appeared to be undervalued, buy large enough shares to give them a controlling position at the company, and then use their power to artificially drive up the stock price, either through internal management changes or by using their voting power to install hand-picked members to the board of directors. As long as the company's value went up, the investors would make an absolute killing, a practice that was questionable at best and straight up illegal at worst, depending on how you went about it, I guess. By 1989, though, the government had charged Paul with fraud and conspiracy, failing to disclose his ownership of various companies and selling his holdings right after their stock prices skyrocketed. Insider trading in its purest form. And if only Paul had been a little more discreet, he probably would have been able to get away with it. Well, he still kinda did, but not without being slapped with a $63 million fine and spending 13 months in federal prison for a ruling he called unjust.
The whole time he had been telling me, like, I'm not going to jail, because it was, in the newspapers, the kids were asking me, so I'd ask him, and he's like, oh no, it's definitely not. He was always like this crazy, like, eternal optimist.
Dan barely got to see his father growing up as it was, naming that lack of attention as one of the many driving forces behind his eccentric lifestyle. But Paul's arrest would prove itself traumatizing for Dan, constantly harassed by kids at school over his father being a Wall Street felon.
So we're going to school, and he's like, yeah, by the way, I'm going to jail, and I think he put it a little bit more eloquent than that, but anyways, it was,
how'd you take it?
It sucked, man. You gotta go to school, and all these kids are making fun of you, and your dad's going to jail. It was kind of traumatizing moment.
Through a complex network of offshore banks and family partnerships, however, the Bilzerian family managed to keep living in the 28,000 square foot palace for about 20 years. Plenty of time for Dan and his brother Adam to grow up in the mansion Paul dubbed his own Taj Mahal, even while the SEC scrambled to locate the tens of millions he owed the government, only paying back an estimated 4 of the 63 million before filing bankruptcy? Come on, dude, you were not bankrupt.
In 1997, with the SEC still chasing Mr. Bilzerian's assets, ownership of the mansion is transferred to a Nevada partnership owned by an offshore trust that actually has, according to court records, Mr. Bilzerian and his wife as beneficiaries and trustees. His family continues living there, even as Mr. Bilzerian, in a court filing, has said he has no assets.
Going to extreme lengths to keep ownership of the house and his wealth, to the point where he'd rather go to prison than ever admit he was lying about his finances. To this day, that $50+ million has never been tracked down, but it all had to go somewhere, right?
You know, I mean, you read the detractors or comments they've made that, oh, nobody can make $100 million or whatever it is playing poker. He, you know, he's just, you know, poker's kind of
he sucks,
the way he says he makes his money, but he's really gotten it from the, you know, trust funds, and you didn't take it.
I gave it all back. So
really,
yeah, I gave it to my brother.
What?
I don't know. I didn't need it. I didn't care.
Dan has never denied the existence of a trust fund under his or his brother's name, but he has given conflicting testimonies regarding the amount of money he's actually taken from them. So first, he didn't accept any of it and instead handed everything over to his little brother because, as we all know, Dan hates money that isn't his. But we'll get to that soon. Point is, he later went back on his word, admitting he did take a little bit from the trust. How much? I have no idea. As of now, there isn't definitive proof that Dan and his brother's trust funds were made up of entirely SEC money, but the evidence doesn't exactly say otherwise, does it? At the end of the day, it'll probably always remain a mystery just how much Dan really inherited from his Wall Street criminal father.
So it's been so long that I'm just used to, you know, I never cared if people thought that I was good. I never gave a you know how people thought that I got my money. I still don't. I don't give a they think I, you know, got it all from a trust. I
mean, not at all. Like, I mean, somebody, if you like earned it through, you know, your own intellect and hard work, it doesn't bother you at all that there's like some out there that like think that you just handed to you.
No, I don't really, you know, the thing is, like, there's so many people praising me. I don't even, like, concern myself with the opinion. I mean, it sucks that I've lost all of my privacy pretty much, and I can't go anywhere without, you know, people coming up to me and, you know, wanting pictures and this and that.
By 2017, he had partied with Steve Aoki, bought his way into a Matt Damon movie, and hooked up with 10,000 women. What could possibly be in store next for the man who had done it all? Well, launching his own CBD business, of course.
So what is the most exciting thing about the cannabis industry today? Why should people be excited about this?
I think it's going to be one of the best products in the industry, and it's going to be consistent across state lines. We're going to have global distribution.
I imagine all the strains are just infused with Dan Bilzerian's pubic hair, and then like they just somehow like create an STD that he's had from like a model or some shit.
Yeah.
So maybe they just name it after the model and then the STD.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
In hopes of becoming the first premium global cannabis brand, Dan Bilzerian launched the company Ignite, selling everything from cannabis products to clothing, vapes, and beverages. This fucking guy was plastering his stupid goat logo on anything he could get his greasy fingers on. $39.99 for placebo gummies? Like, if this were the Lorax, I'm sure Dan would find a way to slap the Ignite logo on a bottle of air too. But by February 2019, Ignite was off to the races, with the brand finally going public on the Canadian stock market, debuting at a share price of about $2.51. All the meanwhile, the Ignite House YouTube channel, hosted by models Desi and Kayla, began pumping out lifestyle vlog type content that showcased even more details of Dan's highly luxurious daily routine.
You want to run naked at Elon's house? Yep. Seems like it's fun. Right?
Fail.
Everybody wanted to do it?
Fail.
All right, I'll give somebody,
I think Dan should run naked.
All right, that's an offer. If any of y'all do it, I'll give you $50,000.
I'll do it.
Okay. Somebody get her a fucking bicycle.
I mean, what?
Yeah.
I mean, what?
She's gonna knock on his door. She answers the door. $50,000.
He answers the door.
Yeah.
What if he doesn't? No deal?
$10,000 just for going.
My Instagram is redheadray, R-A-Y-E. There you go, guys. And stop asking now.
Slide in the DMs.
Yeah, nothing nothing weird or toxic to see here, folks.
She's running away.
No.
She says, no, I can't do it.
I'm gonna be right back.
She's gonna be back. She's off camera. She's gonna contemplate things. There'll be many Uber drivers checking her out as they drive by there.
Along with the new brand, Dan also boasted his massive purchase of a $63 million mansion on CNBC with the guy from Shark Tank, completely decked out with a 12-foot waterfall, infinity pool, tennis courts, and a parking lot fit for a fucking airplane. Not a bad start, especially considering Dan's rampant social media presence reaching an estimated 500 million people every month. The company should have no problem getting off the ground and selling CBD oil to the masses, right? Right? Well, maybe Dan should have stayed in business.
The mansions, the yachts, the parties, the models. How does Dan Bilzerian, the globe-trotting, cash-stacking, gun-toting, Instagram-boasting, partying playboy do it? According to a lawsuit filed this week, he doesn't. Dan Bilzerian rents his house and charges the rest for a six-figure lifestyle to a credit card that someone else pays off.
See, in 2019, Ignite made money two ways, and no, neither of those were actually selling products. Ignite issued and sold shares of its own company's stock, along with raising money via debt, according to Forbes, receiving about $25 million from proceeds of insurance sales, $19 million from convertible debt, and another $23.7 million from a short-term promissory note, which basically meant Ignite was holding on to a bunch of other people's money. Instead of actually using it to benefit the company or their constituents or whatever, it was all wasted by Dan himself. As a 2020 lawsuit would later reveal, Ignite was essentially being used as nothing more than Dan Bilzerian's own personal piggy bank. That's right, as Ignite's stock value plummeted, Dan continued to swipe the credit card. $15,000 for a ping pong table, $40,000 for a rock climbing wall, $128,000 for a two-night stay in London, $130,000 for a photo shoot in the Bahamas, but only because he had to pay all those models.
These girls are on payroll. Wake up, buddy. Nobody fucking flies on a jet and goes to hang out with this dude. No, that's not how it works.
I kind of like figured out that life is more about setup. You know, I wanted to like set it up so that I could get laid without like having a bunch of conversations and dates and whatnot. So
using company money to cover enormous personal expenses would inevitably land Dan and his business in massive legal trouble thanks to a lawsuit filed by Ignite's former president, Curtis Heffernan. After refusing to approve of his boss's negligent spending, like, you know, an $800,000 yacht rental, Curtis was quickly axed from the company, to which he responded by suing Dan for wrongful termination immediately after. I mean, the guy was just trying to do his fucking job is all. Outlined in that very lawsuit began to reveal much of what many seem to already speculate regarding Dan's seemingly extravagant appearance. The famous Ignite parties hosted at Dan's mansion were some of the most exclusive and exotic events in the area. They were synonymous with Dan's image, but that's because it was all he seemed to care about. Vanity. He wanted to be seen as the guy, the rich asshole who could pull women effortlessly thanks to his iconic branding. But that's all it was. Branding. Ignite as a company was hollow beyond any of the glitz and glamour seen on Instagram. As noted by Forbes contributor and local CBD expert Chris Roberts, I cover weed and CBD for a living. I live in an area absolutely saturated with CBD products, and I do not think I have ever seen an Ignite product out in the wild. Nobody was buying Ignite. As public records show, the company lost a grand total of $50 million its first year, with the stock value shrinking to about 68 cents at the time of me recording this. And as the lawsuit revealed, Dan didn't even own the Ignite house. Instead, he was only leasing it for about $200,000 a month and sticking somebody else with the tab. It's actually really funny that CNBC had to go back and change the title of their tour once the truth came out.
He reportedly paid a mind-boggling $65 million for this mega mansion. Dan says he made $50 million playing high-stakes poker.
I have to talk to my accountant about all of it. I don't know.
Of course, Dan denies everything the whistleblowers have alleged and plans on countersuing his former president, but that hasn't stopped anonymous employees from coming out of the woodwork and confirming Heffernan's very claims. Ignite pays for everything, one said. Models, events, yachts. Dan would just have it wrapped with the Ignite logo, and all of a sudden, it was an Ignite expense, and he would send them the bill. Yeah, I mean, one look at his Instagram, and that seems to check out. Some claims even seem to show his dad was running the show behind the scenes, which is illegal. since he can't touch another American company after being convicted of fraud. Oh, that's why it's listed on the Canadian market.
He is, I think he's a St. Kitts citizen, and I think he gave up his U.S. citizenship. I talk to him probably 4 or 5 times a year.
You really don't get rewarded for your honesty.
In many ways, Dan Bilzerian can be seen as the real-life Tony Stark. That is, if Tony Stark was surrounded by a rotating cast of nameless models he paid for, lied about where his money came from, distracted an officer during an active shooting, and drove Stark Enterprises into the ground. To Dan's credit, it's hard to feel any sense of real accomplishment when everything in life has been handed to you. Growing up surrounded by such tremendous wealth must have a real impact on a person's psyche, and I can only imagine how insignificant Dan must have felt, having always lived in his father's shadow. Constantly in search of a fragment of individuality he could claim as his own. After priding himself on being authentic and upfront about the way he lives his life, it's painfully ironic to see how everything has panned out as a result of peeling back the curtain. But it does go on to perfectly emphasize what can happen when a silver spoon chud takes over as CEO of a company while possessing no business experience or a significant level of maturity whatsoever. Dan Bilzerian will lie about anything, so long as it makes his image more appealing. Whether it's photoshopping celebrities on Instagram or using other people's money towards his own personal ventures. The very foundation of his credibility is built on deception. He didn't do it on his own, he just got lucky. And if you ask me, Dan is only another spoiled trust fund recipient, posing as a beneficiary to the fictional American dream. A reminder to all of us that his self-made playboy lifestyle is far from the idealistic utopia he wants us to think it is, and that a pristine social media presence can conceal even the dirtiest of secrets. But at the end of the day, I think we can all agree on the worst thing Dan has done.
And my first video on Dan was from 2015, and it was my first video to clock in 500,000 views. So to be completely honest with you guys, well, I gotta give Dan Bilzerian a huge thank you for helping me launch this channel.
You know what there is such thing of though? Putting down people. That is too much. That is too much. But like in reality, baby, like it's not hurting me. No one groomed anyone.
So today we are going to be talking about Zoe Laverne again.
She has basically been exposed for being a predator.
She wants to say hi to her fans. Say hi to him, Zoe.
Hi guys.
People kiss. Oh no. What a big deal. But because it's Zoe Laverne, the star of TikTok, y'all are having an issue.
You guys, like, genuinely, like, do not know your facts. Like, you think you do because you, like, listen to YouTube videos and all these accounts, but, like, you don't even know what actually happened.
You know that app you downloaded as a joke last year but became addicted to over quarantine?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that was very good.
Daddy, chill!
I hit myself too. Musical.ly was one of the biggest trash heaps the internet had to offer until merging with a questionable corporation to conceive the even more deplorable video sharing specimen we call TikTok in late 2018. With the platform currently generating enough traffic to rival the continent of Europe.
Call me handsome. If you ain't gonna hand me some of that, but don't get down.
It's expected of the fastest growing social media site on the planet to control much of today's online discourse. The most popular talents often being the most talked about, which is pretty unfortunate for them.
Tony, she was 15. Tony, she was 15. Tony, you know she was 15 because 15-year-olds look like 15-year-olds.
The controversial app has gifted fame and fortune to some of the most unfortunate and infamous personalities on the entire internet. Vanity-inspired individuals, dismally corrupted by the same power-hungry nature that pushes their careers to such impressive lengths, often find themselves in the aftermath of a rather intense fall from the grades. See, it's easy for young and new-age celebrities to let their aspirations run wild without check, even if the inevitable consequences of these boundless desires prove themselves categorically career-ending in the long run. One of the most notable of these being a TikTok star by the name of Zoe Laverne.
And that I'm a groomer and stuff. I would never do that. I would never do anything without his consent, and we didn't do anything besides kiss.
But first, I want to thank our sponsor, the lovely people over at Hunt to Kill. Clearly, TikTok isn't for everyone. But whether you're a fan of mysteries or horror movies, you'll especially love their new game based off the movie from the year I was born, The Blair Witch Project. It's true the plague that will not be named has made going to escape rooms pretty impossible in recent months, but that doesn't mean you can't have one shipped directly to your door, whether you're chilling with friends or social distancing by yourself like a loser. This game is made to create a truly chilling experience. It sucks you into the narrative as you work to piece together the mystery of the Blair Witch. You'll get to discover audio recordings, mysterious documents, and solve the kind of unsettling puzzles you'd normally find in an average escape room. You know,
Point-something million followers. She's more successful than me. She's got more money than me, and it's probably the same case for you as well.
Zoe Laverne is a 19-year-old social media sensation known for the irreverent TikToks she posts to an audience of 17.7 million fans, placing her amongst the top 100 most followed accounts on the platform. Actually, I took so long with this video that she's now bumped down to 101 at the time of me recording this. Damn you, Willy Wonka. But don't let that overshadow the 1.7 billion total likes she has across her entire account. Not to mention the 2.8 million followers she boasts on Instagram and a subscriber base of 440k on YouTube, where she posts, not much, honestly. In fact, this entire channel only has 9 total videos. There really isn't a whole lot to say about her main YouTube content. I hacked my boyfriend's Instagram for 24 hours. Boyfriend? Oh, shit. She's got an entire separate channel along with her ex-boyfriend Cody Orlov? 1.1 mil? I wonder what kind of quality material we're missing out on over here.
Today, we are going to be seeing who knows me better, my mom or Zoe. Am I a virgin?
Oh, okay.
How are you gonna act like that and make another girl your boss screen after 9 months, Cody?
It was Zoe.
Why don't we just go ahead and set this one aside for a second and come back to it after we discuss how Zoe got her start.
Scrolling through Instagram, and I saw like one of my friends post like a Musical.ly, and I was like wondering what it was, so I asked her, and she gave me the app, so I went to download it, and I just started posting from then.
Zoe Laverne first made her big splash as an influencer all the way back in 2016, when TikTok was more commonly known as Musical.ly. She was just 15, a freshman in high school at the time her makeup tutorials and lip-syncing videos started to gain traction. So much traction, in fact, that her parents actually pulled her out of school due to the overwhelming attention she was garnering in the hallways. It would seem drama has always remained synonymous with the name Zoe Laverne for about as far back as I can tell. But as divisive as her reputation may have been, she could always find comfort at the end of the day within her growing platform on Musical.ly, drowning out the hatred of the world with the more positive vibes of her fandom.
Musical.ly, I have made money on there. I've made about 30 grand, 40 grand, just by going live and talking with my supporters and them sending me gifts. I hope that I get to live in LA, that's my dream, and to be a high school graduate, obviously, and succeed in life. Just Always.
For someone in Zoe's position, thousands of unrelenting stans would offer comfort in the face of the negativity she had been dealing with at school, which only ushered her through more and more milestones as she began to post more frequently, gaining sponsorships from viral apps and even Nike, according to an article from a local news station. Now, I don't know about you, but that level of attention from fans, news outlets, corporations would heavily warp my own perception of self at 16 years old. I can say that I, for one, would be terrified by the prospect of 3 million stans at such a young age, and can't imagine what kind of effects that must have on somebody who can barely even drive to fucking Target with a license. Surely the sense of entitlement would be off the charts for most 16-year-olds. Oh, but not Zoe. She knows how to handle the fame and would never let something as fickle and meaningless as numbers on a screen dictate her emotions.
Like, she's so close to passing me, and everybody's reminding me that she's gonna pass me. And I just want to prove this bitch that I am better than her because I am Zoe fucking Laverne and I am literally the star of TikTok.
Maybe not. Maybe it's already a natural human trait to compare yourself to others, and maybe it's completely unhealthy to give someone such an inflated sense of self-worth during such a critical stage of their development. But that's just a theory, a Zoe Laverne theory.
You're gonna defend a fucking stinky ass whore. Don't fucking ring me in the call. I'm not gonna sit in there and act like I like Charli D'Amelio, okay?
Charli D'Amelio is a 16-year-old TikToker with over 100 million followers. But it wasn't until March of 2020 when she officially surged to the top of the charts, surpassing massive influencers like Lauren Gray and Zoe Laverne along the way. And if you ever thought this achievement was reason to celebrate, Zoe would disagree. Here she is mourning her relevancy now that Charli D'Amelio is on the verge of taking over the throne.
I am literally the star of TikTok, and TikTok is putting me down and boosting her up, and I'm about to go to TikTok headquarters and strangle their necks.
Sorry, what was the last part? I mean, it's just sad and petty to the point where they even unfollowed each other in the wake of that video being leaked, with thousands of outsiders weighing in on the spiteful entitlement being exhibited by Zoe in that one clip.
I sent her multiple paragraphs after paragraphs, apologizing to her and telling her that I'm sorry and that I didn't mean what I said and that I was just mad, and I let all of my anger and emotions get the best of me, and I was left on scene.
But how did it even leak in the first place? Well, see, Zoe had just gone through a massive breakup with her ex, Cody, who alleged that she was attempting to derail his career in the wake of their split, citing this clip of her sobbing about Charli D'Amelio as indicative of the more deeply rooted insecurities Zoe possessed. And maybe it was. I mean, this was a pretty pathetic display, I think we can all agree. But Zoe has always been more on the dramatic side, being slammed practically every other week over a new controversy. Not like that hasn't helped her grow a brand, of course. In fact, over the span of her entire career, you'll notice her follower count steadily increasing, despite everything she's been criticized for. Yes, even kissing a 13-year-old boy.
They wouldn't do anything to ever without consent. And I both consented to kissing.
But hey, she doesn't deserve the hate, guys. It's not nice to put people down over catching feelings for a kid in middle school.
There's too much hate in the world. We need to start loving people and treating people with, respect.
You leaked numbers, therefore they can leak anything they want on their account. Girl, go play with Barbies. Go watch Disney. Personal life and numbers aren't the same thing, stupid. Allie. Same thing. Personal life and numbers aren't the same thing, stupid. Allie. Can I just say your name?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. We still got a lot of ground to cover before we get into all that. To understand Zoe Laverne, you have to understand her relationship with fellow Musical.ly star and ex-boyfriend Cody Orlove.
It's Cody Orlove back today with another YouTube video, and today we have Zoe Laverne back again on my channel.
The two teenagers would be involved in a tumultuous public relationship from late 2017 all the way into 2020, combining their brands and milking their on and off Zoe ship for every dime it was worth, which was honestly a pretty genius racket. They went on tour together, sold merch of their relationship, even hit 200,000 streams on the song they made. I was hoping the song would be horrible so I could make fun of it, but honestly, it's not near as bad as some of the things put out.
My teachers never told me that!
But Cody and Zoe were most prolific on their joint channel, Cody and Zoe, where they mostly did couple challenges and prank videos.
Basically, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be pretending that I'm talking to another guy on the phone, and I'm going to be acting like I'm making plans with him tonight.
Dude, how's Josh?
It's Kyra. I
literally just saw the contact.
I know, but
how you gonna lie?
I mean, it's just all fake. The J Station clickbait approach at its finest. Beautiful. Though they'd pull an average of around 1 million views with each of these, sprinkling in random Q&As and relationship updates that varied with authenticity. I mean, looking back on all of these now, it's hard for me to say how much of it was exaggerated for clickbait purposes.
Anything else you want to say?
We love you, and we're sorry that if you did get experiences, we're sorry we hurt you. We're sorry that we scared you and made you guys cry because of this. We never intended to do that. We weren't really thinking when we did it. We just did it for our own sake, but...
These were two high-profile TikTok creators capitalizing on every aspect of their relationship in order to create a community and make money. Which is great, but sometimes that inherent invasion of privacy is going to lead to hardship.
For some reason, when me and Zoe would fight on social media and we'd get out, and we push our real feelings away for each other, our relationship got worse. And that is why social media destroyed our relationship.
For Zoe, every minor conflict was then turned into content, making their personal relationship struggles the business of thousands of Zoe stans, regardless of how legitimate that drama may have been. One day they would insist everything was fine, the next they were taking a break. The break would last a week, they'd get back together, then have another falling out. I mean, even now, it's incredibly hard to decipher what was real and what wasn't. But you better believe their audience was invested nevertheless.
I know you're going through a lot too, and I know you're getting a lot of hate, and I'm so sorry for that. This wasn't supposed to come out publicly, but Zoe told a few supporters and they told everyone.
Their first breakup was made public just weeks into March 2019, with the initial lack of an explanation leaving much room for speculation over what happened. It would then come to light that Zoe had in fact cheated on her boyfriend with another TikToker by the name of Drake Austin, once a friend of Cody's. Guessing that must have changed when he made advances on his girlfriend though.
Tell me, okay? I may have kissed you, which is the most disgusting thing I've ever done, and I will never do it again. Okay? Never do it again. That was the This boy has tried to get with me, so many times. Okay? So many times.
She did ask to kiss me at IHOP, and I said no, and then she ended up kissing me. So there it is again. That's literally all you guys have to know.
Oh wait, Zoe admitted to pursuing Drake after vehemently declaring it was he who made the first move?
You said that Drake came onto you, but you went onto Drake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was on me. It was on me. But it still doesn't give any of you the right to hate on me.
Interesting. A minor detail otherwise, but if you pay attention, you'll notice a pretty consistent pattern of behavior here. Zoe will initially misrepresent her role in a controversy before backpedaling and taking fault when more facts come out against her. It's like she waits until the last possible moment before actually admitting to any wrongdoing. And generally, I don't have a ton of investment in what TikTokers do in their private lives. They were like 17. Yeah, I think these things happen. I think it's pretty sad that any of this needed to be public in the first place. It's completely unnecessary if you ask me. But Zoe's attempts to shift the blame and dodge any type of accountability should not go unnoticed here, as I think you'll realize in a little bit how serious that can get.
I am here to tell the truth and tell you that I am 19 years old and I know better than to do anything with a 13-year-old minor.
The cheating itself isn't really what made everyone so upset. It was the lying and changing of the narrative multiple times that seemed to garner so much additional animosity from Zoe's stands. I mean, she was still trying to blame this Drake guy supposedly even after she took the fall. If she had just been honest from the beginning, things may not have gotten so hostile.
And I think I can make the decision to not do that again. I think I can make that decision to not happen again. Like I can make that not happen again very easily.
Hello everyone, Cody Orlov with another YouTube video today, and today is not a normal video. I'm very nervous and shaking, and I really don't want to do this video, and that's my honest opinion.
In May of that year, months after the breakup, Cody came out with a full 16-minute expose on his personal channel, where he made some pretty serious allegations against his ex-girlfriend.
So the first thing I am going to be showing is that Zoe said that I never pushed her off, that I never told her to stop. The first time that we kissed in LA, I was sucking my lips in, and I was not kissing her back at all. I was literally telling her that we should not be doing this and that I do not like her.
On one occasion, Cody says that Zoe was attempting to kiss him against his will, and even offers an audio recording of Zoe, not necessarily denying that allegation.
Trying to kiss my neck, kissing on my cheek, and I'm telling her no. I said we shouldn't do this. I said, I don't know about Zoe, don't do this right now. The next situation that happened in LA was Zoe was trying to take my pants off. Oliver was there, Sebastian was there, my sister was there. They also all happened. We were all telling Zoe to chill and to calm down. She says in this audio phone call that she did that as a joke, which I do not believe, because continuously for 5 to 10 minutes trying to take my pants off. Do you remember that? Do you remember when you're trying to take Zoe. If you can remember the night, you can remember that. When you were trying to take out my pants, when you were saying, Cody, let me suck your, please let me, like, let's go into the room. You were closing the door on people, trying to get us alone.
I remember that I was like trying to put on your pants as a joke.
No, Zoe, that was not a joke.
See, again, it wasn't until he persisted when Zoe finally admitted to doing anything wrong. Even then, she said it was a joke. So that's very important to keep in mind. She waited until she was backed into a corner to even recall the incident itself. And even then, she downplays it because she knows she's being recorded. Well, joke or not, Cody claims it was against his own will, so the context of Zoe's intentions are entirely void if she's forcing Cody into something he's verbally and physically objecting to in that moment. That would be considered harassment, not a joke.
You were literally, I was holding up my pants. Do you remember trying to take down my pants? The last night of LA. That's not a joke, Zoe. When I'm telling you to stop over and over again. No, it's not stupid because you lied about something.
But that's not where this ends. Cody takes it a step further by providing more audio proof that Zoe manipulated the situation between him and another girl, Aiden, where Zoe outright alleged to her audience he was leading the two of them on at the same time.
I just want to get 100% clear. I did not date Aiden at all. You guys can ask Aiden herself. I never dated Aiden in my life.
Aiden and I both are done. We were both played with. Both of our feelings were fucked over. He was playing with both of us at the same time. Screenshots with proof I also have.
Me and Aiden did not flirt the whole entire time I was with you. And we were not dating.
Her repeated repeated twisting of the narrative suggests a pattern of Zoe's attempts to victimize herself even when the screenshots and audio evidence suggest she's in the wrong. She refuses to take accountability for any of the things she's done and waits until she has no other option before finally admitting fault, making her actions harder and harder for Zoe fans to excuse as the lies begin to mount.
She knew that me and Aiden and me and Zoe were not flirting at all during the whole time I was in LA. So me cheating on Aiden when I was with Zoe never happened. Those were lies.
But I can't say it went on for too long because after a few months of being apart, Cody and Zoe got back together. Wonderful. Despite the bombshell of a video that is currently still up on Cody's channel, it seems the two managed to make amends at least by November 2019. Not really sure what happened there. All I know is they were back to using their love life for money, at least until June 2020.
Never in the span of 4 years on social media did I ever think I was going to be making this video. But as you guys can see from the title, you already know what we're going to be talking about. This is my life right now. I'm 18 years old dealing with the pressure of millions of people, and I never even thought I'd have this big of a voice, but somehow I do. I've spent years protecting Zoe and doing everything I can to help her, even if it was damaging to my own life and emotional well-being. I hate to be put in this position when I not only wanted to protect Zoe, but I wanted to love and care for her no matter what troubles we were having.
Once again, the two announced another mutual decision to split, with Zoe originally insisting that nothing bad had happened and that Zoe was simply going their separate ways. Well, that narrative kind of changed as soon as DMs were leaked suggesting Zoe had been abused by Cody. In a conversation she had with a Zoe stan, Zoe called her ex-boyfriend an abuser, suggesting that he had physically assaulted her, which promptly led fans to immediately turn on Cody. Zoe quickly took to her private Instagram, where she then backtracked on her initial words, but in yet another turn of events, more audio was leaked that suggested Cody was physically restraining Zoe against her will as she verbally resisted over and over. She then hopped back on Instagram to double down that he had grabbed her and hit her during that altercation. And just to be safe, I'm gonna go ahead and put up a trigger warning for anyone that doesn't want to listen to the argument. If you want, you can just skip to the time code that's on the screen now. I understand it might be difficult for some people to listen to. This prompted Cody to respond with an Instagram post before finally coming out with another full video on July 2nd where he addresses the situation.
March 2019, I had found out that Zoe cheated on me, but not with a guy named Joe. That part came later, and he was the only one that we addressed to the public, but unfortunately there were more. It was a different guy I know that where Zoe was raised named. When we were in Florida after 2019, our relationship was already in a rocky place. We would fight about anything and everything we could. Both of us were very unstable without each other. The longer Zoe continued to lie about it, the more upset I got. I acknowledged that I put my hands on her in a way I should have not done. And I apologize to you, Zoe.
Now, this incident seems to be unrelated to the audio that had leaked a week prior, but while Cody denies his girlfriend's claims of abuse, he asserts there may have been a mutual sense of unhealthy behavior throughout the relationship, writing there were never any marks of physical damage between the two, and that they had both participated in unhealthy behavior that at times went too far on both of their parts.
On June 21st, 2020, there was a video that was posted of an argument that Zoe and I had that was filmed and posted by her friends that she made from the fandom. And from nothing more than a black screen and an audio recording from a computer speaker, I was accused of abusing my ex-girlfriend, Zoe. It never proved once in the video that I hit or slapped. She would purposefully start arguments with me all the time during our relationship while being on FaceTime to help push her narrative that I was a bad person to her group of fans. Zoe went live on Instagram and claimed that we broke up because of the video accusations.
Cody and I broke up for a reason. We're done.
She also did it in her TikTok comments that I broke up with her. I broke up with her for the reason that she went behind my back and kissed my best friend.
He says they broke up a second time because of a text Zoe sent an unnamed 12-year-old fan, which alluded to some big secret she was hiding from her boyfriend. He confronted her, she allegedly flipped out, before finally confessing that she had kissed someone a week before they got back together a second time. If he had known sooner, he says, Cody would not have agreed to get back together.
She would yell, scream, threaten to harm herself, and engage in theatrics to manipulate my emotions, and to avoid addressing how I felt about her cheating on me again and continuing to lie to me.
So then he alleges that Zoe was getting worryingly close with some of her stans, to the point where he feared for his privacy even in his own bed.
For months, she would only talk to them 9 hours out of the day. She would be on FaceTime with them. Imagine how I felt when I found out that she would even be listening while we were in bed, so that they could listen to our most private times together. If me and Zoe got into an argument, she would leave and FaceTime them right away. She would exaggerate to the fullest of whatever happened to her favorites. She needs her whole world to revolve around people who will worship everything she does and take her side on everything, ready and willingly to lie to protect her.
Now, it's true, Zoe and Cody have always been extremely open about their relationship with their audience, but this was him saying she had taken it to an entirely different level, apparently misrepresenting some of Cody's own behavior to her hardcore fans, which he provides screenshots of.
The worst part is her best friends from her fandom, alongside with Zoe, created the page that has been releasing tea on everything about me. People said I abused Drip because he barked once on a live stream, but Zoe has already come out and said that I've never abused our dog.
He just will scream for no reason sometimes, because that's the breed. That is he's a husky, and huskies are like that.
Cody made this video to try and prove that Zoe was intentionally sabotaging his career in an effort to boost her own, citing the now infamous Charlie clip as further evidence of where her real interests lie.
Zoe texted me saying, "My mom just beat me and slapped me," in all capitalization. I said, "What's happening?" She goes, "I don't want to be here." I said, "Do you want to call me?" She wanted to paint a picture in my head on who she wanted me to believe her mom was. I spoke on information that I have never seen with my own eyes, and for that, I'm sorry, Debbie. I am sorry that I falsely accused you of abusing your own daughter.
He's gotten on here saying I've hit my daughter, I mistreat my daughter. I don't hit my daughter, I don't mistreat my daughter.
So Zoe's mom was mad at Cody for going off information he got from Zoe. I'm going insane. Cody's whole point here is that she has previously lied about other people's intentions to make him feel bad for her, and now she's doing it to him because that's currently beneficial to her, okay? This situation is a fucking mess. A fucking mess. And I don't even drink, but I think I'm about to have to go on a fucking binge if I'm forced to consume another second of this confusing TikTok relationship entanglement. But one thing I've learned with Zoe is that if you think it's bad, it can only get worse. Because in October of 2020, Cody would claim all of his social media accounts were hacked, releasing a particularly interesting conversation out into the open. One between him and another TikToker by the name of Amber Van Pelt.
I don't know where this screenshot came from. I don't know if Amber actually sent it. I don't know if it's Photoshop.
It was revealed that Amber had apparently written Cody about her ex-best friend and why she finally deserted her over an ever-growing relationship between Zoe and a 13-year-old boy, whose identity will remain anonymous for the remainder of this video. Amber, citing Zoe's intense interactions with the child as pedophilia, went on to say that she had warned her of continuing contact with him, insisting that she'll look back on this relationship later in life as molestation, citing the significant age gap of 19 and 13. She says that the child has no way of properly understanding what's happening to him, as he's already apologized to her on multiple occasions, and that it's only a matter of time before the news breaks and everything in Zoe's life comes crashing down. That was a lot, and that's only me paraphrasing. If you want to read the whole thing, it's right here, and it's really, really bad. But you know what absolutely could not make the situation better and did perform? Responding on a live stream that very same day.
Stop the rumors, stop spreading things that are ridiculous.
Learn to spread love and not hatred.
So right here, Zoe sets the record straight that despite some of the controversies of her past, she has never and would never do anything inappropriate with a 13-year-old minor.
My career is set on minors.
knows better, and she's telling the truth. Because at the time of her recording this, there was no way to prove her wrong. Until 3 days later when this leaked. Video evidence of 19-year-old Zoe Laverne kissing a 13-year-old boy was released just days after she said this.
Yes, maybe I make some mistakes sometimes. Maybe I do some things on social media that's not very appropriate, but I wouldn't do something like that. Ever. It makes me sick that people would think that I would do something like that.
She is absolutely lying her ass off throughout this entire 18 minutes because at the time, there was no evidence to prove the contrary. And she thought she could get away with making herself the victim because, as we all know, everybody hates Zoe Laverne.
But it's because the reason why people believe everything that they see on the internet is because I'm always a target to every single person online. I am always a target to everything I do. Just like Zoe said the C slur, okay? The C slur.
The poor girl who was groomed and at the very least made out with a 13-year-old child on multiple occasions, just to be clear.
Me as a 19-year-old girl should not have to go, and him as a 13-year-old boy should not have to go through this situation at all. This is destroying mental health.
Yeah, that's right. He should not have to go through any of this. He did nothing wrong. He was taken advantage of by the actual adult in this situation. You, Zoe. And it's not like her mother is helping much either.
She wants to say hi to her fans. Say hi to them, Zoe.
Hi, guys.
And don't believe everything you hear. Anybody can reach over and kiss somebody. They're best friends, and this needs to stop. Why are you doing this?
It just happened to both were in a dark place when we first became friends, and we both just ended up catching feelings for each other. And friends see that. They catch feelings for each other. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, feelings develop between friends. You're right about that. And it's usually not an issue because most of us aren't friends with children 7 years our junior. What the fuck, man? We are talking about Zoe, who's old enough to be a sophomore in college, admitting to catching feelings for an 8th grader, a child in middle school. For perspective, this is a video the child made in late 2018. At the time, Zoe would have been a senior in high school.
And if I'm like falling back and forth, I'm sitting on a broken stool with only 2 legs. Anyways, without further ado, let's sit on with the video.
One, okay, is an extremely young-looking 11-year-old kid opening AirPods in the back of his mom's car, and the other is accompanying her adult boyfriend to get a tattoo. You'd be hard-pressed to justify why a 13-year-old and a 19-year-old are hanging out to begin with. I mean, what do you even have in common at that point? Zoe may have the mental capacity of a first grader, but that doesn't give her the right to date one, does it?
Hi everyone. There was no interactions between me and Zoe. I don't know where that was coming from. I don't know if the texts were photoshopped, if what was the case, whatever.
I mean, the fact that this child is having to take the time to publicly apologize and lie on behalf of Zoe is depressing. It's not his fault he isn't able to see what's wrong here. I can't imagine the immense stress he's been subjected to as a result of Zoe's predatory actions. And now, to add insult to injury, he's been pressured into defending and protecting the woman who is putting him through all of this unnecessary grief to begin with. He doesn't deserve it, and he's done nothing wrong.
What truly happened in the situation was that it was a mix of confusion, and that's no excuse to justify both me nor Zoe's actions, but that's just the honest truth. And we truly weren't thinking.
It seems like he's been convinced he's messed up in some way, or that he's made a mistake somewhere. When let's just be as honest as possible, when you're 13, you don't always know right from wrong. You just don't understand why a relationship with someone in college is wrong and predatory. I know it's a tired argument, but if the roles were reversed and this were a 19-year-old guy going after a 13-year-old girl, I don't think it would be so easily shrugged off by a fan base. Zoe would not be able to move on so easily. In fact, she'd probably lose her entire account. This 13-year-old child should not be facing any level of backlash for the actions of Zoe, and the fact that he seems to believe otherwise is just heartbreaking to me.
We weren't thinking, we were making bad choices. and we were just too focused on us finally being happy for once and weren't thinking of the downfall of all of this.
All of the evidence presented so far would suggest that Zoe groomed a child, but her subsequent behavior tells me she either doesn't realize it, or worse, doesn't care. Please don't sue me, Black Eyed Peas, please do not sue me, thanks.
It's Christmas! Have some spirit! Stop being so rude!
Now, this stream, this is where Zoe attempts to redeem herself in the eye of the public, who has largely decided her fate already by the looks of all the T-channels jumping down her throat. Oh, and also mainstream media coverage. Shockingly enough, people don't take very kindly to self-admitted child groomers. Sorry, not entirely self-admitted.
Did you actually groom? No. Please look up what grooming is, and please stop coming to my live calling me that. Yes, he's a minor. 13 and 19 is illegal, yes. But the police were already involved.
This is the interesting thing about Zoe. After passionately lying through her teeth, she'll sort of half apologize, half acknowledge what happened once the knife gets close to her throat. Although Zoe admits the kissing video is real, she had developed feelings for the child in question, there was no grooming involved, she says. She apologizes for messing up the same way she would any other controversy, but fails to accept that this one is far different than any other scandal she's been involved in. This is something that could carry significant legal ramifications, especially if more proof were to ever come out regarding the nature of the relationship. This is serious stuff, and a simple half apology just isn't gonna cut it this time.
Yes, the age is a bad thing. Yes, it's wrong. Yes, it's not good. And we both realized that, and we stopped. Because we didn't want to get this out of proportion. We didn't want this to happen.
I love the choice of wording here, where she says, we didn't want this to happen. No, you just didn't want to get...
Like, yes, I realize that I did. I'm not saying that I didn't do anything wrong, because I know I did something wrong, and I know it was wrong. Their decisions, not mistakes. Okay. Alright, you're probably like 5. So let me explain to you something really quickly. Mistakes made by decisions you make. Okay.
Zoe then uses the victim's testimony to her own advantage.
No one groomed anyone. I even told you guys that that didn't happen. Yet you still use that.
Which is a little manipulative, because I'm sure he's still very much emotionally attached to Zoe at this point and wouldn't want to throw her under the bus when she's already being hit from every other direction. Children who have been victims of grooming obviously don't recognize it until much later. The realization hasn't hit yet, and Zoe is capitalizing on that to strengthen her argument.
It's bothering the both of us because he doesn't like people calling me a pedophile. Like, I know he doesn't. Even though I can't talk to him, I know it's hurting him. Her and I don't have communication right now due to our parents both agreeing to cut our contact.
Yeah, they don't talk anymore, she says as she comments on his posts, sticks pictures of him in her phone case, and maybe even shares a Bond bracelet with him. I mean, who fucking knows? The fact that we don't know says a lot about this entire situation.
Oh my god, you just... Brody, what the hell? Anyways, you get the point. You get the point.
Zoe is used to having everything in life handed to her, and she's always been able to climb out of public dramas relatively unscathed thanks to the reputation she's given herself. But she doesn't realize that this is different, and she's going to have to reevaluate her so-called apology if she ever wants to salvage what's left of her broken legacy in the future.
You guys, like, genuinely, like, do not know your facts. Like, you think you do because you, like, listen to YouTube videos and all these accounts, but like you don't even know what actually happened.
Zoe says that the public doesn't know everything about their relationship, but here's the thing. We don't really need to know everything to understand that an age gap of 19 and 13 doesn't f***ing work.
We don't live in that house, obviously, but what we have seen is enough to determine that it was inappropriate. A 19-year-old kissing a 13-year-old, having whatever kind of romantic relationship, as she labeled it. It's open and closed. Like, it's not more complicated than that. It's one of those things that really don't have a gray for me. It's pretty black and white.
She's not wrong when she says there are a lot of details to this relationship that we're just never gonna know. But that doesn't mean she shouldn't be condemned for what we do know. Because what Zoe has done is immoral at best and illegal at worst. One party is 20 and the other is barely out of fucking diapers. And I think Zoe has finally been forced to come to terms with that in the months since, even if her content may not reflect it.
Y'all wanted an apology from me, and when I do, you're still upset? I get it, I do, but make up your mind, please. Zoe, I think we made our mind up a long time ago.
Seems she's done everything in her power to deflect and move on since these headlines first came out, making light of the situation on social media because that's all she knows how to do. Zoe knows that the best way to sweep a scandal under the rug is by creating a newer, less egregious one for the public to distract themselves with, spinning the negative press into something like, oh, you know, a pregnancy scare.
I shouldn't even say this, but I might be pregnant right now. I'm trying to fight right now.
I can't imagine anything more responsible than spouting off that you might be pregnant just mere weeks after everyone accused you of preying on a 13-year-old boy. That's how you get titles like this, or this, continuing the cycle of Zoe Laverne's apparent business model. A professional victim who capitalizes on a scandalous reputation to get away with anything she wants, which is evidently not limited to taking advantage of children.
Myself again, and there is one thing that I'm not gonna do, and that is let you all tear me down. Because that is something that I have always let you do. I'm straight vibing, and I'm not gonna let you guys tear me down.
It's hard for me to predict where Zoe Laverne will go from here. I mean, apart from prison, I guess. But being one of the internet's most notorious drama queens with a knack for bending the truth is actually more profitable than you may think. See, Zoe has developed a brand for herself, an image that relies on routine spouts of controversy to add to the victim mentality she seems to cultivate. If you're constantly on the defensive from these hate campaigns you swear are unjustified, then it's easy to get your fans on board. Once you convince your impressionable audience that you're the one being attacked, you can continue posting freely and get hundreds of thousands of likes doing so. A feat that would almost be impressive if we weren't talking about a college student who miraculously caught feelings for an 8th grader.
Because I'm Zoe. But if it was anyone else, it'd be a different story. We saw it. No, you didn't. You saw us kiss.
Despite her own assessment of the situation, the confessions and the testimonies so far paint a picture of wicked deceit, putting an emphasis on Zoe's selfishness as she continues to drag a victim of her own perversion down the drain along with her career. Just an existence permeated by ego and entitlement that drove a TikTok star like Zoe Laverne to her ultimate demise.
Hey guys, it's Sienna May Gomez, and I'm gonna be telling you what goes on behind my most viral TikToks.
That's right, allegations. This situation is absolutely insane. Accusations flying from both sides.
I wanted to share what I went through.
All I can say is that I was in love with him.
These are the facts, and I'm a witness.
And why is all of your evidence posted and quickly deleted? His friends are painting him as the victim, and he is the victim, but not of me. I'm young, and obviously I will not always get it right the first time.
Who doesn't love a good YouTube apology?
I'm sorry for hitting you. It hurt.
I'm not the first to say influencer apologies have become their own genre over the past couple years. I mean, how many multi-millionaires have we seen cry on camera at this point? It's hard to overlook the irony of David Dobrik turning off comments on a video titled Let's Talk. While some apologies may lead to an accidental admission of guilt, others don't even contain the word sorry at all. Some are scripted, while others are very much not.
You're snorting a line of off a bad my. You know what I mean?
If you're like me and spend an unhealthy amount of time online, you get used to a pretty wide range of public statements varying from sincere and tactful to, oh my god, what are the words coming out of your mouth right now?
You gotta keep moving forward and learning and growing. You know, some of the people don't teach you about how to live this lifestyle or how to be here in this position. But I'm learning and I'm growing.
It doesn't exactly take a PhD in psychological studies to gauge who's actually sorry and who's only sorry they got caught, as some only see their situation as more of a costly inconvenience than an opportunity to reflect inwards and admit where they might have room to grow. But that also depends on how serious their crimes are. Someone accused of a literal crime probably won't have the best of luck defending themselves holding a tangible, actual script in front of them on camera. I guess nothing should surprise me anymore. Not even the worst interpretive dance I've ever seen, as a response to one of the biggest TikTok controversies in recent history. Join me in documenting the timeline of disastrous PR choices of one of TikTok's once most promising entertainers. This is the story of Sienna May.
I know that this is why God and the universe have given me this platform. I preach self-love, but that takes time and patience. Now, more than ever, I feel proud of the person that I am.
The one thing you should never apologize for is securing your internet with Surfshark VPN. I tried making that smooth out of that. Surfshark VPN keeps your identity safe and secure by encrypting all information exchanged between your device and the internet, ensuring your personal data stays protected from the threat of big companies and cyber criminals. In case you've been living under a rock for 7 years, virtual private networks swap the real location of your device with a new one of your choosing, giving you the ability to virtually travel anywhere across the globe, which is all just a long way of saying you get more shows on Netflix. Access and unblock content libraries and streaming services from other countries, all with the help of Surfshark's 3,200 servers located in over 65 territories. Bypass censorship and liberate your internet by unblocking countless geo-restricted websites and secure your online data in the process. Protect your identity today when you click the link down below and enter code JOBBERY to get a whole 83% off your subscription, along with 3 extra months free. An incredible deal you don't want to miss. Massive thanks again to the gracious folks over at Surfshark VPN for sponsoring this video.
No, yeah. I am the new face of Maybelline.
You're huge, that's fine. The new face of Maybelline, that's no joke.
Sienna May Gomez is an 18-year-old influencer with over 20 million followers spanning across her YouTube channel, Instagram, and TikTok, where she once ranked among the top 100 biggest creators on the app. In just under 8 months, Sienna built one of the largest followings on TikTok, signed with a Hollywood talent agency, secured brand deals with a myriad of major companies, and was even set to star in a Netflix documentary focused on her friend group, until a flood of serious allegations from fellow TikTok star and her once best friend. Born on January 16, 2004 in Laguna Niguel, California, Sienna was raised by 2 parents who now each have followings of their own. Sienna hasn't been shy to include all of her family members in online activities, always making an effort to shine a light on her personal life in front of millions of dedicated followers. This openness is exactly what made Sienna famous to begin with. Her first viral video emphasizing body positivity, a theme Sienna would routinely showcase after blowing up in August of 2020. Her videos surrounding conversations on unrealistic beauty standards for women, being endorsed by Lizzo, and propelling herself into the 7-figure follower range in no more than just a few weeks. I gained 1 million views like every 3 days. It was just going so fast. From the span of August to maybe October or December, I was gaining 1 million followers every week to 2 weeks, landing a place alongside Charlie D'Amelio and Addison Rae at the Hype House not too long after. At just 16 years old, Sienna had embedded herself in the fast-paced, highly glamorized celebrity culture many girls her age could only dream of, and it all happened really overnight. Posting close to 4 times a day on her 2 TikTok accounts and interacting with fans regularly in an attempt to grow her empire far beyond the limits of TikTok. It wasn't long before she began posting content with another influencer extremely instrumental to this story by the name of Jack Wright. Born on March 29, 2003, he and Siena's twin James grew up with Siena, going to high school together and hanging out in the same friend group long before TikTok fame ever came about. In fact, it seems Siena was actually closer with James, up until Jack accompanied her to an interview in October 2020. After getting along so well and becoming more close, the two began appearing side by side more frequently on TikTok. And as you can imagine, it didn't take long for young fans of the two to speculate on the true nature of their relationship.
3 things I love about Josh: his smile, his optimism, and his way of being kind to me no matter if I mean to him or not.
How was your first kiss like?
Our first kiss? We haven't had it yet.
You haven't had it yet?
You haven't had first kiss yet?
The vlog says something else. So we gotta get it right now.
Come on,
Not unlike YouTube and Twitch, TikTok fosters a climate of celebrity idolization, where fans are constantly fixating on the personal lives of their favorite influencers. Take someone like Charli D'Amelio and Lil Huddy, for example. Their relationship has always been made a focal point by those that follow them and the media alike, which is hardly a new concept. Publicizing the personal details of your life will naturally lead to more scrutiny by those who have nothing better to do, i.e., people like me. So it's important to be mindful when deciding what to blast online, as you can only expect it to be picked apart and analyzed by anyone on the outside looking in. All we can do is work with whatever you choose to publicize, which ties into Siena's relationship with Jack. Fans would get used to seeing the two vlogging, dancing together, overall just being friendly. I hate talking about this, but it's important groundwork for the rest of the story. Basically, for months, fans were led to believe these two were a couple, despite neither of them ever confirming nor denying their audience's suspicions.
Are you guys dating?
They would very openly show PDA, but never outright clarified whether they were dating, reaping the benefits of a public #couples goals relationship without that relationship actually needing to exist. As it was later revealed to be a clever front, it got to where so many people believed they were together, it became a huge part of their brand. But that also led to a lot of skepticism, as Siena's relationship with her fans has always felt a little bit strained and inauthentic, at least going by the first taste of controversy she experienced in February 2021.
Young, and I'm still navigating the world and this industry, and obviously I will not always get it right the first time. I care deeply about inclusivity, and I strive to lead by example. That means listening.
Siena had amassed over 15 million followers when she decided to launch her own merch by the name of Confidence is Cute, a body-positive clothing line offering an assortment of tees, sweatpants, hoodies, and beanies with phrases like, "Everybody is beautiful," "Stop looking at my rolls," "Graphic design is my passion." I'm sorry, I'll be nice. Definitely a good message, just not the best design in my opinion. Though they were pretty well received by her audience, up until design is my is like, "Everybody is beautiful," "Stop looking at my rolls," "Graphic design is my passion." I'm sorry, I'll be nice. Definitely a good message, just not the best design in my opinion. Though they were pretty well received by her audience, up until a new selection dropped, sporting the caption, "Did you eat today?" which was mocked across Twitter and TikTok for making light of those with eating disorders and food sensitivities. It didn't take long for Siena to respond on Instagram, where she doubled down on the design, writing it was not meant to make fun of / glorify EDs / be harmful or ironic in any way. The question is hoping to encourage / check in with people if they actually ate. Not liking this design is different than misrepresenting the meaning behind it, as she continued. Of course, since no retraction of the merch had been made, people weren't having it. And as the situation began being picked up by the appropriate news and drama outlets, Siena finally removed the product and issued a public apology.
With that said, I have heard you and I have removed the merch. I will still be donating all of the proceeds of this line to Teen Line, which is a place that many teens can reach out for help. I care about you and thank you for speaking up. Be nice to someone today. We're all struggling with something.
Now, I'm not here to question Siena's true intentions behind an ill-advised merch drop from a year ago. I don't think it would have been beneficial to Siena's bottom line to ironically poke fun at eating disorders after building a platform on body positivity and acceptance. To me, what stands out the most in light of her recent allegations is the way in which she responded to the backlash. After a failed attempt to double down in the face of her critics, Siena capitulated. with a strongly scripted apology possibly written by a team with a heavy emphasis on her age and inexperience. Like, come on, you did not write that. Sienna attributes this mistake to her youngness, which might be fair in this one instance, though I think you'll see a little later this defense can only go so far. Unfortunately, there are some parallels between this response and her various responses to Jack Wright, which we will get into in a little bit. To me, it just screams inauthentic, but it doesn't really matter what I or any of us think anymore because this happened last year, hardly making an impact on her following whatsoever. A few T channels covered it, but ultimately everyone moved on soon afterwards. So with this PR win, I have to assume Sienna must have felt a new air of confidence. After all, it was around this time that Netflix was filming for a Hype House documentary, centering on all the chaos surrounding the biggest teen stars in the world as they try to navigate the Hollywood scene and drink bang energy. Though unfortunately, Sienna wouldn't be joining Charlie and Vinny Hacker on Netflix anytime soon. Neither would her acquaintance Jack Wright, thanks to a series of reputation-defining allegations that changed the trajectory of her career starting in May of 2021.
A post from a friend of Jack Wright actually came out about Sienna May, and it involved a large amount of serious allegations.
On the 31st, Mason Rizzo, a friend of Jack's since kindergarten, published the following statement to Twitter, reading, "I struggle with seeing a girl praised after telling my best friend to kill himself and assaulting him numerous times after he set boundaries and then repeatedly wonder why he doesn't like you back. She also has a history of verbally abusing people in high school and in LA. She prioritizes the growth of her platform rather than the positive message she represents herself as. Followers should not be an excuse to get away with abusive behavior. You guys all deserve to know the truth about her." Now, this may not have gotten so much attention so fast had it not been retweeted by Jack's twin brother, adding, "This is why I couldn't just let it go and stay out of it," before retweeting another girl alleging Sienna was also known to body shame, despite the positive, uplifting stance she had taken online. This was obviously incredibly noteworthy for anyone on the outside, as these claims were being backed up by Jack's own brother, who belonged to the same social circle as Sienna for the past several years. These posts sparked a fire of online speculation, of which Sienna fanned the flames with her own response to the allegations immediately after they were made, taking to Instagram by writing, "Friends fight and relationships sometimes change, but allegations of a criminal act are not to be thrown around loosely. Making an untrue sexual assault claim is never okay. I'm beyond saddened by this situation. In order for us all to move forward, I will be taking this offline with Jack. Thank you to all who have reached out with love and concern." As you can imagine, this wasn't received as well as she may have hoped and was deleted soon after. In fact, you won't find any of these posts now if they've all been taken down. Mason clarifying that Sienna and Jack's families had come to the agreement that this would be settled offline and away from social media. Except we both know how the internet works. This was out in the open for good. By early June, Sienna had made what would become her first of many public responses on camera, in which she unequivocally denied any and all allegations made by Mason and co-signed by James.
Jack never confirmed or denied it, which makes the situation even worse because he never denied it knowing that it's not true. The allegations were made in a tweet by Mason of sexual assault. Let me be clear one more time, I did not sexually assault Jack Wright.
Sienna goes on to say the two never had sex, which was never a part of the allegations, but I digress, and even claims those in her life are using her best qualities, i.e. the way she loves people, against her, to make her out to be something she is not.
It's so crazy to me how once a relationship or a friendship has ended, people will turn your very best qualities against you, which I know my very best qualities are the way I love. And that love and that passion is newly regarded as overwhelming, that passion is now newly regarded as possessive or desperate. That is so frustrating to me, and after everything that I did for him and after all the love that I gave him, I feel so stupid. That's the only way I can explain it. I just feel stupid.
It's important to note that most of what she says here is completely unrelated from what Mason had alleged in his initial statement, instead using this opportunity as a way to clarify their relationship off camera and even paint Jack to be a manipulator. as she claims.
It was real online, and then it was sometimes real offline, and sometimes it wasn't, which was so misleading, and honestly just such a mental mind for me.
During the latter half of the video, Sienna makes the shockingly bold assertion that although she did not abuse Jack, someone else did.
I'm so disappointed in you and the people around you because they are letting you misplace your trauma onto me, and I'm so sorry that this happened to you. It's not my place to speak your story, and I will not discuss this any further, but it's not your place to allow false allegations to be spread about me when we both know that I was not the one who did this to you. I was there for you through the aftermath and all those depressive nights and the nights that you had no motivation, and I would go and I would clean your room and I would get you food and I would be there for you as a good friend because I cared about you so much. I'm so sorry that this happened to you, and I really hope you can get through this.
Doesn't name any names on account of it being not her story to tell, but still condemns Jack for allowing his friends to spread false allegations at her expense, before finally strikingly challenging Mason or anyone else to post the evidence of her abusing Jack, since she was so sure it didn't exist. And well, that's the part that really didn't age the best.
Whatever evidence you think you have, either post it or send it to me and I'll post it, because you have nothing.
This video is from November 30th, 2020.
On June 3rd of 2021, this short video taken in November was posted by another friend of Jack's, seemingly depicting Sienna straddling an unconscious Jack Wright, groping him and kissing him on the lips while looking passed out. The guy next to him who posted the video got up after feeling uncomfortable, but went back to pull Sienna off once he realized what was happening, posting this alongside the clip in an effort to further support the claim that Jack was in fact asleep, or at the very least incapable of consent during that time. Being definitive proof of assault in the eyes of some, this video remains a heavy point of contention today. Sienna has since made the claim many times over that he was not unconscious and completely consenting as it happened, as she outlined in yet another statement not long after, something Jack himself would go on to dispute.
Why? I was unconscious almost like the whole night. She got on top of me, took advantage of me, groped me. I'm so glad they pulled her off of me, and honestly I'm glad that she has evidence. After Shannon found out about the video, she said sorry. She said if this got out, she would be done, that it's horrible, and she's working on boundaries.
Jack was a victim of sexual assault, but not by me. And I am a victim of continual attempts to cancel me and slander my name with false claims. It will not work. I'm here to clear things up and provide all sides of the story because I have been labeled as a sexual assaulter.
Right out of the gate, Sienna's demeanor is stronger and more aggressive than before. She comes off less concerned for her friend who she just previously said was sexually abused, and more frustrated with how the situation has affected her, reiterating a desire to take things offline.
I have tried multiple times to take this offline, and I am continually undermined by Jack and his inner circle. Jack has not spoken on the situation, and his friends keep dropping cryptic and non-specific information.
Using Jack's silence as a means to absolve her of the allegations made by his friends, and outright accusing those closest to Jack, including his own twin, of twisting the narrative against her, using air quotes when referencing the video in question.
The initial tweets, as well as the video that I am talking about right now, have been taken down.
She then goes on to dig up older clips of them being very touchy-feely with each other in the past, as if these would have anything to do with the allegations being made. Just because he may have consented in these examples on camera absolutely does not mean he was even in a sober enough state to consent in the video she's so willing to write off with air quotes.
As you can see here, and anywhere else, Jack and I were very touchy-feely with our friendship. This is the way that we interacted with each other, and it is in any video you go watch of us. Please, and I encourage you to go watch my recent YouTube video featuring Jack, our recent TikToks. You will see that this behavior was normal. Online, we touched each other, kissed each other, we were playful. Jack kissed me, and I kissed him. Within the boundaries of our relationship, this was normal.
Definitely not doing much to sway people in her favor, but let's look at the video itself.
Whatever the relationship was at the time, obviously this was not right. So I went back and took Sienna off of Jack. Not to mention when I got closer, I noticed her right hand inappropriately touching his crotch. She was shocked that I pulled her off, and she kept trying to justify what she had just done. I talked to James and Jack the next day about the situation that happened that night, And James said that happens all the time.
The way that Jack's friend narrated this video, I admit, looks so weird and looks just like real. But like my last video where I showed comments that were resurfacing and then provided a backstory, not everything is how you see on social media.
Sienna attempts to defend herself by first going after the video's presentation, claiming it was edited maliciously to make it seem more nefarious than what it really was.
The clip of me kissing Jack, he is also kissing me. I was looking at him face to face. He was kissing me back. Lachlan claimed that he was unconscious. If he was unconscious, why did his arm move when you got up? And also, why was he kissing me back?
She asserts that he was fully awake and kissing her back, pointing to the way Jack's arm moves when his friend gets up from the couch. Now, maybe Sienna isn't sure how gravity works, but I think it's pretty clear to me, at least, which I have to say so I don't get sued, that his arm only moved because the guy stood up and disrupted the way he was positioned. He doesn't move beyond that. Yes, it's a short clip. There's not a whole lot to go off. Sienna is eager to point out for herself.
You claim in your video that you hear kissing noises.
I started hearing kissing noises in the video of my shoulder, and it was exactly that.
We were kissing. Lachlan also claims that my hand is on Jack's crotch. While it is not, my hand is very visibly on Jack's thigh, upper thigh.
Okay, one, it is not very visible at all. I'm not showing the clip uncensored because it makes me uncomfortable, but her hand is behind her leg, so it's kind of hard to tell whether it's on his crotch or his thigh. But regardless, touching him while he's unconscious is still bad. And two, you can still make kissing noises even if the other person isn't actively kissing you back. It's clear Sienna doesn't have the strongest defense team if her rebuttal is, well, this.
If Jack was being sexually assaulted in this moment, James, why did you record it? James, you are Jack's twin brother, and I know that if my brother saw me being taken advantage of, he would pick up the person on top of me and beat them to not film it.
But I mean, that would be a horrible look. They're trying to incriminate you, not themselves. To me, Jack's twin James took this video for his brother's own good. She then goes on to rapid fire a bunch of points that, again, really don't matter as far as what she's being accused of.
This was also in November when we had first just started to kind of ease our way into relationship, not relationship, defined, and you were introducing me as your girl. Having your friends take a 10-second clip out of context of this entire night is not sexual assault.
She's confused why this is even an issue at all, since James and Jack had never brought it up to her privately. This would not age the finest either, in the wake of Jack's formal statement published to his YouTube channel about half a year later, where he argues he had brought this kind of behavior up with her multiple times.
First of all, if they were so uncomfortable, why didn't they say anything to me?
The next morning, where she was like, "I'm so sorry for doing that. That was, I don't know what went through my head." I had to clarify again that I didn't like her that way. We were just friends. She said sorry, that was it. After that, these type of things kept happening.
This is also a TikTok that was made December 1st, not even 24 hours after the said sexual assault.
Good morning. I just wanted to say that
copyrighted music.
Do you think Jack would have made this video with me if he felt uncomfortable from the night before?
The entire goal of this second statement is to make herself out to be the victim of Jack's friends intentionally manipulating the situation against her. But for what reason? As far as I'm concerned, no one really had anything to gain from this being public. These are the biggest influencers on TikTok, all with promising careers ahead. Making up false allegations to smear one of the most popular members in their group would not be doing themselves any favors unless this is real. Sienna issued cease and desist letters regardless, though, and went on to take a month-long break from social media. The situation died down once again, at least before Sienna made her long-awaited and critically acclaimed resurgence.
She comes back and posts this absolutely insane video.
An interpretive dance video for an essay.
I had to take a whole month off social media, but now I'm back. Hit him with the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse dance.
Yo!
What is this, dude? How deaf and stupid do you have to be to dance to a song where the lyrics talk about kissing 100 guys when you have been accused of kissing your boyfriend when he was unconscious, which is assault?
I've tried writing this part of the video so many times, and I just still am truly speechless.
I decided to take a month off of social media due to the negativity surrounding my platform. It was honestly one of the most difficult times in my life for many reasons, but through struggle, I found clarity within myself.
I don't have anything to add. This is literally the worst response to any controversy I have ever seen. Somehow, Sienna May's PR team figured that shooting a highly stylized interpretive dance to a song which contains the lyrics, "I did nothing wrong, I'm young," would be an appropriate response to SA allegations. God, I'd love to be a fly on a wall during that meeting. It's like getting up in the middle of your trial and doing the Squidward dance. I mean, if you go to Google tone deaf right now, a link to her video pops up. For God's sake, she starts off with a close-up shot of her push to start.
Even if I can only inspire one person, I will have done what I was put on this earth to do.
It's so shallow and doesn't even mention the reason she left social media in the first place. If she truly cared for Jack like she keeps claiming, this video would at the very least mention him instead of only making it about her. Sienna lists
silly TikTok dances and showing unedited photos of myself
as ways she inspires people, before launching into the worst dance moves a human being is capable of. Needless to say, this video convinced everyone she was innocent, Netflix put her back on the show, she gained over 4 million followers overnight, and everyone clapped. The reception was just what you'd expect, which is why she deleted it almost immediately after it came out. Although I guess she forgot to take it down from Instagram. Regardless, it was still liked by over 200,000 people, and starting in July, Sienna went back to posting as normal. Literally, like nothing happened. In fact, she even continued to grow in popularity during this time too, getting more views, probably because she thanked me in the apology video.
And more than anything, I'm beyond thankful for my family, friends, partnerships, and supporters.
It's like she's banking on the support from the side of her audience who doesn't know about the allegations, or at least not the full extent of them. Either these people had never gotten the full picture, or didn't believe the allegations, clinging on to their favorite comfort creator and tuning out. That's all it really was, right? By Jack's friends to expose Sienna for something she didn't do, and sink her career out of frivolous spite. A warped reality Sienna peddled to her followers up until January 2022, when Jack Wright broke his silence.
I wanted to share what I went through with Sienna and my side of the story.
On the 20th of January this year, almost 8 months since the allegations first came out, Jack Wright released his own official video response addressing Sienna directly, in a statement titled, "What Sienna May Did to Me."
This all started when my friend came out with a tweet, because he was worried about me. He actually witnessed a bunch of times what Sienna did to me.
Speaking on his experiences with Sienna, explaining how difficult it's been to open up, and that he didn't want his response video to be as aggressive as Sienna's. Jack also confirms here that they were always clearly just friends, and far from anything relationship-wise off camera.
I just want to clarify that we both knew that we were just friends. She was seeing and talking to other guys in LA all the time, and I just thought of her as a good friend. We were making videos, we were making dance trends, we had fun. It was just strictly friends, and we both knew that.
But this is where I want to give you a trigger warning. To anyone who may be put off by mentions of abuse, Jack does go a bit further into detail here, and even makes some new allegations that haven't been brought up by his friends. So feel free to skip to the time code on screen if you aren't comfortable with such mentions.
So the first incident where Sienna crossed boundaries, it was after filming. We went into the room. I was just chilling on my phone on the bed, and she got naked, like completely naked, nothing on, and straddled me when I was literally just chilling on the bed. But I didn't know I didn't like the situation. It was just like random and weird. Quickly told her, Sienna, get off. We're just friends. Stop. The next morning, she was like, "I'm so sorry for doing that. That was I don't know what went through my head." I had to clarify again that I didn't like her that way. We were just friends. She said sorry. That was it.
But that wasn't the end of it. Jack alludes to these incidents persisting, leading up to the video we all saw.
These type of things kept happening. She would do something, and I would forgive her, and she said it wouldn't happen again, and we'd go on and make some fun videos. After all this happened, the Hawaii incident happened.
Jack can confirm that he was in fact passed out, unconscious, almost the whole night, and that Sienna had taken advantage of him in his most vulnerable state. He's appreciative of his friends for stepping in, and that they captured what little evidence there was. Because after that occurred, the two would get into another dispute at a party, where she got jealous and mad that he was flirting with girls, even though he made it clear he wanted nothing romantic with her. She allegedly pulled him into a room, screamed at him, then tried to make out with him before he told her to leave. Two friends escorted her out of the party since she had also been causing additional problems that night, but resorted to jumping and rolling out of a moving vehicle to get back to Jack, who was hiding from Sienna in the house. According to him, her parents had to come get her.
So two friends wanted to take her home, and while the car was moving, she jumped out of the car, rolled, and said, I have to get back to Jack. So I ran back to the house, and I was like hiding from her, and I was just waiting for her parents to finally pick her up. Looking back now, I don't know why I stayed friends with her, stayed around her. I truly thought she was gonna change for some reason. I feel like she'd say she had so much love for me and that she truly cared for me, and then the next night she would do something like that.
It got to a point that Sienna was fully aware of Jack's boundaries, yet continued to cross them, ranting to friends that Jack didn't like her back, despite the fact that she turned around to pursue other guys. All of this is alleged, I have to say. But things get even more intense when Jack alleges Sienna would break into his house in the middle of the night.
She would constantly come to my house, remember my door codes. It got to the point where I had to start screaming at her to get out of my house, because I was so sick of her just breaking into my house. I would wake up and see her car just sitting outside at 2 in the morning. She would break into my house, and when I was sound asleep, she'd come into my room, and I'd wake up to her hand in my pants, and it wasn't the only time it happened too. I was so used to it. I was so used to it that I don't know, it was just normal for me that I didn't think there was such a problem at all. Part of me wants to blame myself for being nice and sticking around after so many times, but now I realize that I was stuck in this manipulative cycle of her acting like she extremely cared about me, and then that night she would do stuff to me, and it was just so normal for me. I got used to it.
Painting a horrific picture of waking up in the middle of the night with Sienna in his room, her hand down his pants. Occurrences that were so frequent, he saw them as normal. There was one time he describes in which Sienna had broken in once again during the middle of the night and was kicked out of his room after touching his crotch area and attempting to make out with him. He finally locked her out of the room and fell asleep on the floor, in his own words.
Same old, same old. I'd say, Sienna, stop, go back to the couch, Sienna, stop. So I locked the door, and she was coming in, and I literally just slept on the floor, and she finally went to bed. It's very awkward the next morning, and she'll say sorry, and I'm like, Sienna, this happens so many times, you do not respect boundaries, you just,
Her family even planning their own trip to Hawaii around the dates they knew Jack's family would be there at his father's beach house. When Sienna went back home before Jack, he didn't even want to go because he knew she'd find a way to be around him. To Jack, it felt like being caught in an endless cycle of Sienna always doing whatever she could to ignore boundaries and take advantage of him. This is the part where things went public, thanks to Mason's tweet. Once the allegations were out there, Jack was met with similar testimonies from guys who had allegedly had their own experience with Sienna in LA. Jack ended his own testimony by saying the following.
We don't want her to hurt anybody else. We don't want anyone to go through that experience. I don't think I'll ever be the same person I was before Sienna. I don't know if she'll ever be sorry. I don't know if she'll ever learn from what she did, or if she'll ever admit to what she did. But I just don't want her to do this to other people.
Just days later, Sienna then put out another statement, definitely drafted by a legal team, which I will not be reading in full because it's just too long, but I want to give you the highlights. Unfortunately, Jack Knight continues his campaign to slander Sienna Mae Gomez with further false accusations. His latest falsehoods in a highly edited video show that once again Jack is making a calculated action to hinder, hurt, and harm not only Sienna's reputation and livelihood, but her as an individual human being as well. Sienna unequivocally denies these accusations, as written in the statement. Other than spreading falsehoods about Sienna online, Jack has taken no action. There has been no police investigation, not even a police report to our knowledge. No charges, no private lawsuit, and no contact between Sienna and Jack or their respective legal teams in many months. It was always Sienna's desire and intention to handle this privately versus in the court of public opinion, which I just have to stop, doesn't make sense because of the sheer amount of statements she's made, but regardless, she would never want to sensationalize or degrade the seriousness of the situation. Sadly, Jack's blatant disregard for the truth has left us with no choice but to address these claims publicly. They go on to deny his claims that she broke into his house, and saying that Jack and his collaborators have attempted to utilize blatant slut-shaming culture to justify their fictitious claims and have effectively victimized a successful woman of color in a way that regrettably we have seen many times before, all in an effort to use her suffering as a catalyst for their own personal gain, which is just an amazing final sentence, with Jack then coming out with his own counter-response to Sienna's response, reiterating that every word in his video is still the truth and that he hopes she continues to get the help she needs so this never happens again. From there, things went quiet on Sienna's end. She stopped being active for the first time since June, but Sienna wouldn't be gone forever. In fact, it wasn't long before she reared her head yet again, responding to the heavy claims on a Barstool podcast. Can't make this up. On February 23rd, 2022, Sienna Mae returned to the public eye with an appearance on the BFFs podcast hosted by Dave Portnoy, the CEO of Barstool Sports, who you may remember is a proud investor of the infamous crypto coin SafeMoon, which turned out to be a worthless pyramid scheme. Or you may recall the time he threatened to fire and sue his employees on the spot for wanting to unionize. Or you may know his abundant legal history. Whatever the case may be, Dave Portnoy, alongside his co-hosts who are half his age, brought Sienna back on the program after having her on just a year prior for an episode that definitely aged well. In this episode, Sienna doesn't even appear until the 30-minute mark. Everything before that is just
J. Cole, Travis Scott, Harriet Tubman. Let me get a what's wrong with Harriet Tubman?
You said Harriet Tubman.
What's the name?
Yes.
Eventually, introduced alongside her lawyer and so-called forensic expert, Sienna already starts off on a bizarre note, as Dave is quick to point out at the beginning of the interview.
I came in and I was like, holy shit, am I in the right Zoom room?
What is going on? So is this your choice or their choice to be like, we want to be on the call with you?
It's a little intimidating, I feel you, but no. I want to talk about my emotional state, and like I feel like what I want to touch on is like how I'm doing and like the emotional questions that I know you guys are gonna ask. But as for like the legal and like the so what's going on questions, that's for them to answer because like I don't want to. I don't want to butcher anything. This is all like now it's serious, you know, like social media.
Okay, yeah, so just ignore the question.
There's been absolutely nothing by way of an investigation or any kind of legal proceeding filed. Honestly, at the end of the day, this is all just a bit.
Sienna's a wonderful, amazing, and very likable lawyer comes out of the gate by clarifying at the beginning that there is no current legal proceeding going on. So it almost makes you wonder why there's even a lawyer present then. In fact, I do have to give props to Dave in this one instance for raising that very question.
If there hasn't been a legal issue, like, why are you here? She can't, like, there's nothing going on. She could theoretically answer for herself.
Because obviously there have been allegations after so long of just going back and forth online and it's all just social media talking back and forth. It's time to actually bring in some professionals who are going to talk about what's really real.
It got a weird response. It's not like she knows the situation any better than, say, Jack would. So I'm not sure why she's even giving herself so much credibility when there isn't a legal proceeding happening. To me, it just feels like an intimidation tactic. And as she said, she does feel like it'll quiet people down.
You think you bringing in the lawyer team and everything, do you think that's going to bring more attention to the situation, or do you think that's to, like, kind of quiet people down? Or it's going to quiet people down?
I think it is going to quiet people down because it's just like, I literally have my lawyer sitting right here next to me telling you guys and whoever's going to see this now that there's nothing being done. Like, I just am kind of like, all right, I'm going to let my team, like, just talk about this one and kind of, like, take this one.
If that's the same team that told you to do the interpretive dance, I'm thinking you should probably... Something interesting I noticed is when Sienna said this.
What was your initial reaction to Jack? Like, did you reach out to him? What did you say? What was that conversation? There was nothing?
So I haven't talked to him in literally since our last trip to Hawaii together. The last time I literally saw him was before I got on my flight and we haven't talked.
I cannot imagine why Sienna would not personally or privately reach out to Jack after the initial claims came out. Even before his statement, when it was just his friends making the claims, what could possibly compel Sienna, if she were truly innocent, to not reach out to Jack behind closed doors in an attempt to figure out what's going on? None of that makes sense to me. Sienna then goes on to weirdly admit that she had hopes of marrying Jack. When the two had never even gotten to the point of dating, he made it clear he did not want to be with her, and she still persisted, according to what's been claimed.
I like really loved him, and I was like, I'm gonna get married to this guy, like this is the one. Like I was so stoked on him. He like was loving making the content because of like the views that it would get, and it would get a ton of views on my accounts too. I think we both kind of like saw that as a business transaction. I was personally, between us, like super into it, and he knew that I was, and I think he also knew that he wasn't, and that's where things got messy.
Did you realize he wasn't into it and you're still pursuing it, or you didn't realize?
We would kiss. Also, I just want to reiterate, we never had sex. We literally never did anything other than kiss.
Sienna likes to emphasize that the two had never had sex, as if this was ever something Jack claimed, and I'm surprised Sienna keeps harping on it, even with her lawyer sitting right next to her. She absolutely cannot, for some reason, answer Dave's question of, well, did you know
He wasn't into it and you're still pursuing it?
Instead, all of her answers are keeping the best interests of Sienna in mind, and how she was misled the entire time. Even though from what she's describing, it doesn't sound to me like he had any intentions of pursuing a relationship outside of the romantic TikToks.
It was interesting. Like my initial reaction when I saw his long videos, how cut up it was. It was like a jump cut every 2 seconds. But Bree brings up a good point. Like why? Like
why would he be posting 17-minute YouTube videos, like bawling his eyes out on the internet, if there was no truth behind what he was saying?
Look, here's the thing. I'm going to jump in again. Here's the thing. We can't speculate as to why he did it or what he thought of. We can't speculate. But, you know, at this point, they're nothing but statements. They're just statements.
After not knowing why Jack would cry in front of 20 million people in order to falsely slander Sienna's name, we reach the climax of the interview, where Sienna's forensic specialist breaks down the infamous video and analyzes it, basically writing everything off as too short to count as evidence in a court of law.
The National Center for Audio and Video Forensics was retained to perform an analysis on a cell phone video posted to social media. I was asked if the video could be used as credible evidence of the accusations against Ms. Gomez. In short, no. The posted video is not credible evidence of these accusations. The video is not original. The video has been heavily altered. The video provides no context to the events. The video is not credible evidence of the accusations against Ms. Gomez.
I feel like that was a bad CSI video. I mean, my instinct is people are going to be like, that's a guilty video. It felt like a bad movie.
Actually very funny. They shred this video in front of the guy who made it. But I have to say, it's hard to deny the video is short and doesn't show the events leading up to and after what is taking place, an alleged assault. But this weird Fiverr looking edit isn't exactly helping her image. Going on to accuse someone out there, maybe even Jack, of botting her, in addition to really emphasizing how much hate she's been getting online since these allegations broke, with absolutely no care for Jack or the same horrible messages I have to assume he's been getting from her fans.
it's something though that we've actually become kind of used to and kind of shrug off, and of course there's lots of chaos. But I do want to make the point, it's illegal.
Are you insinuating that Jack did it? The botting?
Yeah, we don't know if he did it yet.
I have to say the one thing Sienna may actually be good at is digging her grave even deeper. Because throughout this entire video, she comes across as nothing but inauthentic and unnecessarily intimidating. It just isn't a good look. And even if we're going by the court of public opinion, one glance at the comment section would seem to indicate a loss on that front too.
She says, the last thing I would ever want to do is breach someone's boundaries, and for that I have become explicitly aware of the way I interact with others and will do better. I think she'll be more cautious going into the future because of this, but I still don't think she understands. Because someone talked to you about their boundaries, and you continued to break them. So it's not like boundaries had to come to your attention, like you knew. You just didn't do anything about it.
Sienna's responses throughout this entire situation have not been helping her at all. In my mind, everything she's tried to do here has backfired. The fact of the matter is, there are two conflicting narratives. One is that Sienna has been falsely accused of assault by a man who manipulated and led her on by intentionally giving her mixed signals, only to maliciously launch an attack on her reputation in the end, or that Sienna is not the person she claims so adamantly to be online, that her issues with boundaries far surpass the smaller extent to which she's described so fleetingly in interviews, that she repeatedly chose to take advantage of Jack Wright when he was at his most vulnerable, keeping him at arm's length no matter where they went due to her bizarre, ignorant, and selfish infatuation with a boy who clearly didn't reciprocate feelings. I personally believe the latter. After everything Jack has said and personally testified against, it's hard for me to look at this video as anything other than the truth, even if saying that could get me crucified by Sienna's legal team. However, the one truth that remains absolutely undisputed is that Sienna May has dug her own grave. Whether it be with weak video responses or a complete interpretive dance to the lyrics "I'm young and did nothing wrong," it doesn't matter how young and inexperienced Sienna was when she goes to such extreme lengths to keep Jack and her critics at bay, as to not damage the precious reputation she's built on a mountain of lies and sick dance moves.
Keep on, keep running.
You know what there is such thing of though? Putting
Welcome to ET Live. We are here today with Drake Bell. Welcome.
Thank you. How's it going? Seems like Drake Bell might have really done it this time.
I'm sure you all know about the Drake Bell situation that occurred earlier this year.
Messages between them were extremely inappropriate. Charged with a criminal conviction involving a minor.
I want you to imagine for a second you're a star in Hollywood. Not like a literal one, a famous one. Picture you at your pinnacle, the top of your game, being interviewed for your next big budget movie, your name up in lights, catching check after check. The world knows your name and you're at the peak of your career. The end is nowhere in sight, right? But a peak also implies a bottom and an inevitable downfall that will either result in your well-deserved fulfilling retirement from acting or a painful, desperate quest to maintain relevance as you struggle to pay off your 4 McMansions, slowly but surely falling under the category of washed-up superstars.